Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere.
will be with you shortly. Link is in the, well, it's under the video in the description if you want to come on to start the show. We're waiting for somebody to do that.
There's truth beneath the skin. Where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved. But the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we...
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Today, guys, we are chatting about something that was chosen by you in the polls that I run in the community posts on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel. Now, you chose the topic for today's show, which is the death of community. Is it too late to fix it now? Is society fucked beyond repair? Are the connections that perhaps, well, at least we thought we had, we took some comfort in, perhaps believing in, are they gone now? Have they disappeared? Is it the case that there is no going back to some of the comfort, at least, that we got from being connected to each other out there in the big bad world? That's the general idea. Talk about something along those lines. We already have 3 people backstage. I'm going to bring you on. Well, there's 4 people now. So I'll bring on Kenny first. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. What would you like to say about the death of community? Is it too late to fix this?
Hi, DNW.
Hello.
It's not too late. There's steps that we can take to improve community. And I believe that starts with improving ourselves. If you're the best version of yourself, you're going to be more secure, confident, more approachable, more productive, more motivated, and people will be naturally drawn to you. That's one facet of this multi-layered issue. The other layer is mismanagement at a government level, especially with regards to the immigration system. Now, I know I've been painted as a far-right fascist and an anti-immigrant voice on this show, but that's not true, actually. I'm pro-immigration, but it has to be sustainable and it has to be manageable. Currently, it's neither. So what you have is communities being turned upside down beyond recognition, mass migration full of people with who didn't even speak English, have different values to ours. They're setting up their own communities within. They're setting up a nation within a nation. You have issues with radical Muslims, and a lot of Muslims are having problems with assimilating to British values. You have woke ideology that's destroying the community because little Mary's going to tell on her Socialist Workers' Party group that her Uncle Bob's a Reform UK member and supports Donald Trump. So they're going to go and gang up on him and his friends and call them fascists and assault them, that kind of thing. Like after the election of Donald Trump in 2016, you literally had families refusing to talk to each other again because they didn't like that some of the members had voted for Donald Trump. You had husbands and wives separating over that, you know? So there's some issues that are destroying society that I can just mention off the top of my head. Obviously, inflation as well. The price of housing getting more expensive, so people are putting off having kids. That's causing an aging population. So the government's part of the reason why they're bringing in so many foreigners from other countries is to counter the aging population. So I don't believe it's unfixable. One thing I'm doing is I'm a member of Reform UK, and I think voting Reform UK and getting Nigel Farage in number 10 will help.
So
Thank you, Kenny, for your words. You've started the show. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Strong opinions, and I'm sure it will prove interesting to hear other people's thoughts in relation to what you've said. It will make for an interesting chat, which is good. Chris Moore, I believe you were next. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. The death of community has the funeral bell being tolled. I mean, is it the case that society is dead? Is it really that bad? Is there any going back? Is there something to go back to?
well, it depends on how you're looking at it. If you're talking about classical community, as in, okay, like we talk at the Legion or community hall or whatever, um, you know, yeah, the like on retrospect, you could probably post COVID like lockdowns. You know, we're in a different mode, as in people prefer to, spend more time online, and that technically means that people just kind of spend their time by themselves physically while still being within a community, just talking, but with
Okay.
um, long distances, but still community. Anyway, and the old guard probably don't really like that because they don't know how to cope with uh, on how to consider this as quote unquote community. And you have basically like
Fair
the
enough.
younger generation that is basically native to this. So it's like
Okay.
we're gonna need more like 20 years of study to understand like this is
20
the goal.
years.
Yeah,
20 years. I don't know if we have that long, Chris.
yeah, but still,
But
I'm
thank
just
you for
saying.
that.
It,
We'll come back to you in a little bit. Vibe, welcome again, sir. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about what some people say is happening, and that is the death of community. Nobody gives a rat's ass about their neighbours anymore. Nobody cares about, you know, picking up litter or looking after elderly down the street. They say community is dying, if not dead. And some people say it's too late to go back. We are an atomized, broken people. We are just narcissistically pouting our lips into, you know, our vacuous attempts to display ourselves on Instagram. Is there any way of going back to a different way of being where at least we had a semblance of connection to others? Or was that an illusion? Was there ever something that was worthwhile? I mean, just give me your thoughts. Go ahead, Vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised by Kenny's opening, actually, because I had a thought about this, and his thoughts were completely different than mine. I'm not saying that Kenny's wrong, but he did look at it completely different. I think some of the areas that we went wrong, like in the United States, what we saw in like the 50s is people had front porches, and they used to sit on their front porches, and they used to have block parties, and that was a community in that neighborhood, right? And what we've seen in how we build houses now is the front yards are almost all gone, and we've moved them to the backyards, so everybody can have their own private parties and not be included as part of the neighborhood. They can actually bring their friends in from a little bit further, right? And that might be the invention of freeways and cars and more transportation. We can actually map that on top of cell phones as well. So there used to be this time when you would go to In-N-Out Burger. I'm in California. It's a place called In-N-Out Burger. They always have this big line, and you would sit there and you didn't have a cell phone. So you would strike up a conversation with the person next to you. Now that we have cell phones, nobody strikes up a conversation to the person next to you because they're striking up a conversation with somebody that may be in another state, in another world, or anything like that. So that's kind of where I feel like things went wrong. But at the same time, I'm not actually saying that community is gone and that it's actually dying at all. Because what might be right, I'm not saying it is right, is that right now we just built a community here. All of us are talking. It may not be to our neighbor, and my neighbor may be an asshole. And I found some people that I actually like talking to. So I've actually expanded my community. My community just doesn't have to be my neighbor anymore. Something else that we've seen, especially with like Gen Z and the way the housing is happening in the United States, is we see that they're actually removing the front yards and the backyards. It's all about the house. We just got to build a house on the whole property. But then what they do is they make a really big, like resort-like social meeting area for everybody. So in a sense, they're saying, okay, we're not going to build the community on the front yard or on the street. We're not going to build it in your backyard either. We're going to create a really nice meeting place, and everybody has to pay a little fee for the house they bought there, but they all come together there. And so community is changing. Now, one of the things I thought was interesting on Kenny's take was when he was talking about immigration and things like that. Part of community is where your background is from, right? That is your ethnicity has certain socialities to it, right? And you have natural bonds between that. But I don't think that's actually a part of community, that we just take a bunch of random people and then force them to like each other. I think that neighborhoods used to grow when communities found similar people in that community. But now a bunch of people come together in the same community that don't get along, and they reach out online. So my take on this is, yeah, I think I really miss the days of the block parties. And we see this in third world countries. Like if we look at the Philippines, I've got some houses there. Every neighborhood has a basketball court there. All the they don't have front yards or backyards. All the families sit out in the basketball court watching their kids play. And if they're not watching their kids play, they're doing concerts and they're doing their Christmas events there. They're still a community. But if we look at the third world countries graduating into like what the United States and the UK and Europe are starting to become, we're going to start seeing that separation where we don't have that community area anymore. And it might not be bad because it might be just digital. Maybe it's just changing. But so do I think it can be saved? Maybe it doesn't have to be saved. Maybe it's already there. It's just changing and we don't like the change because we're old farts. Well, I'm an old fart. So maybe I just don't like the change because I'm used to the old and the new doesn't fit my old model.
Vibe, I think it's interesting what you brought up about the way they're building towns and new properties these days in these estates where, yeah, you're right, they have a common kind of area outside for people to walk around and enjoy the flowers and the plants and walk their dogs or whatever, but there's no private kind of gardens. But do you think that could potentially be negative in some way too? I mean, forcing people to assemble outside together when perhaps they want to have some privacy with their family in their own backyard. I mean, is there something about forcing people to get together in a public area that makes people lose that kind of safety net of having a safe place for the children to play, you know, in their
Well,
own backyard,
it really depends, right? So they're trying to make the houses bigger, so you can actually have more like entertainment within your house for your family. But they're removing the pools from the backyard, they're removing the gardens from the front yard, and they're bringing everybody together. And I don't think anybody's forcing them to, per se, because you can choose to move into that neighborhood or not.
Sorry, Kenny was just showing a message. Yeah, you can choose to live there or not. That's true. That's true. And there's plenty of older properties if people want to do the old way. We'll go to Paul next. Paul, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about the death of community. Is this something you believe has happened, or do you believe it is dying, or do you believe it's just the same as it always was? What's going on in society?
It's pretty much dead, and I pretty much sort of agree with everything Kenny said at the beginning. Apart from the political sort of persuasion with Farage, etc. I think that the whole political system's absolutely corrupt, and I think that's been demonstrated right in front of everybody's eyes for the last few years. It's completely broken. Who believes any politician these days? It's just gone. They've taken away all that belief in democracy. Not that it ever existed anyway, but it's just not a belief that anyone has anymore. Yeah, and the actual fact that all the immigrants have been sort of forced together, so all them people have been who's been conditioned into having the beliefs what they do, to force them into sort of communities where they're all cram-packed sort of next to each other. It's bound to create sort of conflict, and because it's division, so division always creates conflict. It's inevitable, and the whole thing's been set up like that deliberately.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that? I mean, that if all things are fair, nobody's forced to go anywhere, and no government's actually forcing somebody. But people sometimes are forced to go into a community they don't like because of economics.
It's been the situation's been created like that by politicians. Can you not see that?
Okay, we'll come back to that in a little bit, Paul. But how does that trickle down? Oh no, we'll come back to you in a moment. I want to bring everybody in because then we can open up the conversation to a free for all. Melanie, you're next. We are talking about the death of community. Is this something that has happened? Are people less community minded now in the real world? Are they more selfish? Are people isolating more? Has the rat race become perhaps so bad that people are so desperate to try and get their own basic needs met that they're too preoccupied doing that, and that they haven't got time to think about building community, building bridges, etc. with their neighbours and people in their locality. Melanie, what do you think?
Well, capitalism bad. No, just kidding. Half kidding. First of all, is it okay if I use this to also respond? I am kind of looking just to get through this without being interrupted. So if that's too much to ask, I understand.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I want to point out that you can totally have a community with immigrants, stuff like that. Having slightly different customs doesn't mean you can't celebrate each other's customs. And we're all human at the end of the day. So what we need is humanism. with the lockdowns, while I agree that that was probably really awful for people and bad for people's mental health, getting a deadly disease is a lot worse. And just because we need community doesn't give people a right to be a public health hazard. I think a lot of what I heard, especially at the beginning, was just politics of personal grievances layered on to an analysis about community, working backwards from that conclusion rather than working our way up. If we want to work our way up, we can start with something called game theory. Why do we trust each other? It's not because all humans are perfect and totally trustworthy, or because no human is trustworthy and therefore none of us trust each other. It's something called game theory, where it's tit for tat. If I do something and I show that I'm trustworthy, and you do something that shows that you're trustworthy, then we're going to trust each other. The moment you break that back and forth trust, then I no longer trust you. You probably can't trust me, and then we have to repair our trust. It kind of works that way in relationships too. That's how things work in communities overall. Community as we know it will probably be different than how we knew it before. This is just because of technology, but also things like climate change are probably going to really drive things in a certain direction. But going back to when I said capitalism's bad, I think one of the ways we can use community is to overcome kind of our rabid sense of individualism, of only caring about me and making myself the main character. And I need 5 coats, that way everybody sees how cool I am, instead of just needing one functional coat kind of thing. It's also worth pointing out, and I wrote my notes down wrong. I did double check this though. We stopped doing community dinners because when we first learned about germ theory, we didn't fully understand antimicrobial technology and all this stuff. So we thought the best way to avoid germs, right, is to stay the fuck away from each other and eat all our food in our homes. Turns out that's kind of half true. You still need the antimicrobial technology. And now that we have it, having community dinners again makes a lot of sense, even just nightly, right, within your tight-knit community. Every passing generation is making it harder for future generations to leave it better than they found it. There's a song called Where Will the Children Play by Cat Stevens, aka Yusuf Islam, I think he goes by now, if I'm not mistaken. And that's really quite beautiful. Speaking of Islam, if you're really worried about Islam, the calls coming from within inside the house, because Christian fundamentalism is at least just as much of a threat. It just seems more familiar. But I just wanted to make sure I got that. And then, so in conclusion, I would say communities are not dead, but they are fragmented and dried out. And if you know anything about ecology, which I think is how we should frame our communities, is by looking at ecology and the solutions that ecology provides. That means that we can rejuvenate it by, first of all, putting moisture and refertilizing the lands. And that means and then we have fertile soils for community again. The internet, as great as it is not the best place for that. But more so, I think we can start to have communities that are social experiments. Like, do we really need capitalism? Do we really need consumerism and individual identitarianism and stuff like that?
Okay, thank you, Melanie. I'm sure there'll be some people who want to, come back to some of those points you raised. But we'll go to Fatima next. Fatima, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say about the death of community? Is it something you believe has happened, or is it are we in a process of dying? Is it a terminal decline? Is it something that can't be fixed, or is it redeemable in some way? Go ahead, Fatima.
I actually think that I don't think that communities could ever die, because to me, communities still exist. They are just now either a atomized, a collective, or a resistant ones against that atomization, or just unique ones that are just their own thing, that don't take sides of either being part of the atomized collective or the ones fighting against it. Some are good ones, some are bad ones. There are good communities, there are bad communities. There are good communities that help out, there are bad ones that plan and plot to hurt people and such and such. Because, and I say this because we are ontologically wired to be social. We are social creatures. Even me, being a pretty misanthropic person, I have to admit we are inherently social. All of the philosophers I've been reading, and I agreed with, they all come to the conclusion that we are social creatures shaped by habit and language. So there's that. But we're in like a giant mosaic of many smaller communities now that now are existing against each other, that it seems dead, but it's not. It's just scattered now, ontologically scattered communities. Humans are not any more or less selfish back then than they were back then. They just now put more leverage on other people who share their forms of life and like conduct and habits. The uncertainty to me of modernity didn't kill off the community. It just divided them into giant. It just divided them into a giant archipelago of like forms of lives and thoughts. And yeah.
Thank you, Fatima. We have LA who's just arrived. LA, we're talking about the death of community. Do you believe community is dead, or is it something that we should be worried about, or perhaps maybe it is damaged, it is dying in some way, but maybe it is not irredeemable. Maybe we can fix it. What do you think's going on, LA?
Well, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of globalization, but I think globalization has really changed the way communities look. That people are not so insular. It's not necessarily like drawn up based on like race or ethnicity. It's based on things like your ethics and your values. I mean, like, and then it's not necessarily like your geographic community. You may actually have like a community that you form on through social media. Like, I think that we have a community for anti-nihilists. There's a vegan community. Like, I think it's actually easier to connect with people who are like bonded and form a community than it was in the past, because before it would have been nearly impossible to find other anti-nihilists and actually connect with them. And so it's like, I do think there's communities of people from all across the world who are able to connect through social media. So I do think that this whole us versus them is sort of dangerous to try to group people. I think you can do that about anybody, to say that they have traits that are undesirable. And if you're going to do that for one group, then basically it becomes fair game for all groups. And I just don't like the whole cherry picking to say that one group is more dangerous than another. So I don't know. I mean, I do see that that communities are important for like your survival and all that, but I think we've gone. It's kind of far gone. We're not like grouped together based on race and things like that anymore. It's not. I know people do have a problem with that. They do want. They do want to maintain their racial identities, but I think it's too late for that.
Thank you, LA. Okay, guys, I'll open it up now. Does anybody want to make a reply to any of the points made? We can start in the order that we first spoke. Kenny, have you got anything to say?
Yeah, with regards to the Islam situation, over the last couple of weeks, there's been a massive shift in European countries. And the European Union has just passed a legislation proposed by the AfD in Germany that they will focus on remigration of failed asylum seekers, illegal immigrants. So the tide is turning. The centre is shifting to the right, as I predicted it would when October the 7th happened in Israel. And so far, I've been correct.
Thank you, Kenny.
You also have there's a shift. Sure, I'll say just now.
I just want to bring in Russ. Russ, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about
He's gone
damage.
anymore.
He's just popped off. He'll be back. He'll be back. Sorry, go ahead, guys. Whoever wants to speak next.
Yeah, to Kenny's point, I just want to do some clarification here. I am pretty knowledgeable of how countries work, but from the UK status right now, I know like the Muslim immigrants is been a big issue in the European nations and especially the UK. In the United States, I would say, and I'm asking you guys this question, that the South American immigration is the same problem, right? So I'm actually asking a question. Would you guys see that we're both going through similar problems, but yours is more the Middle Eastern immigrants, and ours is more the South American? Even though we both get immigrants from both, but the majority is, hey, we've got this influx of people coming in from South America. You guys have influx coming in from the Middle Eastern area. Do you think they're the same? Do you guys think they're different?
Yeah,
I personally think it's different, because in the UK you have Islamic societies popping up, pockets of societies. Even got in Whitechapel in London, the sign, the Whitechapel station, is written in Arabic. And I'm seeing this in hospitals as well, like signs starting to be written in Arabic and Urdu.
Is that
South Americans are also Christians?
I will say one thing. I don't think
they share the same religion as North America, the USA.
I would like to push back against that. I think the virulent Islamophobia is absolutely disgusting. If we were to make the same statements about Jews or some other group,
Christians, Buddhists,
they would be interrupted.
No. LA, I'm going to interrupt you. I mean, he has a fair point there. I don't think we should have a situation where signage is written in other languages other than English in London.
He has a fair point, though, that you tend to cut people off when they make the point he's about to make. So maybe don't give him the W automatically there.
Yeah, I mean, I would kind of say that, like, the whole idea.
I'm talking about the whole assimilation argument that they're not loyal to their countries. You can make the same argument about people having dual loyalty to Israel, that they put Israel before their host countries.
Yeah,
they don't care about the economy, that they want to fund wars that don't even benefit their own people. So you can make a lot of arguments. There's probably more arguments that I could make, which I'm not going to say them because they would be offensive. But there's a lot of stereotypes, a lot of quote unquote anti-Semitic tropes that you could actually articulate here, but nobody would ever say that without any pushback. But you get to openly make these virulent Islamic phobia, and then there's no pushback. I just think it's a complete double standard. I don't think that Muslims are any more dangerous than anybody else. Moreover, one of the main reasons they have to migrate to these countries in the first place is because the West has destabilized their political systems and their economies. The West always wants to interfere. They want to force globalization. And then when these people flee their countries because they can't maintain a decent quality of life, then they want to act like they're the victims. How about you stay out their countries, and then they won't have to come to your countries?
You know, I mean, just to back up a little bit here, and I see where you're going with this, but I actually was trying to go to a little bit to your point and try to make it not Islamic or Middle Eastern, but just say that the first thing that we do in our countries is try to protect the sovereignty of the people that are already here legally, right? So for us, we want to protect the sovereignty of the U.S. citizens from South America. Doesn't mean we don't like South Americans. Just means we want to have a controlled process that we are making sure we're taking care of our own people before we like just open the gates and say, yeah, everybody come in here, right? And I would say it would be the same thing for the UK. And the idea of that question that I was asking was actually to try to take away the whole idea. I don't care if it's a Jew. I don't care if it's Islamic. I don't care if it's South American. There's a goal for each sovereign country to take care of their sovereign people first, and so that's why I was asking if you guys felt it was different or not, right? So
I agree with you.
The Islamic hate idea, and hey, that can be addressed. But if we take it down even a level below that, average Americans and average British people are going to feel threatened when they feel like their sovereignty is being overwhelmed by the immigration.
Well, I don't even know.
I just want to bring in Ross. Ross is here, guys. Let Ross say something.
What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
Yeah,
hey, Fatima, good to see you. Good to see you, everyone. You know what sad is, yeah? I've come into the chat, and already it's going back to race identity politics.
We don't want to go there for now.
What do you mean we don't want to go there? So why have you got Kenny on the show? Mr. KKK supporter, South Carolina's finest. Mr. Confederate flag. Billy, get my shotgun, boy.
All right.
Yeah.
You've said your,
Ain't
you've
that
said
you,
your
Kenny?
piece now,
Can
Russ.
I get a chance to
Russ.
respond to
No,
Vibe?
hold on, Mel.
Sorry.
I want this to be as adult as possible. Russ, I know you have every right to be aggrieved. But what do you think of the topic here? We're talking about the death of community. Is it too late to fix it? Do you think community has broken down in the real world? Is something going wrong? Is there even anything worthwhile to go back to? Is it the case that we just have to start again fresh with a new way? What do you think, Ross?
Yeah, so in terms of community, yeah, I think there is a big issue worldwide, especially in the developed countries or first world countries. I would say there seems to be the dissipation of community, and hyper-individualism has taken its place. You see, people are more sort of isolated now. There's more cases of mental health. Loneliness is a big thing as well. So yeah, I would say community's pretty much eroded away now in this new sort of postmodern world where technology's given us the capability to pretty much do things on our own, which I guess is also detrimental because what ends up happening is people end up sort of isolating themselves artificially, and then because human beings, we are social animals, that's our nature. But yeah, we find ourselves in this kind of dystopian, sort of splintered, quote unquote, society, I would say.
Thank you, Ross. I mean, it's interesting, guys, because I would kind of take Ross's side on everything, what he's just said, yeah. But people like LA, I believe Vibe pointed to it as well. I'm not sure who else did, but they pointed to the fact that we are able to build these communities online and
I
connect
said
with
that.
people. You said it as well. We're able to connect with people who share our mindset and
Yeah.
maybe form these
Well,
communities that we
that's
couldn't have formed
detrimental to our mental
Yeah.
health, though.
That's
As it
exactly my
mentioned
point,
in this
Kevin.
book, the dose effect.
Bro,
Kevin,
that book is full of
this is
shit.
what I'm
People are not
saying.
getting
This is
out
what
and
I'm saying.
connecting in real life as much.
I'm asking,
Think
is
my
that
friends are
actually
on
good?
Facebook.
Is that wholly good, or are there problems with that? That's exactly what the question. Can you preempt
It's
it?
terrible. Now, the government are now proposing banning social media in schools because of it. It's so bad.
How are they gonna do that? They can't. That's like that's an overreach.
I did ask for a chance to respond to Vibe. Can I get that now? I know we're trying to avoid the topic, but he did state something that I think is worth
Okay, and then we'll
addressing.
go back to that point about whether online communities are beneficial, and if their benefits outweigh the problems they cause. Go ahead, Melanie.
Thank you. And my bad for getting a little frustrated in the side chat, but I just noticed an opportunity to ask. I think what Vibe, if you're here, but what Vibe said about sovereignty is true. However, I keep hearing things from America and the UK about how like they're the greatest countries ever. They're going to hold world peace together, world police type stuff. And that's fine. Like I actually believe America and the UK are great nations. But it kind of feels like you're either painting yourself as both the bully and the victim and or immigrants as these very strong, nefarious people, or but also these people who are inferior to your culture. So are they smarter than you or dumber than you? That has yet to be determined. I doubt that there's much answers in your rhetoric. But I will point out that your governments, especially the anti-immigration conservative side, are the ones who destroy socialist policies, which would make your country more robust against people coming in having their own needs, because that's what socialism does, right? Is it gives people what they need, directly what they need if it's done right.
I mean, I appreciate that you said rhetoric, but I did point out that I actually live in more than one country. And one of the other countries I live in is the third world country. And I have to say, like, my neighbors there, they don't have much money. The house that we have there is very humble. And the happiness I see there is absolutely amazing because of the community. And when I come back to the United States, I'm glad I have the clean roads. I'm glad there's no dirt in the road. I'm glad that the neighbors take care of everything. But I kind of feel alone when I'm here in the United States. And when I go back there, I feel like I'm a part of the community, right? So when you made that comment that like a third world country is lesser than us, I almost look at them as smarter than us.
I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what I heard, and I apologize if I misheard it.
No, I just said that America is and UK seem to be these great nations according to their own rhetoric.
Okay, I thought you were referring to my rhetoric. I apologize.
Is
And
this
so
perhaps, guys, something? Sorry. Go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
Yeah, just
I'll
to
speak
wrap
after
it up.
Melanie.
Thank you so much. It just seems to me like, again, I can't figure out from your people's side of, or not your people's, but like the anti-immigration side, if immigrants are supposed to be like strong and scary, or so inferior that they can't figure out your culture.
But here's the thing: is I don't think that many countries are anti-immigrant. I think that they want to control immigration. And when we say we want to shut down our borders, it doesn't mean we don't want anybody else to come in. We just want to say that we have control of this. Let's make sure we are taking care of the sovereignty of our people, and the people that we're bringing in are also going to be beneficial. When I was 19, I got a Eurail pass and went around Europe. And I loved Switzerland so much. I tried to defect there, and Switzerland laughed in my face, saying, "Go to college, come back someday when you have some value. We don't want you in our country." Now, and I was an American.
Vibe. I hear your point, by the way, and I just want to wrap this up. So I think, again,
why are we still talking about this, bro? I thought we were talking about
not
community.
only one option. There's not
This
only
is
one
one of it.
option. You don't just have to close down your borders. You can also provide socialist policies to protect against those same things. And
what's a socialist
Okay,
policy
leave it there.
on
Leave
closed
that
borders?
point there for now, please, guys. I want to ask, because Vibe, your lack of community where you live in America, I'm just putting this out there. Maybe this is a class issue. You sound like a kind of middle class guy to me. Maybe it's just that the middle class are a bunch of socially awkward weirdos who are kind of made up of introverted, kind of autistic and mousy people who just aren't cool enough to go out and meet their neighbors. Maybe you need to hang out in working class areas a bit more,
Yeah.
where people are a little bit more happy-go-lucky, a little bit more down to earth. I mean, I'm just putting that out there, and maybe it gets worse. Maybe it gets even worse the higher up you go. Where if you go up to the upper middle class or even the upper class, they become paranoid, narcissistic, psychopathic, people you wouldn't want to hang out with because they're not particularly nice people. I'm just putting that out there as an idea, guys. I mean, have you walked in other areas of America that aren't so, let's just say, well heeled?
I have, yeah, and they're kind of shitty. Yeah, I have as an American. Like, I can build a community here, but I choose not to because I don't like Americans, and this is coming from an American myself. So yeah, I just choose to leave. I don't like anyone here. I could build a community. In theory, I have all the capabilities, but I hate Americans so much that I'm leaving here. So yeah.
But is that one of the mistakes we made as a species? Did we, when we started allowing people to, live in kind of areas associated with their class, how much money they earned, is that where we went wrong? Is that kind of like maybe it goes back to that that was maybe the start of our downfall?
Well,
I think that is 100% true, and especially the comment you just made to me. I mean, I grew up in Michigan with a very strong community. I've been around the world, and I'm in neighborhoods with strong communities. Here, I'm in one of the nicest parts of California, and I've seen that the higher you go up, the more you seclude yourself from everybody else. You go, I don't need to be a part of a community with a community pool. I can have my own pool. I can, the more I get, the more I can seclude myself. I see where you're going, and I don't really feel like I'm part of that class. I do know my neighbors. I love my neighbors. They know my name. We know their names. We take care of them. The one across the street has a very sick father, so we make sure nobody ever parks on the street in front of his house because we want to make sure the car is very close to their house. But I think what you're saying is relevant, may not be relevant to me. It's from what I've seen. And I think everything you did say is very relevant. I think the higher you go up in class, the more you isolate yourself.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think if anything,
but I'm getting kickback, and it's fair enough. Chickpea says, D&W, as humans, we've always been at each other's throats since the beginning of time when we left to go. I mean, look, I've walked in other gritty parts of town. I mean, I understand why people isolate themselves. Because,
of course, yeah.
I am maybe romanticizing kind of working class communities. Believe me, I've worked in pubs that are very working class. and I've lived in very rough areas, and I don't know if there's a happy medium, guys. I think I was maybe
There is
romanticizing it
none.
too
If
much.
there's
It's just
if there's if there's
multiple
anything
mediums.
that is responsible for the breakdown of communities, it would be civilization and globalization. So now people don't live in communities because they live in these large urban cities with skyscraper apartment buildings. It's so overpopulated. Nobody knows anybody. It is just people bumping into each other. You may know people at work, but really, do you get to know anybody? I think that civilization is the root cause of the breakdown of communities. If people lived a more rural, well, if you listen to Witchy was just on here. She lives in a rural area, and she's talking about how they do have a community, much more in an urban city. So everybody wants to talk about civilization, how it's so wonderful, but this is causing the breakdown of communities.
I think a
Now,
big
and
question
I agree that
is whether or not
more
we're altruistic or
okay.
selfish, right? Because I think the biggest lie ever sold to us, especially by classical liberals and the people and the founders of capitalism, is that we are inherently selfish. But if you look at every other species out
No, we're
there,
not.
we have way more altruistic behaviors. What I would say, though, is that we also have a very profound ability to create systems of power and permission structures. So what happens when we have this class isolation, right, is that you have one culture that justifies the oppression of another class. And since they're isolated, they can continue to justify that based on what they don't understand about the other class. Immigration, actually, sorry to bring it back.
So, Russ, we could get
in a
feedback
similar way.
there. I was just muting you because we had some feedback. Sorry.
No worries.
Harry Baker, you're backstage. I mean, your device isn't connected, so I can't let you on. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Well, my question was just: does everyone else think that we're inherently selfish, or do you agree that we're the most altruistic?
If I can answer that, I think that we have both selfish and altruistic characteristics. So I don't think it's smart to generalize humans. We just do things out of external influences and context and habits. That's all we do. There's no definitive, this is what a human nature is. No, we do things based on our surroundings, the contexts, our upbringings, external influences, psychological influences, etc., etc. It's not just one answer for human nature. It's more of the problem of human nature will always be a descriptive thing, not like this is how it shall be thing, That's
sure,
my
but may I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Don't you think it kind of makes sense if you look at human history that we didn't start acting selfishly until we had ways like systems of power to actually hoard like material and energy and wealth?
Right, that's the point I was just about to
we've
make.
always had the power to hoard energy and wealth. Even back then in ancient Mesopotamia, they wouldn't. I don't think they would share with their enemies or captured enemies or slaves, right? So I think we've always had the capability to hoard wealth and store the energy resources, right?
Well, the root cause of it is property rights, which only exists in civilized nations. So that's why people are degenerate. Civilization actually makes people more degenerate. I don't think that being selfish is. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that when you become selfish to the point where you would want to exploit others and extract. I don't think that is natural. I don't think that is innate. That is a product of civilization where you're trying to compete. It's a race to the bottom. The more degenerate you are, the more successful you become. No empathy for anybody because you're just trying to crawl your way up to the top. This does not exist in primitive societies.
Yeah, I mean, I think LA kind of actually hit something. I'm surprised I actually agree with him in the sense that I actually do think there is a virtue to selfishness, personal selfishness. But when you take that and you become selfish with the people around you, now you become degenerate.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, by the way, that like we need to be a little bit selfish for self-preservation.
Yeah, of course.
But
also,
I don't even think it's possible to become selfish in the way that you were describing LA and sort of Fatima as well, because you're both making good points, by the way. I don't think it's possible to become hyper selfish without systems of extraction,
of course,
tools for digging stuff out of the ground, machines. Obviously, the industrial era was a great point where that just accelerated. And then when marketers found a way to market stuff to us, not on the basis of need, but because it was an extension of your identity, then we started to consume more, and we became more greedy on an individual basis as well. And so you saw workers' movements fall apart.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that is the case. Yeah, but I think that thanks to like the absolute chaotic dynamic of human actions, I think that was always going to be the case. And I think, unfortunately, like I want to be like a conventional socialist or communist, but I can't, because I look at both sides. I look at humans empirically, and I was like, well, I don't think we can have any theory that can best describe what humans should be. So we just need to act pragmatically, and sometimes that pragmatism can either manifest in terms of like either a country, either like a liberal society or like an authoritarian society. So like I think that third world countries tend to be authoritarian because they want to stave off Western influence, and Western countries, even though in practice they're not really that liberal, in theory they want to be liberal because they think that they're at their end of history already, if you know what I mean.
And I think it makes sense that like there is no proper narrative that describes all humans and every individual,
of course,
absolutely, to a T, because I think you can only have something that's so general that it leaves out anybody who's even a minor exception to the rule,
of course,
which would end up being most people, ironically, or so specific that it can only talk about one person at a time. And this is where, so I think I was prescribing socialism just as a remedy to immigration using existing forms of power.
Yeah,
just to point out, I'm something called a social ecologist. If you want to look more into things that do kind of embrace ways that we could do community in the future, Marie Bookchin is a great author. And what, like, I both deeply understand ecology, and social ecology really does harmonize the like our kind of narrative with the way nature actually is, because we come from nature, right?
Yeah. And some variants we do come from nature.
We've alienated ourselves, but we've alienated ourselves.
Are you sure? Are you sure, or are you sure that like our alienation was always supposed to be there because we can do things that other animals cannot? We can have language and thought, you know? Like, is our is alienation supposed to be seen as bad? I just think that we just like move past that, or what?
Well, not to like demonize storytelling, but the myth of Gilgamesh and Humbaba really started the practice of us carrying down traditions where we saw ourselves as like being at war with nature, and we have to dominate nature so that way we can have, you know, security and safety. And that was true at the time, right? Nature was chaotic, but now we're smart enough to actually build systems that don't necessarily need to push out nature, but also give us the kind of, for example, climate control, right? My place is nice and warm, even though it's cold out, kind of thing.
Oh, so you think that it's possible with our understanding now that we can live in, once again, that unison that you think was lost? Okay. I personally don't follow that. I think that's too much of like a very like, you know, narrative that's very optimistic even for me, but like I can like respect like you have that belief, because like it's not easy to believe in like those ideals anymore, in my opinion, you know. So
just to be clear, it's not just a belief, it's something I've spent 15 years learning how to do, and
yeah, that's good.
It's my project in life.
Well, that's good. That's even better.
I just want to give an example though, because Chick P just posted in the comments how, I mean, she has rheumatoid arthritis, and I recommended that she take alpha-lipoic acid. She's been to many doctors, and nobody told her that RA is caused by inflammation. Nobody told her what to take. I recommended that she take this supplement, and now she's been talking about how her health has increased dramatically. So that's the type of community that I'm talking about. This community that we have on social media, which would not exist outside of social media. If she, you know, if I didn't talk to her on social media, she probably would not have come into that information, and she probably would still be struggling with her RA.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, that is a very good point. And like she has said a lot of times that this is like a form of like group therapy for her that does like make her smile and laugh.
Hold back, guys. Hold back now.
I mean, this does kind of go back to my original opening here in the idea that
D&W, you're very quiet, by the way.
Maybe
we can't hear
Maybe
you.
you guys can't hear me.
No, me. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, I'm
For a second,
Can
they
hear you.
got quiet again.
I
So
apologize.
That's weird. Guys, I want to
we
go back to the point that we were. I don't know if we addressed it properly, and that is, whilst we are building communities online, and some of you said that compensates for the loss of community in the outside world. Is that the case? Is it the case that these online communities that we're building are, beneficial, are a net benefit, or are they perhaps detrimental to, the world as a whole, to us as individuals? What do you think?
Well,
I
Dean
love that, 'cause
W.
that's exactly what I was just about to say. Is I think the online community, like I think that it doesn't need to be saved. I think it's already saved in the sense that we have these online communities now in my neighborhood. And yes, this is some virtual signaling a little bit here. The neighbor across the street that's sick. He was in the hospital for like 2.5 months, and his family was so happy to get him back. And I talked to my church, and we did this whole card parade of classic cars, because he loves classic cars, just to welcome him home, right? And that's a part of community. That's like when your neighbor cares. However, I also, and I know, once again, I'm not trying to virtual signal here, but it's just a story that is true. There was somebody else online in Baltimore that also was struggling, and I reached out through my community, my local community, to try to find anybody that knew somebody in his city that could help him connect with more men, go through the struggles he was going through. He connected, and he's happy, and he's still doing it for 2 months. Let's see if he keeps on doing it. But this actually, in the original community, I could only help my neighbor across the street. Now I can help my neighbor across the street, and through the online community, I can help somebody in Baltimore that I've never met. So I almost would say that, how do we save it? I don't think we have to save it. I think it's actually getting better in the sense that any single one of us that has something that we can do to help somebody else, whether they're our neighbor or somebody on the other side of the world, we've got a stronger community of support than we've ever had before.
So you're not wrong, but technology is always a double-edged sword. So there's another side of this where there's also the risk of, like, if you misinform somebody and their condition gets worse, then that's also a huge issue. And I think that there's a bit of a feedback loop issue where, on one hand, if you heal somebody, then yeah, they'll come back and thank you. But if you don't, they might disappear. So you don't get the feedback that told you you're wrong. So you could have confirmation bias. But overall, I think the internet is a weird thing where we have like a collective power almost on here, but it's only in the virtual space. It doesn't mean much online unless you can radicalize somebody, which is kind of a risky thing to do, by the way. Another thing you kind of might want to avoid risk doing. But in general, all this power is also owned by corporations. So you're kind of right, but it's also, is that true when this is owned by StreamYard and YouTube and all that?
Okay, so minus the corporation part, what you just said actually just woke up a trigger in my mind where I actually think I might agree with you on this. So where I was going is that my power to do good is bigger because I can talk to my neighbors, and now I can talk to the world. However, I can tell my neighbor to do a drug that's going to hurt them, and I can only affect my neighbor. But now if I have the whole online world, I can also equally badly affect the whole world. So
We're just
our
telling them
power
that
to
you
do
did good.
good is stronger, and our power to do bad is stronger.
Yes.
Which I'm just unpacking this in my mind. I think you made a really good point on that. That's just why I'm pointing it out. That now that I have access to the world, now that you guys have access to the world, if we are doing good, and none of us know if we're doing good or not, and if we're doing bad, I don't think any of us that, I'm sure some people try to do bad, but they might think they're doing good, but they're doing bad, is now exponentially a bigger web, right? And I heard your corporation thing there, but I kind of think that's actually a pretty interesting point that I haven't fully unpacked in my mind yet.
No worries. Yeah.
See,
Yeah, but
guys,
isn't that
I
always-
think this is. I think this is an individual state matter, because I know in the past I've used online to mix with others in the real world as well. So, I'm just thinking. I've gone on Eventbrite, and I've gone to events. I've also joined local
Yeah.
groups on, when I used to use Facebook. I don't use it anymore, but when I used to, I've joined the local community groups to see what was going on in the area, and sometimes you might see something you're interested in going to. Also, it does help you spread news. So you might hear if someone's died and you go to a funeral, or you might hear someone's doing a charity fundraiser, or there's some sports event or something. So there is a positive side to the internet that does affect the real world community as well. Also, things like I've used as well, like Olio. I don't know if you've got that where you live. I think it's in the UK and Canada. I'm not sure where else it is, but it's this thing where you can actually, if you're getting rid of a sofa, a table, or even like a tin of baked beans, you can just put it on this app for free, and people come and collect it from your door if they need it.
Yeah.
So
And
there are lots of apps, and there are lots of things
yes.
about the internet that benefit real world community. And I used to do a lot of work using things like Twitter. When I did landscaping and stuff years back, I used to use these social media, and there was a big community of people on these apps, like Twitter back in the day. It's X now, but Instagram, Facebook, and they used to have their little online niche as well, where they interact with each other based on what was happening in their community, sharing news, sharing their businesses, and giving testimonials on local businesses, etc. Doing things like neighborhood watch, telling people when there was crime around, or maybe there had been a traffic accident, all that kind of thing. So it's not all bad, surely. Online, the internet does benefit the real world too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I have to
I
push
was
back
saying
on that
that.
a little bit, in the sense that you have a neighbor next to you that's texting the neighborhood. And in the old days, we actually did that, but we talked to our neighbors, right? So when it's local communication, I think it's harmful for community. But when it's global, now you're reaching a community that you never were able to reach before. We've gotten lazy. I get really mad at my wife when she's in the room 10 feet away from me and she texts me. I never text back. I always stand up, walk into the room, and go, "Okay, like, why'd you just text me?" Like that convenience of texting in a community is what I think breaks a local community apart.
Yeah, the internet's just a shovel, or it's like a shovel, right? Like, it's just a tool. I can either dig a hole and plant a tree, and then we can all eat apples once it starts bearing fruit, or I can beat you all to death with it, right?
Yeah, but I
Tools
was
aren't
going to say
inherently bad.
the onus is on the person, whoever's reading information online, is to double check it and fact check it. So
Yeah.
if people are getting wrong information online, then that's their problem, not mine. If you're dumb
Exactly.
enough to read sorry, but if you're dumb enough to read something and not even like try to falsify it or verify it, then good luck to you,
Yeah,
man.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think that
that's
takes for
true.
granted, though, that we're all really good at critical thinking.
But shouldn't there
I
be
mean,
some responsibility
as a
as you
side
as a
note,
person to the community to actually verify the information you're feeding people, unless you're just doing it for profit and selfishness?
Well, that really depends on who's going to feed the information to people, right? So, like, some people have good or bad intentions, and I think it's part of the role of the online community to, like, either correct their criteria or just banish them from their lands.
as a
Metaphor.
side note, guys, does anybody know the extent, or that children nowadays are getting media education, because like they're being taught in school to be media savvy, to check sources? I mean, this should be something done at a young age, surely. Is this happening?
Yes. Yeah, it is. It is happening. Yes, I have baby cousins. I see they belong to my aunt, and yes, they already know how to work the internet, tablets, games. Yeah, they seem to be pretty happy. Like, they still, like, go social events, but like they have a lot of online presence now. So, like, it's like a balance between them. So I think that if used well, the internet can be good for people. Yeah, because honestly, I think so. Because, like, I used to be against technology, but then I realized just how unpragmatic that was, and I was like, I can't do that, because, like, how the hell could we ever get rid of tech now? I used to be a big fan of like LA anarcho-primitivism 4 or 5 years ago, but now I'm like, I just don't see that as like a useful, valuable option to continue in my life, in like the directions I read, and like the type of information I want, and the type of philosophies I read, and projects I want to do possibly in my future life. So I don't think that's a valuable option for me to believe in that. So I do think that with some mediation, it could be good, because
Guys, we've got to bring Semi-Urgent. Sorry, Semi-Urge. I really do apologize. You've been there for some time. Semi-Urge, we're talking about the death of community. Is this something that has happened, or I mean, do you believe community is dying in the real world? What's going on? Would you like to give your thoughts on it?
In general, I think that we are becoming a little bit too reliant on technology. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, you should speak up a bit more, or like raise your voice.
A little bit. I'll speak a little bit closer. I think we're becoming a little bit too much reliant on AI and technology and things like that. I think we should kind of go back to our roots in general as humanity.
How far back, bro? But how far back to your roots you want to go, Semi-Urge? Like how far back?
I think that we should just put brakes on the whole thing. I feel like
that's impossible. That's impossible.
I want him to finish because I have something to say. Can you let him finish, please?
Okay.
We've got our face buried in the phones all the time, and it's ridiculous. We're totally losing our humanity, and I don't think it's going to be good for the
Right, I agree with you, and that's the reason why I'm an anarcho-primitivist. Because first of all, the way we live now is not sustainable. If there's any breakdown in the supply chain, we're all interconnected, and so it basically be the destruction of everybody at the same time. We don't produce our food locally. This is the reason why we're so screwed when gas prices are negatively affected, like on another part of the world. Like it's like we rely on food being transported from all over the world, and so you need to have local self-sustaining economies, local communities. It's not even just social communities. You need local economic communities. You need to have a bartering system, right? That's the whole anarcho-primitivism. It's like if you're going to have any modicum of freedom, you're basically going to have to be self-sufficient. You can't rely on the state. You can't rely on corporations. You need to have communities that produce themselves locally.
So, by the way, LA, I'm kind of like a green technologist in a sense, but I also partially agree with you. So I agree with you in the sense that nature's already provided solutions, and we came out knowing a lot of solutions to a lot of problems that existed at the time. And for us to try to create systems to replace those solutions that are naturally there has been really stupid and has left us with kind of a condemned future generations. On the other hand, I don't think it's good to think that all disease comes merely because gods don't like you. It's a good metaphor and analogy for how if you destroy the environment, then you lose ecosystem services, which actually suppress pathogens and things like the soil and water. But it's not a good direct explanation. And when you believe that directly, you spend more time praising gods while you destroy the land than actually being stewards for the land. So I think that there's like a middle ground, again, kind of where we need to understand nature as a gift that is ours to use, us to reap the fruits from, but only when we sow seeds into grounds that we've made properly fertile and not just fertile enough for us to get as many crops as possible.
What do you mean by that? Who? I mean, are you talking about literal God, or are you talking about a manufactured God?
Like I was kind of confused because gods can mean a lot of things. Like
I mean, understanding the forces of nature as superstition. Like my crops didn't come in, so therefore I'm going to do something to appease the gods rather than learn soil science.
Okay, so religious. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, but LA, that's not a realistic proposal for fucking almost soon to be 8 billion people on the planet. How are they all gonna form localized economies? It's not feasible.
But that's the problem. The problem is that there should not be 8.5 billion. The only reason we have 8.5 billion is because of modern interventions, because of technology, because of medical
get
intervention.
over it. What are you going to do now?
Okay, at the end of the day, well, okay, then they're going to have to get over it because it's not sustainable, and 8.5 billion people are destroying the planet, and so they're basically they're breeding themselves into
Who says it's not? Who says it's not sustainable with technological development?
Okay, but everybody
You say these things, but we want to know why. Why are you saying?
They're talking about global heating, right? They're talking about fossil fuel consumption. They're talking about factory farming. They're talking about how the environment is being destroyed.
They're talking about nuclear fusion. They're talking about building dams that allow for hydrogeneration of electricity. They're talking about getting protein. They're talking about getting protein from algae in a much quicker and healthier manner than getting it from animal agriculture.
You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. We're talking about all the plastics that are in the ocean that are killing wildlife. We're talking about they're
talking about bacteria that can eat plastic now.
So you don't. I guess I don't get to answer the question. When I talk about sustainability, it's not like I'm making this stuff up. That
You
they
both
are
have a
destroying.
point, by the
They
way.
are destroying natural habitats, and humans are encroaching upon more and more reaches of the planet. And so, at the end of the day, they can say we can just conserve, we can just reduce, we can just live a life of minimalism. But most people are not going to make those extreme sacrifices. The easiest the easiest way to curb consumption is to reduce the number of people who are consuming, not to reduce our quality of life.
Cometh the man, cometh the hour, necessity, cometh the hour, cometh the man. Necessity is the mother of all invention. Human ingenuity will deal with it. LA.
Then why are you complaining about factory farming? Why are you complaining about the destruction of the environment?
Yeah, but LA,
if they had solutions, we would not have these problems in the first place. They don't have solutions.
Go ahead, Melanie.
Yeah, you both have a point, by the way, but you're both kind of taking it in different directions. So the point is that, yes, there are things that are destroying the planet, probably, sorry, DNW, but probably faster than we can integrate the technologies we need to get it back. However, I think where you go wrong, LA, is by saying, and you actually kind of admit part of the fault in it, is that the easiest way is to get rid of the population. Well, I agree with you that the way we deal with current population levels is unsustainable. I think it's impossible to control populations directly without becoming a bit of a monster yourself. And
That's not true. That's not true.
There's what you can through education. Actually, through education, you can
let Melanie speak, guys, and then LA, and then we'll go to Russ after that.
Yeah,
so Melanie, LA, Russ.
We talk about the ecosystem's ability to handle a certain population size in terms of carrying capacity, and so where you have a point is that the systems that we've created to try to increase carrying capacity are terrible. They're way too centralized. They're overblown, bloated, and not sustainable. DNW, you also have a point that there are a lot of emerging technologies, but where you're kind of wrong is that we don't have enough time to necessarily integrate them into our ecosystems. We can't just have them be factories and stuff like that. We need to find ways to make this a feature of the land and the water itself, so that way they can actually do something. And that's going to definitely take a long time. We know that these technologies are possible. We don't exactly have exact sciences for how to integrate them.
And I agree. That's why I said, cometh the man, cometh the hour. Necessity is the mother of all invention. Shit is going to hit the fan. But human ingenuity may bring us out of it.
But
Fatima, I don't want to hear from you at the moment. LA, then Russ. LA, go ahead, and please, Melanie, just let these two speak, and then we'll give the mic to whoever wants to reply.
It's not true that you would need authoritarianism in order to curb the population problem. You would actually just stop intervening. There are natural checks that would curb population, disease, famine, pestilence. Because I mean, you have to listen to Thomas Malthus and what he says about overpopulation. It's because the government has intervened. If we stop intervening, stop responding to natural disasters, stop feeding people when they are, when they have some type of calamity, then it would naturally have a check. But because we keep intervening, the human species is the only species of animals that has no natural limitations. We can have infinite population growth, and we're the most destructive species on the planet. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to. By the way, China's one-child policy was not forcing people to stop having children. Their policy was that if you had more than one children, you would basically be kicked off the system. You would not be eligible for any financial services. So because of that, people decided they were only going to have one child. So there was a whole culture of
Can I get one sentence response?
Make your point, then we're going to Ross, and then we're going to Vibe, because Vibe wants to say something.
Can I get a one sentence response as well?
Okay, what? Yeah, go ahead and say it.
The rich will die last.
There you go. That's it. LA, LA? Have you finished what you're saying?
I guess so.
Okay, Ross, go ahead, mate, and then Vibe. Ross, are you there? Ross, can you hear me, guys? Can everybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Ross must be busy. Vibe, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
Yes.
All right, sorry, Vibe. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Ross.
guys. Yeah, so I was just responding to whoever said that you might have to become a monster, but in reality, you don't. Through education, you can get people to curb the population sensibly without causing any violence or destruction. The problem is, if we look at the world, it's the first world developed countries that are going below replacement rate. And I think Japan, South Korea, they're ahead of the curve. And I think we're going to be following suit very quickly after them. But all across the third world, they tend to have the highest fertility rates. So what I'm trying to say is through education about, for example, whatever you want to call it, anti-natalism, whatever, in telling people that you don't have to have kids and stuff like that, you could curb the population. But right now, I feel like it's just a weird phenomenon, because in the first world countries, it's below replacement rate. And then in third world countries, which are, I would argue that a lot of them are not really great places to live, they're having loads of kids. And then those people are obviously migrating, and I'm not saying they shouldn't, but yeah, it's a bit of a shit show, really. That's the problem. But I feel my point is through education, we could curb the population as well.
Okay, Ross, thank you. Vibe, go ahead, mate. Vibe. You said population is not a problem. Go ahead, Vibe.
Oh yeah. No, I've got to go. I'm going to take my kid out, and I've got 3 of them, but I'm home alone with one of them, so we're going to have a daddy dude date with my youngest son. But nice I did want to leave you guys with a little bit of fruit from the things I've been hearing to argue about. When LA was talking about the barter system, I was thinking, well, yeah, barter system is really good in the local community. However, the reason that, like, if you're making boots and I'm making corn, maybe you don't need corn, and maybe I don't need boots, or maybe I need boots and you don't need corn. So how do I solve this bartering problem? And basically, it'd be a certificate for the work that I put into that, right? That certificate turned into money. So the bartering system has to be funded by something. And that is part of a community where the community says, hey, yeah, I know that if we trade this certificate, then one person gets the corn, the other person doesn't get the boots, but you can take that certificate and trade the boots.
No. That's how we got to this problem in the first place, because of this paper money stuff, these certificates.
I'll be right back, guys. Behave yourselves.
These certificates are why we got in this problem, because
you put into it. And if you need something that you want from me, right? First off, if you need something that you want from me, but the thing that you have that you worked for locally doesn't apply to me and I don't need it, what do? You have that. You have whatever surplus you have, then you would trade it with other communities. Trade with me, or do we just, as a community, come together and go, "Hey, you know what? This is fair. I'm going to have a certificate. From that certificate, I'm going to we're going to honor that as a community, right? This is how.
Oh my gosh, this is how we got to where we are, because the money, the so-called certificates, leads to exploitation. Because basically, money gives an unnatural birth to itself, and it leads to usury. And so now it becomes divorced from the actual product. So that's
Okay.
the bartering system is completely separate from the whole purpose of the bartering system is to get away from the monetary system.
Yeah, but you can't barter if the person that you need the thing from doesn't need the thing that you create in that society.
That's not true. You would trade your surplus with other communities, and then it would be mutually beneficial.
All around town to get my boots from you because you're not willing to participate in this community. You're saying, no, I'm not going to give you these boots because I don't participate in the community. Therefore, I'm not going to accept this certificate. Anyways, no. I don't want to argue with you on that. I just want to throw a couple other things out there as well, right? And the population crisis thing. Right now, we are still expanding in population. I know a lot of people online say that population isn't a decrease. Yes, there is a prediction that it's going to decrease, but that's actually not something that's happening right now. It's not. And by the way, we do have plenty of resources in the world to support the current population we have. We just don't have the worldwide systems to be able to support those and the movement of that because of capitalism. And the final thing I wanted to throw out there before I leave here, and I brought this up on this show before, only 0.00001% of the population are actually the ones that have given us all the gifts of televisions, phones, internet, the wheel, stairs, the creativity that then now 49.1111% of the population tries to profit off.
So you're talking about white people. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I gotta get a chance to get in here.
No, don't race bait him, Ellen. He's not. Why are you race baiting him for? He never said white people.
No, because when they talk about that, they always talk about how white people built everything.
Okay, I think Vibe is wrapping up, and
I just want to clarify what he was asked, what he was saying.
Few people that actually build all the things that we barter on. There's another percentage, which is probably half of the population, that actually takes advantage of it and profits from it, and the other 50% don't care. They just want to raise their kids, marry their wife, and have a family.
I actually have a book for both of you to read, LA and Vibe. It's called The Serviceberry by Robin Wall Kimmerer. It explores something called a gift economy. I think you'd both be interested in that.
Oh, the gift economy. I've heard of that before. Yeah, gift economy.
So basically, we distribute our needs to who needs them, and then abundance is something that we share and possibly barter.
Yeah, it's called a horizontal economy instead of like the vertical economy. Yeah.
And I apologize, LA, if you think I threw anything racist in there. I don't think I said white people once, but if that's what you're...
No, you didn't. That's why I asked for clarification. Are you talking about white people? Because when people make that argument, they're usually talking about the West, how they civilize everybody and create all this technology.
It's easier for me to respond to you here or on Discord.
Population. I didn't say what race they are, where they came from, what country they came from. Has created
okay, but I'm asking you though, who is that 0.1%? Who is that? Who is that percent that you're talking about?
Powerful is what he's referring to. Vibe. I have a bit of a link.
The ones that created stairs, the one that created the wheel. I don't know if they're black, white, Indian, Asian, right? Like I probably do a study on this. I can probably give you the breakout on that, and I don't know where the thing's going to be. I'm just saying that most of us, and probably every one of us on this panel, have done nothing to move society forward. But we are the ones that maintain the things that those people invented to keep moving society forward.
Vibe, I have a response. Would you prefer I do it here or on Discord since you're trying to go?
No, I apologize. I do have to go. My son's like running around really mad at me right now.
Check your Discord then.
And a little bit of the virtue of selfishness. I do love talking to everybody in here. I think this is a community. I don't think communities are dying.
It's not.
I hope to be here again. DNW, you're always awesome. I always appreciate your topics, and I'm a tiny little YouTuber. If any of you guys like what I'm saying or like the logic I'm using, please subscribe to Vibe on YouTube.
Okay, Vibe. Thanks for being here and enjoy your evening with your children.
All right, thank you guys.
Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
Later.
LA, you had some really good points, by the way, but I think what Vibe has a pretty decent point, which is that at some point people are going to specialize. I don't think we need entire nations to specialize, as Vibe was pointing out, because that's how traditional economics looks at it. But especially now that production is something that you can do on your own benchtop with things like 3D printers, we're smart enough to do that now. Not saying plastics are good, but and since we're smart enough to do that now, you can have a whole community where each individual person specializes. Now we might not be. Now you might still need to specialize as a community and trade with other community. Think very complicated things like microchips. But if you start at the basics, right? Who's specializing on food? Who's specializing on making houses? Who's specializing on making clothes? And then you gradually increase complexity, so long as the ecosystem around you has carrying capacity. I think that can be sustainable. What Vibe got wrong is that 1% of people who've done all that, sure, that's come at the expense of 99% of the people throughout history bearing that burden for their sake, because that usually is concentrated with the rich and powerful, which, if we do bring race into it, tends to favor white people. And so that's kind of what Vibe's forgetting, is that they created something that destroyed the world as well. For future
He also got the part wrong where he was talking about certificates. Like you said, if it was organized properly, you would not have any surplus. And if there was any surplus, you could trade with other communities, but you don't need certificates. This paper money is why if you want to have that's the whole purpose of getting out of this monetary system and replacing it with a bartering system. It's that it is self-sufficient. You can actually see the value of a product, right, that is tangible, and see that you're getting fair trade. But when you're trading in a certificate, you don't know that it's a fair trade, and you skim off the top. There's all this usury. There's people who get money without ever producing anything, right? You can look at an attorney who charges $500 an hour. What do they actually produce? Nothing. There's no actual tangible good.
Okay, guys, 1 second. We'll take a little break. Kenny, are you ready for us to share? Kenny wants to share something.
Yeah, I was in Leicester Square last Saturday, and I seen someone contributing to the destruction of the community. So here goes.
What?
All right. When you're ready, just let us know, because is it on the screen now? I mean,
I can't see anything.
I know.
No. For some reason, it went off, so I need to get it back up.
Yeah.
One second.
Go ahead. Tell me when to share it.
I can find an example of like native.
Is it ready now?
Foreign politicians
not yet.
Destroying the planet too.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. Okay. Not yet.
By the way, Kenny, you're better off sharing only the tab that it's on rather than your whole desktop.
It's worth bearing in mind, folks, that the people with more power tend to have the most freedom to destroy the planet.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, he's
no,
gone.
I disagree with that, because China's not part of the what's that? There's a global green agreement of many countries, and China refuses to join. So China and India create a lot more pollution and don't give a shit about global warming. So for you to just call out the West is a bit biased.
Right now.
China also pollutes because they have an elite class as well, which kind of aids my point that I was saying.
Yeah, elite class. They do have the most billionaires out of any country. China, a communist country has the most billionaires out of any. Even though now the new leader is purging all of like the.
And if it wasn't the West, I still don't agree with that point, Fox, because if it wasn't the West, it's just they're just ahead of. We're just ahead of the curve. The Gulf states do it. Look at the lifestyles they promote. What you think those places are promoting? Sustainable living. They're all about luxury. So the Gulf countries do it.
Gulf states are doing that so we can have energy and petroleum products.
No, that's a byproduct. That's because it's good business for them selling us energy. But look at the lifestyle they promote. So
that's why they're called OPEC nations.
No, but what I'm trying to explain to you is, like countries like Dubai and all that, they push.
Listen to me, bro.
I'm in Leicester Square,
anyway, because of this
and I can hear a familiar voice.
We are fucked.
I wonder who it is.
Hey, it's Tiny.
It's Danny Shine. Yeah, he's cool.
No. Okay, fine. fair enough. That's all right then. Safe.
Vagina is a trap. Yes, Daddy, go on, bro.
A vagina is a trap. There are many well-curated vaginas around here.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask
shout out to
G&W
Daddy.
to share my screen tonight, and I'm going to show everybody this. He's in Leicester Square up to his usual tricks.
There you go. Thank you, Kenny.
We are, eh? You're welcome.
Yeah. So you believe that Kenny says that was contributing to the breakdown of society. What Danny's doing. There you go.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
really. Danny doesn't have any power.
Most people are just gonna laugh at him.
Yeah, like Danny cannot make any like
Well, it was
policy.
a joke. I think Kenny was only joking.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's being facetious. Yeah.
Okay, as you were, guys.
Actually, D&W, I want to ask you a question. You say that with like technology, right? We can pull ourselves out of like any harm, but like how can you trust like those people that are in charge? What if they will help us, but there's a catch to it? Because you always have to be skeptical.
No, we can doesn't mean we will. I don't say that we will. I'm just saying the possibility is there.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm always skeptical about like solutions that like tech savvy people like. I like.
But the possibility is there, and we have to try. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think that there was a counterbalance to all this.
Sorry. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, sorry.
I can barely hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you might want to speak closer to your microphone, Semi-Urge.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I just wanted to ask everyone like what you think about this situation with Iran, because it is fucking scaring the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. If we can't have fuel anymore, then we're screwed, aren't we?
I couldn't hear that quite well. What did you say?
Something about the war with Iran or something.
Oh,
Did I hear that right?
we actually had a topic about that, right? We actually had a show.
Yeah, no. I'll give me a second. It's basically like if we are gonna go to war with Iran, they're doing all this shit with the fucking fuel and all that shit, then we're screwed, aren't we? And I mean that we ain't gonna be able to get food into the supermarket.
I mean, like it seems though in the short term we are, but like in the long term, like America, like they're lifting sanctions out of like countries that they put like 20 years sanctions on. Like they lift sanctions from Russia and Iran just for now because they need more cheaper fuel sources. Yeah, it's very, very backwater and very, very almost very like shady because like those are official sanctions. I think Russia has over like 30,000 sanctions placed on them, and like they're like lifting them up now just so they can have free access to some oil. It's not a lot though, because
I mean they're blocking up the what do you call them? The strait.
The Strait of Hawaii.
Yeah.
It's real. Yeah, it's real.
Now.
It's
real.
like
where the fuck are we gonna get our oil from?
I just said that America's like lifting up sanctions from other countries now just so they can get some oil and now they're gonna go for like alternate routes now, like Africa.
Yeah, where do you live? You're in America. You're probably gonna be alright. I live in England. We're probably not gonna be so good, you know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing.
Ross is gonna fucking agree with me, you know what I'm saying? Where the fuck are we gonna get our oil from?
Russia. The EU wants to go to Russia for oil now because of this shit. Yeah, Russia. That's where you.
It's a crazy situation where Russia is benefiting from this at the moment.
Yes, it is.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no,
and they're allies. They're allies with Iran.
Yes.
So it's actually benefiting Iran through the back door, obviously as well.
Exactly.
Yes. It is, yes, and China too, because China is also benefiting from this
horrible situation for the West.
It's a major win for Iran, China, Russia. You know what's going on.
Yeah, they're laughing. They're laughing. Yeah. Well, we had the paedophile of the United States of America to thank for fucking
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, they're literally paying Russia at the moment.
Yes,
For
they
oil.
are. It's
It's
crazy
crazy.
because
Yeah.
because only 4 years ago they were enemies of Europe, right? Because of their own independent war in Ukraine, and now that Ukraine is joining the war now, because now there was like a drone from Ukraine that was shot down in freaking Dubai, just years ago. Yeah, like it's crazy how how things can become connected. That's why I think we're in a type of like.
Like it,
Preliminary
it,
to World War
it,
III. Huh?
it could go nuclear. I really think it could.
Nuclear? I don't know about that. I don't think anyone wants to. I don't even think that the irrational leaders of like my country and of like Israel would ever risk that again. They are pretty dubious people and very very just rotten people, but I don't think they would.
Why would they get nuclear weapons?
I don't know, right? Like,
because
so maybe
I think that they would be pushed to that extent that they feel like, you know, they've got nothing to lose. You know, that's how I feel it is gonna go.
Yeah,
I literally feel like there's a real.
Well, there was something
possibility
called the
it's gonna go
Operation.
nuclear.
What's that thing called again? Operation Samson, where like they will blow up all of like the major.
Oh yeah,
cities.
no, that's the Israeli thing. Yeah.
There's just even like end times fundamentalists who see it as like the end of the world.
Oh yeah, Christian fundamentalists, right? They are the Christian Zionists. Yes,
yeah, eschatology is a real thing.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
and like I'm not gonna lie, that's what I see happening in the Middle East right now is America siding with Israel because they think it's about to bring around the freaking end times, and that's what freaks me out the most. That's almost worse than nuclear.
And yet, we criticize.
You say that, but Trump isn't a man of the Bible, is he?
Not really.
Not really.
Didn't he say he's going to hell? What was that video? I'm probably going to hell.
Not really. Here's the thing: he is kind of like the Pied Piper of the eschatologist.
Here's the thing: DNW. He may not be a religious person, but the people surrounding him are, especially Pete Hegseth. He's very, very like just.
I mean, the problem is, I heard him called peak smeg breath the other day. That made me laugh. No, the problem is if the Epstein files are true,
released,
and he has been controlled by others. But again, I personally don't believe that the elites, that the people in power, believe or care about the eschatology side of things. I think that's just something that is
the military doesn't.
You sure? You sure, DNW?
Yeah, no, I really don't. I don't think they do. No, I don't think they do.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to agree with DNW because it reminds me of that Seneca quote. Where he said religion is regarded by the common people as true, by the wise as false, and by the rulers as useful. I agree with DNW, Chris. And it's like, that's what I believe. I believe they're just like, oh yeah, we'll just use this for our own agenda, but you know, we'll just toe this line of Christianity or whatever you said, eschatology, yeah. So,
yeah,
but they don't really believe in the theology.
And to be clear, for the politicians who don't believe in this stuff, I agree with that. But there are definitely some politicians who at least point to believing it for some reason. Sarah Palin's coming to mind.
You may be right. There are some politicians, but I'm interested in the ones who have their fingers on the button, so to speak. And look, Trump doesn't believe it. I don't think Vance believes it. I think he's married to a Hindu. I think he's a I know, but he's married to a Hindu lady. I don't think he may be Catholic, but I don't think he really. He's not fully sold on it. He's an image man, you know.
But to be clear, sometimes men marry women of other races not because they see them as equals, but because they think that like they're better than them.
Yeah.
What? Well, are you sure? Maybe he just. How do you know he doesn't like the brown puss? Sorry to say it like that.
Yeah. I don't want to speak in that. There are.
Sorry.
No, there are psychopaths. Look, there are psychopaths. There are psychopaths in the world who do things for all manner of weird reasons, of course. But I think that's rare. I think most men who marry a woman do it because they like her as a person. You know? Yeah.
Like some men just have preferences for certain races. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Okay, DW, I'll give you this much. If it were Pence who was still his VP and J6 hadn't happened and caused that kind of split, I think I'd have more of a case. So I'll give you that much credit.
Pence.
Because Mike Pence was
yeah, he's a relic.
He wouldn't even let his wife be around other men alone.
Oh yeah, he was actually much more of like a religious fanatic than Trump
Fundamentalist,
might
yeah.
as he was actually like before he became like in politics, he was a preacher, very from Indiana. He was studying theology actually.
And so, just to be clear, that actually kind of aids the argument that Trump is a fascist and too fascist to be aligned with the far right, because the fascists pose themselves as like a third way between the left and the right.
Wait a minute, but doesn't he criticize like people like in his speeches he says we're going to wipe all of the commies and the fascists. That's what he says in his own words. Like
yeah, but America fascist is just a buzzword that most people
I don't even think Trump is actually a fascist.
I mean, it's the same in America. I hear people banding around the word communist. They don't even know what the fuck it means.
Of course they don't. Yeah, that's what I mean. To me, he's not even the one in charge.
They make out that like like some kind of light form of socialism is communism. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like the reason why I don't think he is like a fascist or even anything else, because I don't think he's the one in charge. He's not the one we should be mad at. He's not.
He kind of is the one in charge.
No, he's not. No,
I think Fatima's got a point there. I think
yes, he's considered the head of the military and
there's someone else who's
that's what they want you to think out in the open, or like exactly like like he's not the one in charge at all. He has some say, but he's not the fully in. He's like a type of on the wheel, but also in like the passenger seat. He's not the full driver.
Are you sure you're not confused by the fact that the government can only actually do something when it can procure funding, and Trump can't necessarily force the government to just fund things? And so,
of course, yeah. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't think you understand. I think in a broader context, he's not the one fully in charge, because I see enough evidence to know that he is just a compromised person. That's all he is. He's just a tool. He's just like a golem, a puppet. That's all he always. And I apply this to all U.S. presidents, to Obama, Biden, Bush, Reagan. No, to me, all of them are just tools. They are.
Are you sure they're not? That's not just easy to believe because they keep state secrets, so you can kind of fill in the gaps for why they do things.
No, it's pretty obvious that those guys are just tools, because the guys behind them are like really into power. Like Henry Kissinger was in power behind the scenes in the White House for 20 years.
If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now.
Yeah, and
the link is available in the live chat on YouTube.
Do you not think
this is a talk show?
Do you not think Trump went into Iran because Hegseth influenced him too directly, as has actually been reported?
No, I think that he was blackmailed to do all of that. He was blackmailed entirely to do.
Clear. Somebody who tends to speak like they think the government should be able to do whatever Trump wants it to do. You agree that it would need fund, like procurement, and not just funding, right? Like energy, materials, and with the Strait of Hormuz closed, Trump can't probably do many of his political goals if the military and government can't get the funding and procurement it needs, right? So to me, there's a very simple and obvious explanation for why Trump would want the state, and why most nations would want the Strait of Hormuz unblocked, because they can't do much without petroleum products.
I know everyone knows that. That's common sense to know. Oil is like the prime mover of the global economy of energy. Everyone knows that. But I'm saying, as an American, I'm not sure if you live in America or not, I can safely say, oh, of course, okay, so you have a relative idea, but me being a direct person who lives here, I live close to like a lot of like government agencies. I live close to the capital of America. I can safely say, and we're reading about the history of this place and reading about the files, I can say that, yes, I can say that like there is a shadow government higher than any president or any chamber of power that's now that's like the public face. I can safely say that. And
that's just anecdotal. And the reason that's just anecdotal, and the reason I can't do anything with that is because I have to weigh that against, again, the evidence that there's obvious reasons for them to just be mad at Iran, and not blaming Iran there, just to be clear. But also on top of that, like, there's plenty of other people who say they've looked at the records or got inside information. who are just basically in the same boat as you, and now it's just like, which one of you do I take their word for it, right? So
Well, you can also take the guy who left his position, Joe Kent. Joe Kent said on the Tucker Carlson show that Trump is very, very compromised, and that's coming from a person who worked for the Trump administration. And this happened this year after the Iran war started. Broke out.
Has Joe Kent gone on any shows where he'd be fact checked heavily?
Yes, he has stated all over his social media, his blogs, his interviews prior. After that,
no, like CNN. I get that. Like, you probably don't like CNN. Sounds like, but
I don't like
CNN,
I don't like any American mainstream
if
media.
you went on
Fox.
CNN, let's just give credit where it's due. CNN would try to like fact check him.
Wait, do you think that CNN is actually? Oh, do you think any like mainstream media news outlets?
Well, you agree that CNN
reliable?
is biased against right wingers, right?
Of
Yeah,
course.
I think.
Okay,
I
so
think.
don't you think they would take the opportunity to fact check a right winger who's wrong on their program and give themselves the optimal W?
No, of course not. I don't think
No,
any
no,
media.
I
no,
don't think they would.
No.
I think they'll do the opposite. I think they would rather allow somebody to talk absolute nonsense just as long as they toe their right-wing propaganda line. Yeah.
Exactly.
Come on, dude.
No, they
You're
would
telling
only
me
want nonsense when it agrees with them. You're talking about somebody who's saying something from the right wing, who's a right-wing propaganda. So
But that goes the other way too, because when a leftist, like somebody like Obama or somebody who they like, they don't.
I'm not okay. I'm not doing the both sides thing. What I'm saying is that,
well, you kind of have to, because it does happen on both sides. And
I
it
forget his
happens
name
in
already,
reality.
but if he went on to a media source that wasn't already biased in his favor, I'd be more likely to watch that, because then they'd at least be more likely to fact check him. Just like Tucker Carlson is more likely to ask investigative questions to left wing
to a Democrat.
Okay, but
To a
my
Democrat.
point is
Yeah,
that
yeah. In that case,
I
yeah,
don't
I see
think.
what you mean. Yeah.
Guys, Danny is here. Danny Shine is here. We have to.
Hey, Danny Shine, what's up?
Hey,
Hello,
Danny, we saw
Danny
your little
boy.
skit in Leicester Square. Was it Leicester Square, Oxford Circus, bro?
Leicester Square.
That was Kenny. Kenny showed
Nice
us a
one.
clip.
Do you know what, Danny? Yeah, you probably go viral in the red pill movement when you put out captions like "vagina is a trap." All the MGTOWs will love you. You're probably
Wait, are
all
you
the
gay?
MGTOWs will be loving you, bro.
Are you gay? Because if so, that kind of makes sense.
No, he's AN. He's AN.
He's an anti-natalist.
He's a married heterosexual man with 3 children.
I'm not.
He's AN. He's AN Messiah.
You got trapped. Wait, so you got trapped, Danny?
I'm an abolitionist.
Life abolitionist. There you go. Yeah,
But Danny, you got trapped?
What? Yeah, of
saying
course
you got
I got
trapped?
Yeah, I got trapped.
Isn't like the urge to reproduce just like a natural human desire?
Appeal to a nature fallacy. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
First of
is.
all,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
only a
Yes,
fallacy
it
if
is.
I'm wrong. It's only a fallacy if I'm wrong.
No, it's
Secondly,
not. I mean,
secondly, I'm just kind of against
it's
condemning
natural,
people
yes,
for
it's-
having
it's-
natural
it's a
urges,
natural-
because that's kind of
it's a natural
conservatism just
desire, right?
masquerading as progressivism.
What's that? Sorry?
I think you're doing conservatism masquerading as progressivism, where you try to shame people for having natural urges.
What? I don't think
What
so. I don't think you can do that.
Fatima, let Danny speak, for crying out loud. He addressed it
Right.
at you. It wasn't a plural form. It was directed at Danny. So shut.
All right,
your
I'm
gob.
sorry.
Go ahead, Danny.
I mean, you're not really making any sense to me. I'm an abolitionist. I believe in the total abolition of all suffering, and I think all suffering. I think sentience is the most tragic and awful error that has led to all the suffering, and all of it's completely unnecessary.
But wouldn't you also agree that?
Hold on, LA. This is to Melanie. I know you got ants in your pants about this subject, but this is. I want to hear a little back and forth between Melanie and Danny. Is that too much to ask? Go ahead, Melanie.
I would just push back by saying life expectancy is higher, quality of life is higher, infant mortality and mother mortality rate during childbirth is far lower. And those are good things, because suffering is also what happens when you don't have a good quality of life, when you have a high mortality rate at any stage of life. And if that's what you're really concerned about, then you want, longer life expectancy, less mortality rate.
I don't want longer life expectancy. I think that I said it again. Let me just make this clear. Sentience is the most horrific and terrible mistake. And if you want to
and bash yourself over the head with a rock.
Stop
it.
What's
Well, I'm
that?
sorry. That seems to be the solution because you're sentient. Is sentience a trap too?
Sentience is a terrible mistake. It's an awful feature. It's a most abhorrent and abominable feature of existence.
I don't know. I get to walk through this world.
I agree with you. I agree with
and
you.
Appreciate the beauty.
Hold on a minute.
And realize that, it's a gift. Just to,
let Danny reply, Melanie. Let Danny reply.
Hold on. I just need to get my bucket.
He does seem to ramble a bit.
Whilst I hear all this bullshit about the beauty. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you about a discussion I had today in the park with a friend of mine that has 4 children. The oldest one has got terrible ear problems and has had 1 operation of 2. The oldest one, yes, the second one down is a boy of 17 who's got Down syndrome, and he's extremely difficult. He still wears nappies and shits in nappies, and he's an extremely difficult child. The third one down has got severe autism, and the 4th one is a gorgeous little kid who's struggling with depression and anxiety for being part of this family. And the poor father is the only breadwinner, and his wife has to look after the family, and the father works as a corporate lawyer and hates it and works 11 to 12-hour days, the poor guy, and he's wrecked. Yeah? Tell me about the beauty of that.
So I get the appeal to emotion there, and I'm not saying literally everything is beautiful. What I'm saying is that you can't have lightness without dark, just like you can't have joy without some suffering, because otherwise the joy or the suffering themselves would be intrinsically meaningless.
Joy.
You're kind of using the mentality.
You don't need.
You're kind of using the mentality that just because
one second, Danny, mate. Let Melanie reply because I know you care deeply. But go ahead, Melanie.
Thank you. You're kind of using the mentality that just because these people suffer, that means we all suffer. But I could also use the reverse mentality, right? These people experience euphoria and eudaimonia and all these things. Therefore, it's all that, and that would also be erroneous. The trueness of it is that the universe was never meant to be pure joy or pure suffering. It is kind of neutral in that sense, and life is what we make of it. That doesn't mean you can just do mind over matter and tell yourself that something bad is good. But what it does mean is that I think of it like comparing this to nothing, or even what if all this life happened, right? And ecology is beautiful. I'm sorry, you can't tell me otherwise. All this happened, but none of us were here to actually just appreciate and say, wow, this actually is beautiful. I think that would be a loss. I think that would be a tragedy.
Is beautiful.
It's a gift to be here, to be able to.
Beautiful.
Last sentence, I swear to God. Last sentence, I swear to God.
Absolutely
last sentence, I swear to God, dude.
Ecology is beautiful.
Danny, let Melanie say one more sentence, and then I'm going to ask Melanie to remain quiet for Danny's answer.
I will. And relative to that tragedy, that possible tragedy, I know that possibility doesn't exist, but relative to that, this is a gift to be here and be able to experience this.
A gift.
Go ahead, Danny.
Oh, really, some gift, as I just told you about the gift of my friend. And he's on the verge of another breakdown. He's already had one. He is the son of a Holocaust survivor who abused him terribly, mentally and physically abused him, right? And you call that a gift? How dare you? And you talk about the beauty of ecology. Are you mad? Do you realize the immensity of the animal suffering in the world? Do you realize that under the veneer of this beautiful veneer, when you're when you're seeing beautiful fields and trees, underneath there is the horror killing fields everywhere, killing fields. This whole thing is evil. The whole thing is set up by evil forces. I think it's the evil forces of DNA, which has got its evil claws into every living being, and uses it and abuses it in order for it to carry on its meaningless journey underneath this veneer. The greatest conspiracy is the conspiracy of DNA to create this veneer of so-called beauty that you call it, of the ecology. Yet the wild animal suffering, the vastness of the suffering of wild animals even puts all the suffering of humans into context. It's horrific, you know. And I personally only learned of wild animal suffering recently in the last couple of years. Look it up and you'll see how beautiful the ecology is. Please spare me that nonsense, that romanticization of nature as if it's good. No, nature is horrific, absolutely horrific. And to call this life a gift is insane. You need to get yourself medicated if you think this life
You're
is
just going to
beautiful.
insult me?
Just look around you. Just look around you. Look around you at all the suffering and all the decay and all the death, right? And you can call this a gift. It's vile.
Danny, he's on dope. He's doped to the eyeballs.
Guys, let Danny finish, and then we'll go back to Melanie.
Can we do like 1 minute maxes? I need to cap myself.
I was going to make an interjection, DW. Just a quick one. You did make a big error. So, Cosmic Fox, you're wrong. You said it's not a...
We lost you, Ross.
Well, I guess I win because I have better audio. No,
Wait. Can you hear me now? Sorry, my mic's a bit bad. Yeah, so, Fox, you said it's only a logical fallacy.
Okay.
Ross is not. Oh, you okay, man?
Ross, I'm sorry, we're going to have to go back to Melanie.
Guys, what's wrong with my mic? Is it like low or
it
what?
Just keeps cutting out when you're mid-sentence.
It keeps cutting out, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, let me try one more time. 3 is a magic number. Can you guys hear me, yeah?
Yes.
Quickly.
Okay, Fox. So you were incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to have to...
Best point that's been made all show. There you go. Melanie, the debate has been won. I'm only joking. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to minimize suffering. So the how dare you thing is just kind of theatrical to me, because I literally said you can't have one without the other. And I think if anything, you're trying to minimize my joy. I've had a really hard life. I've suffered a lot as a child, no less. And I've had to fight my way to having a place where I'm not in suffering anymore. And so I agree with you that like the suffering is inevitable, but you also kind of pointed to biological imperatives. And the thing about biological imperatives is that nobody made that. They sprang into existence without moral goodness or moral badness in mind. And we wouldn't be having any experience at all. We wouldn't be talking. And honestly, I'd rather be able to talk to you people, because this experience is incredible to me versus being nothing. That to me, out of those two possibilities, something is better than nothing. Now, I'm not saying that my joy justifies someone else's suffering. In fact, I'm quite against people who have that mentality. But what I am saying is that expecting ecology to be pure joy just doesn't understand ecology, or seeing it as pure suffering, again, doesn't understand ecology, certainly doesn't understand behavior. So we've been given incredible minds with the ability to feel all sorts of things. And I don't always think suffering means evil. Sometimes suffering means you're doing hard work and improving yourself and becoming a better person.
Melanie, aren't you an anarchist?
Yes.
You know what, Melanie?
Okay, wait. Can I please get to that point?
Something now. Can I say something?
Lord.
On the subject of suffering, I spent 30 years with rheumatoid arthritis, okay? I suffered for 30 years. So don't talk about suffering being just a little problem.
Wait, okay, guys, can you hear
Melanie,
me now?
You're an anarchist. Please let me finish. So you're an anarchist. You understand that power is not the same as authority. What gives you the legitimate authority to enslave someone to the state, to enslave them to an involuntary existence? Just because you have the power to do it does not give you legitimate authority to do that. There is no consent. How do you justify that as an anarchist?
What does it have to do with what I just said? That's all,
No,
that's all
I'm
you're
just no,
leading
no.
on.
I'm talking no, because I was trying to get my point in before, but I
Oh,
was not able to speak. So I'm talking
you
about a
just tell me
separate
what I
argument.
said to make you think that that's what I think.
No, I'm asking you a separate question. As an anarchist, what gives you legitimate authority to impose life on someone without their consent?
I'm not imposing life on anybody. I'm saying biological imperative is morally neutral.
Okay, if I don't want to exist and I didn't give you consent, what gives you the
I'm not
legitimate?
going to force you to stay alive. I'm against both biopolitics and necropolitics.
I don't think you're really answering the question, though. You're still. It's not a gift. It's an
I think you're
imposition.
trying to put me in a box where I'm forcing you to life, but I'm sorry, biology did that, and it didn't think like, oh, I'm evil. I'm going to force this person into life. No, biology just happens. It's physics.
No. And my argument is a little bit nuanced from traditional anti-natalism.
Okay,
It's not just the original imposition. It's also that you're breeding them into the power of the state, that you're enslaving them to the state. They're born with a social security number. They're a wage slave. They have to work. They're, as a wage slave to capitalism. So it's not just a neutral state. It's a you're imposing all of these societal burdens, and it's not justified.
No, I'm not saying society's perfect, for one thing.
That's not the point. Whether it's perfect or not, you don't have any legitimate authority to enslave them to the system in the first place.
I think we agree that people shouldn't necessarily be born into the system.
Right. So then, therefore, you should be an anti-natalist. At least you should be an anti-natalist under the state.
No. Wait, just here. Let me explain why. Because I don't think population control is a solution to things like climate change and/or not having proper distribution systems to give.
I'm not talking about population control. That's a separate argument. I'm just talking about subjecting someone to a lifetime of slavery to the state. How can you justify that?
Well, I'm against it because I'm a humanist.
You're a humanist who supports slavery to the state. So basically,
no, I don't.
That basically makes you a statist because you're fueling the state. You're giving them more slaves.
In my mouth at this point, dude. It's so disingenuous.
Wait, can everyone hear me now?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, LA, make your point. I want to jump in next, please.
There's so many points that I was waiting, and I don't even remember everything that I wanted to say. But I know that it's not a gift; it's an imposition that you did not consent to. I know you are projecting them. Okay, no, I know what I wanted to say. It's about you were talking about it's a natural desire to procreate. I would say that as an intelligent human being, I also have a natural desire to protect my future offspring. So I'm not a dog or a cat. I'm actually intelligent enough, and my natural inclination would be to protect them from the state, which would be to not put them in the system in the first place. So
you seem to be struggling with steel personing my argument because I never said we were fruit flies or dogs or cats. What I did say is that the biological imperative is morally neutral. The fact that the state exploits that is not morally neutral. So I don't know where you.
But you're participating in that exploitation, though.
Because I don't really have much of a choice.
You do have a choice. You could abstain from procreation.
I kill myself. Yeah, I know.
No, you don't have to kill yourself. You can abstain from procreation. You can just use birth control.
Oh, I already do.
So how do you justify procreation? How do you justify enslaving someone to the state?
Biological imperatives are not inherently good or bad, and I don't necessarily blame people for wanting to have kids.
Okay, this is going around in a circle. I mean, it's just basically moral bankruptcy to where our consequences don't matter.
Ross wanted to say something, and then Cougar goes on.
Just a quick one. So,
are you blocking me?
Fox, Chickpea, 1 second. So, Fox, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. Hello. And sorry.
Yeah, I think the diabolical DNA forces are trying to prevent me from getting my point across. But anyway. Earlier on, I just wanted to point out, you said it wasn't an.
It's still happening. That's wow. So there's a character.
Chickpea, go ahead.
Thank you. Right, you talked about loss of community. I noticed none of you mentioned that all this started with the TV. All this loss of community. Because I can remember when I was a little girl back in the late 50s, early 60s, the TV didn't exist for us proles, and people still talked to their neighbours and to their this and their that. We weren't all glued to a TV set.
Not the radio?
No, it wasn't. It was different. I can remember when I was a little girl, my mother and my grandmother, my aunts and uncles used to. It was all to do with the TV set. That's the start of it.
Are you sure we
Really?
just need to get better at portraying that loop of being glued to something? Because using a TV, you can show people staring at a TV. And so it became
Sorry, I've
more
lost
real.
you now. People didn't sit. Everyone I know is glued. We've got no community where I live because everybody is glued to the TV.
But what if
I'm
all
the
your
only
community
person I
watches the
know that
same
does.
TV together?
Pardon?
What if the same community watches this? Like, what if one
Well,
community
you
like
can't sit talking and watching it. I've seen, right, when I was in the Navy and when I was at boarding school, you know what? All the little girls, instead of playing with each other, they're all sitting in rows of chairs glued to the telly. I remember that very well.
Thank you, Chick P. Cougar Doomer's here. Cougar Doomer, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We're talking about the death of community. Is it all too late to fix matters? Is it even dying? Chick P, please, just 1 second, darling. After that, you can come back. Cougar Doomer's new here this evening. So go ahead, Cougar Doomer.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Well, if you're talking about community, and I don't think we can do it, to be honest. I don't think we have time. Even if there's going to be people that have an inclination and really understand the urgency of the hour, I don't think they can do it. My wife and I have this argument fairly frequently. She's very much a humanist, and she thinks that people have the capability of seeing the way forward, and I think that she's wrong. I think that people are dumb as a sack of busted hammers. And when I come on here and you people are arguing about evil DNA, I don't, whatever. It's a fantasy world. You're living in a fantasy world, and nature's going to kill you. Nature's just going to pick you up in a heat wave and slam you against the wall, and you're going to be dead because you're just completely detached from reality. And you've got a little bit of time left to figure your retarded shit out because you're going to be slammed. You're going to be body slammed. And I guess then your problems are over. So fine, take your evil, wicked DNA with you when you go, because the rest of us are sick of your shit.
Wow. Stop correcting us, and then you don't have to deal with our shit.
I actually I understand your feelings and where you're coming from, because climate change is happening way faster than any of us want to believe it is, and it's going to make things that we take for granted a lot more difficult than it already is. So it's hard to be optimistic. However, I think one of the great things about people is that, and I know the anti-natalists are going to disagree, but is that we're very adaptable and resilient. Even in, like, I don't want us to die, but there will at least be some people left. And I think that the world we need to live in afterwards is one where we finally understand that when we do something like capitalism or we do something like a communism, it's an experiment. And when you do an experiment, you have a hypothesis, even a null hypothesis, you're trying to reject the null hypothesis. But if you end up rejecting your main hypothesis, then you can no longer go forward with your theory. This is what we did with capitalism, right? We ended up rejecting the hypothesis and showing that we do need socialism. We need socialist policies like healthcare and housing and all this stuff, because poor people will always exist. And yet we still kept going forward with capitalism because we didn't realize at the time that all these things are just experiments.
Can I talk again about the TV set? Right, like I said before, back in the 50s, and I was there in the 50s and early 60s, the TV set wasn't ubiquitous like it is now. I can assure you, people used to talk to each other. They go to each other's houses. We weren't all glued to our TV sets. We weren't. And children weren't either. We used to play out in the streets. We didn't even watch the telly. I'm just saying. No one's noticed it.
I played out in the streets in the 90s, though. So,
but they haven't done the past 20. Well, not where I live, actually. In the past, I've never seen children play outside where I live, and I've been here for 30 years.
Are you sure? Are you sure we didn't get more insular in the sense of like gated communities and stuff? Because my first community was kind of like a community housing type thing where people didn't just come in and out randomly. It wasn't like gated like a rich place, but it was somewhere where kids could play safely, right?
But I'm not talking about, right. Well, I haven't seen children play where I live. I live on a big council estate. I haven't seen children play for 30 years. I haven't seen it at all. When I was a child, I played on the streets. I played on the streets that the cars used. We used to play on the roads. We used to hopscotch on the roads because there was a bit of space between. The world was different.
When I was a kid in the 90s, I used to play. I used to go to the park with the kids. Well, actually, not in my. It's funny because I didn't play with the kids on my street. I played with the kids from my school. We used to meet up and just like hang out.
Yeah,
And
but
we
I'm
used to
talking
come
about
from
the
different.
little tiny ones. I'm talking about the tiny toddlers. You don't see tiny
Oh,
toddlers
right.
playing outside like we used to. I was playing outside when I was 5 years old, 5, 6 years old. I remember it. And our families weren't all glued to the TV set. People weren't. And I think the TV set is... I've noticed that you try and get someone's attention.
If it's not the TV, Chickpea, it's another box that's to blame for things.
Right. So I think there's two forces.
Oh, it's just
play, right?
some people call it a vagina.
Oh, well, we've always been obsessed with that.
I'm only joking. I'm not going to go down that.
The vagina is a trap.
So yes. I think there's two forces at play, right? There's the natural development of technology. As humans learn more about how to do things, we're going to do more things. And again, that's a double-edged sword to me. So I'm not saying it's inherently good or bad. But there's also, and this is the nefarious thing, when people make corporations that make toys that are supposed to keep children's attention, so that way they'll want more toys, for example, right? And so I don't think like going from like the stick and or cup and ball type toy to like video games was necessarily bad. I think letting corporations make things that are increasingly addictive, making television shows that are increasingly addictive, and meant to keep your attention, like the attention economy we're in on here, has been the issue.
But people sit and watch all sorts of crap. Now, I know for myself, because I'm not a great TV watcher, but I've sat and watched people watch the biggest load of shit you can imagine and sit there and moan about it while they're watching it. Say, isn't it a load of rubbish? They don't turn it off, they carry on watching.
Well, I think part of it is that to them that's normal, right?
Why don't they just come on here and moan instead, Chickpea? Why don't they just come on here and moan instead on the Finding Gnosis?
Well, it didn't exist in those days, D&W.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about the past. Yeah.
But Chickpea, like, I agree, by the way, like there has been a push. I don't think it's a conspiracy, but I think there's been market incentives because of marketing and advertising to get people to accept dumber and dumber content overall.
Yeah, no,
but it's worth noting, like, that's normal to them, right? Like, that's what feels normal. And it's not necessarily that like they're trapped, but you're dealing with something that like that's part of their identity. Even like I'm somebody who watches these shows and enjoys these shows. And to be clear, like
but what I'm saying is prior to the TV set, okay, people didn't have that, so you communicate with each other. It's all started with the telly. I don't know about how people lived hundreds of years ago and commenting because I wasn't there then, but I do know prior to the TV turning up, people did talk to each other more. We used to invite each other around to each other's houses because we weren't all glued to the telly, which people are nowadays. Well, everybody I know is. Everyone. Every single home I go into, you can guarantee there's a big black thing on the wall and they're all glued to it. All of them.
So I think that there's some utility that we can at least agree to, like with something like weather and knowing when a storm's coming, to be able to broadcast that information onto some sort of screen that people.
We're talking. I'm not talking.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to acknowledge your side of things just real quick. I fenced it a lot on here, but on the other hand, I think we got carried away is the best way to think of it. We got carried away with accepting that corporations have our best interests in mind, all this stuff, but that more importantly, that using the TV as a marketing tool was even a good thing.
Yes, that's why it's called a program. They're programming you.
Well, no, program comes
way
back.
Oh, yes, they
well
are.
Back before that.
I'd say the TV is a hypnotic. I don't know if you know that.
Program comes from theater.
Well, I've got a book on this subject actually about the whole thing with the TV. And I tell you something, when you watch the TV,
Chickpea's been reading David Icke again.
I have.
Hell yeah.
Well, David Icke's got more between his ears than you lot put together. There you go. You shouldn't have said that.
Hey,
So
hold on a minute.
there isn't a
What,
well-studied
you including me
phenomenon
in
of
that?
the alpha brainwave, by the way.
So I'll
Wait.
be facetious.
There is a well-studied phenomenon of the alpha brainwave that you do go into when you watch TV or screens in general, and that is real.
Thank you. I just said it's. Thank you, Jay. I do love you, Jay.
JE. Yes. Yeah, programming is real. You know, programming. It's patterns. There are patterns out there in the world.
Yeah.
So we do
One of
not
the
know
reasons
how
why
to
I
program
feel-
brains directly. What we can try to do is influences people's opinions and perceptions about others and themselves. So in particular, what someone named Edward Bernays, who was the
Yes, I heard you.
nephew
I
of
read his
Sigmund
books.
Freud,
Thank you.
he realized that you can market stuff to people. You can market more than one coat, or you can make women start to want to smoke cigarettes by making that a part of their identity, somehow making them embrace that as their identity, right? So this is why I'm going back to saying it's all about how they use it as advertising. When there's programming on channels that also have advertisers, those channels care more about keeping their advertisers than keeping the shows. So therefore, they're putting more pressure on the shows to be advertiser friendly and fit their narrative.
I know already. You're telling me stuff I know
But that's
already.
not programming.
No,
what
that's
But in a way, the
programming.
shows are advertising for the next show, if you know what I mean, in the future, because they want people to watch them so that because they're trying to make people watch the next show. So it's
but just because they've watched your show doesn't mean you know what they're going to do when they leave their front door. So they're not programmed.
What you're talking about? I was just saying people are hooked to their TVs. I never said.
No, I do believe. No. I will say one thing. I think Chickpea's just making this basic point, and it is true. You can't deny this. Television has been used for some effort at social engineering.
Oh yeah, some effort. To be clear,
and it still is.
And manipulation, but to be clear, social engineering is also something you can do when you want to get behind like the counter at a hotel and you trick the person into thinking you're like an electrician or something. So that can be a very broad thing is all I'm caveating there.
Yeah. I mean, the internet is doing it now. The algorithms are doing it.
And this is more coincidental that this happened to be true, but the alpha brainwave thing is really important, right? Because when you're in that less heightened state of mind, you're not critically thinking about the stuff you're watching, and you're kind of just stuff is being stored in memory passively rather than you actively categorizing stuff. So you're not storing the stuff you've seen based on true or false. And so the key thing there isn't that you're necessarily being programmed, but that you're not necessarily sorting the information you receive based on how real and valuable it truly is.
Now, I just came here to say I think this whole thing started with the TV. I didn't, I've read Edward Bernays' book, so I do know what you're talking about. All I was saying was, since the advent of the TV, community has broken down between neighbours. And I've witnessed it in my own eyes. I lived through it. I lived in the days before the TV came into being.
And Chickpea, has the internet like increased that
definitely
degradation?
Would you say, Chickpea?
No, because I don't know. I honestly don't. The TV, I'm very anti-TV. Have been for haven't watched it for absolute years. Thing is, a computer is not a hypnotic for a start. Plus, there's stuff like this on your computer, which is actually very, very beneficial to us all.
I mean, the internet has hypnotic or addictive.
No, not like a TV.
I mean, Facebook, and who else? Someone else is.
Yeah.
They're being sued in America at the moment, aren't they, by a bunch of teenagers who say their lives have been ruined by becoming addicted to social media. Who is it?
Really?
That's been Meta and Google, I think, has been sued as well.
It's a class action lawsuit.
And apparently, they won. It's a class action. Apparently, they won like 22 million or something. I don't know.
Really?
I can't remember.
They won against Google and Facebook. Wow.
You know what? When I was 12 years old, we were having fun in the park with the boys.
I had that as a kid too. D&W, I just have two more questions for Chickpea, and I swear I'll shut up.
Information.
Yeah, go ahead.
Too much information.
Chickpea, Did you not have people in your time who were older than you growing up who were like, oh, radio is sending demons into people's minds and it's the devil and blah, blah, blah. Like they were afraid of new technology too, right?
Not in my time. Not as far as I was. When I was young, most people were completely hooked on pop music, your word, because that was all very new. And,
right, pop music. They were afraid of pop music. That's what I was thinking.
I never heard anyone being scared of pop music. I have read people saying that pop music is demonic. Well, if that's what people want to think, then feel free to think it. But I'm just saying,
I have read accounts of that.
That's all I was. I don't know. I never.
Terrible.
I was just
pop music is demonic.
Okay.
Pop music is the most evil, demonic, nasty, vicious stuff. It's horrible.
No.
Most of it is full of the most nasty ideas.
Before we argue that, I have
call
one
me
more
baby.
question.
It's all about
super quick
fake
question.
love.
Sorry to cut you off, but I'm trying to finish my line of question.
You are right.
Chickpea,
it's not all bad. Hold on. I heard a great song the other day. 1 second, I'll play it.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on?
I won't play anymore.
Okay, may I get my last question in?
Hey, that was nice, DNW. That sounded like an anime.
That was actually, believe it or not, I made the lyrics and I put them into Suno.
Very
now
good.
It's got this thing where you can sing into it and it makes the song in your voice. Apparently that's based on my voice, and I'm really worried because I sound like a cross between the bloke out of Scissor Sisters and like David Bowie or something.
You sound like the Beatles to me.
Do I?
So okay, I have one more question for Chickpea, and it's very short this time.
Yeah.
Have you seen some documentaries by Adam Curtis called Century of the Self and Hyper-normalization? I know you said you read Bernays, but I'm wondering because those documentaries are fantastic about how it puts it all together.
I have. Right. I've seen them. They're very good.
Right. Read about it again and I'll write it down.
I can put the links. They're on YouTube.
I wouldn't recommend in the side chat if you want. What's it called? That wasn't so good. I think Century of the Self is much better.
Hyper-normal. Okay, fair enough.
I think I probably have.
I'll put the links to. They're on YouTube for free, and so I'll put them in the private chat.
So I'm typing it up. Century of the Self and
Hyper-normalization by Adam Curtis. The Century of the Self is like a 4-part series, and Hyper-normalization is one single documentary. But yeah, they kind of going to what you're saying about using Suno. Like that's great that you did that. That actually didn't sound half bad, and it did sound like your voice. Sorry to tell you, but at the same time, it comes down to these things are double-edged sword that depends on how we use them, right? Like I have knives in my drawer. I can use them to cut up food and eat really delicious food, or I can use them to go stab everybody in my building. Sorry to use extremes, but the problem that we keep doing is we let corporations decide how this technology is getting used at the end of the day instead of finding our own ways to use it. So for example, I think that the internet's been great for having open source communities, right to repair, and reverse engineering that actually get us to give us the means to make this stuff work for ourselves instead.
Yeah, but sadly, the corporations run our whole lives. So, it's the grim, brutal reality of the world we live in.
And I'm agreeing, but I'm also admitting, like, we kind of let them. We kind of said, okay.
Of course we did.
Yeah, I really, I'll admit, I really want lipstick. And I can't be bothered to find, like, a local lipstick maker or whatever. So I buy from corporations, right? But
yes,
once our community changes.
Why do you buy lipstick? Why on earth are you buying lipstick?
Because I'm trans.
So what?
That's not my point. That's not my point.
What? Why are you buying face paint? Why do any women or anyone buy that?
Because I feel like it.
Fuck's the
I
point of
don't.
that?
I don't.
Nasty.
So brave. But no, the
Huh?
point
It's
is that like when we have
Only
a community
whores wear
where
makeup.
when we have a community where we think, oh, I want
Wow,
something,
for real, Danny. Danny, are you for real?
you're kind of
Yes,
missing
I'm
my
fucking
point.
for real.
You're kind of missing my
But
point. So
I
does
want
that
to
mean-
wear the makeup, Danny. What do you say
You
about
can
me?
do what you like, but only whores wear makeup. Why do you want to wear makeup?
because I'm a whore.
Because I like it. Because I
I'm a
would like
whore.
it, and I tried it before.
Okay. Good. Well, then,
Okay.
then you're a whore.
So I think you're missing
I
my point,
tell you,
though.
Danny.
I've been
I
called
think you're
worse.
missing
Don't
the
worry
point,
about it. I've
because
been
part
called
of the
everything.
reason.
Daddy wants me to play this, guys. I'm sorry. Just to
Can
make
I
up
finish
for
my
the-
point then, please? Because I feel like I'm being cut off.
Go on then.
My point wasn't so much about the lipstick as when we feel like that there's always someone local who can sell us the stuff we're used to using, then we stop thinking of corporations as solutions. We only thought of them as solutions because at a certain point they were bringing stuff to us that we couldn't get before. But now we can make all that stuff in our backyards. And it just takes networking and actually building a local community, which is probably really difficult right now.
But I don't think we could ever fill all our needs with the local community.
Oh, DNA. You sly little snake. Oh yeah. Whispering sweet lies, make no mistake. You dress it up in heat, in passion, in fire. But it's a contract signed with the faulty wire. Uh-huh. Got us dancing to your twisted tune, under the spell of the big old moon. Sex is the scam, yeah. The ultimate con. Pull a wool till the deed is done. Oh yeah. Got you thinking you're slick, thinking you're free, but you're just a puppet for biology. You sell it as pleasure. Oh. You dirty crook. Dirty crook. But there's a baby at the end of the hook. Whoa. 9 months later, you're stuck with the bill, while DNA laugh. Oh, what a thrill. What a thrill. It's the oldest pyramid scheme, my friend. Keeps the species going, never gonna end. No. One night of fun, and then the trap is sprung. Now you're singing lullabies instead of being young. Oh, sex is the scam, yeah. The ultimate con. Pulling the wool till the deed is done. Oh, yeah. Got you thinking you're slick, thinking you're free, but you're just a puppet for biology. Yeah. The ultimate con. Pulling the wool till the deed is done. Oh, yeah. Got you thinking you're slick, thinking you're free, but you're just a puppet for biology.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. That was Danny. Danny's
Danny
channel.
Shinester. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
By the way, I know you don't have the money to pay like artists to do this stuff for you. So this doesn't apply to you, but more so in the future, if you were to get that money, that just a reminder that there always are artists out there who can do that stuff. And I think so long as we're always appreciating those artists more than we appreciate AI art, and always paying them when we can, when it starts to fit into like your business model or whatever, then that's an example of not letting the corporations take control and rob the artists who are your local producers of that product.
Danny himself is a musician and singer. He was a professional musician singer. I don't.
Oh,
think he
I meant
cares
the
about
visual
anything.
art too. But if that was
Oh, right, okay.
all that music was done by Danny, that's really good.
No, it
No, he
wasn't.
didn't.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't done by him, but he has been a professional musician for.
Who is Danny?
Oh, Danny,
Right,
I'm teaching myself music, so If we ever find some common ground and you want to make some music together, I'm always putting that on the table since I'm just starting.
Okay.
Danny, who are
What
you
kind of
with?
music do you make?
Danny doesn't. Danny, I'm warning you. Danny doesn't do anything with pronatalists.
Yeah, exactly.
As
long
Yeah,
as
I figured. That's why I said if we
believes
ever
in-
find common ground.
Yeah, he believes in segregation, though. He thinks it's the
Yeah, he does.
ultimate,
Hell yeah. And we respect him.
I'm
sure.
too.
Yeah, so-
Yeah, I would push back on that, but honestly, I am a pot smoker, and it's starting to catch up on me. It's been
so
a
that's
lovely.
why
Well,
you're
you see,
happy,
Melanie. The thing is, Danny's not.
That's why I'm happy
Danny,
while it's winter. When it's summer, I don't
Danny
need to
doesn't
That's
drink,
why-
smoke.
Yeah, I
he,
don't.
he's and neither does Chickpea. These are sober
Well,
people.
feel free
and
to
this is
show
the
your
problem.
superiority with a 1v1
not
debate. I'm
being
always open to
superior.
that.
No, Melanie. Okay, that's why you're. When I used to, Melanie, when I used to smoke and drink, I was on a. Can I say something? When I used to
One
smoke
second,
and
Christine.
drink, it did not cheer me up. It makes a heck of a difference to your mentality and how everything else you see the world. A huge difference. When you're stone cold sober all the time and you also don't overeat and do other stupid things, you've got nothing to dull your brain against it. You just feel it head on.
Yeah, no. And during the
wonder why
summer, I
you're so
don't need
happy. I
anything
thought
to
it
do
was
that.
I want to. Speaking of trying to, this week I'm going to start a diet, so I need to lose some weight. So any advice, I would appreciate it.
Preoccupation. keep your hands and your mind busy, and whenever
Yes.
you're feeling an urge, try to find something else you can do.
DNW, do you go to the gym?
Weigh yourself every morning.
I do, and I do some manual work as well, so I should.
That's good. That's
oh
good.
no,
Always
I
good
don't
to
go
have.
to. No, I don't go to the gym at the moment. No, I am going to start again though.
Really
Sorry,
good. Please do. It's really good. For you. I go to the gym 4 times a week. Yep.
Download the audiobook "Defeat Your Cravings," and you can. They've got a whole technique there.
Oh
I think
yes.
for me and Danny are quite similar in that sense. He's done very well with it though, but we do have this kind of similar brain in that we get addicted to things, and I don't know what type of is it. I don't know what it is. It's like sometimes I've eaten when I'm not even hungry, and it's crazy. It's sweet. I don't buy sweet things in my house, can't do it.
Yeah,
otherwise they're gone. I can't even buy a packet of dates. Dates like the big, the lovely dates.
Really? You can't control yourself for dates? Wow.
I honestly would like. I'd eat the whole packet because they're so nice.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't
They're
lie.
lovely.
They are.
Pitted dates. They're just so nice.
What kills me of gaining weight is Oreos.
So sweet. I have to avoid sweet things.
Yeah.
Carbs. Basically, I think I have to do vegan keto. Actually, Danny, are you still doing it in any way keto? Because you did do that.
Before does it DNW?
I know. I did it before. It does work. Danny, you did it before. Are you still doing that? Or
No, I didn't do keto. I did this "Defeat Your Cravings" thing.
Okay. So what's the name of that book again?
Defeat Your Cravings.
Okay.
Defeat Your Cravings. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Danny did tell me to go to this Overeaters Anonymous group before, and I went to it. Problem is, it was full of anorexic women, and I was the only bloke there. So it was like no, I don't know if it's called Overeaters Anonymous. Was that what it was, Danny? What?
It is. Yes, it is.
Because Danny went to it as well. You see.
Yeah, I've been many times.
And he recommended me to go to it. I went. I turned. I think it was during COVID, Danny, and I went on my computer and I turned it on. And I popped in, and there's all these like middle class, like skinny waifs, or like anorexic women, So I felt a little bit out of place, but it is interesting how we get addicted to things, and as I'm knocking on now, I do have to seriously get my shit together. But Kenny says he lost 20 kg in 4 months on keto. Wow. I can't imagine Kenny carrying 40 kg. Well, no, sorry, carrying 20 kg. That's a lot.
DNW, you have to remember, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels.
Oh, I know that.
We know that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
I know it feels good to be lighter. I know that. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not necessary. Yeah, I do want to be lighter. Like I used to delude myself thinking, well, I'm strong, but no, I want to be lighter, That's
how much do you weigh,
yeah. I agree.
I don't even know what I am at the moment. It's out of control.
Really?
It's not. I'm not Michelin Man. I'm not Michelin Man or anything like that. Danny had a glimpse of me, but he might not be that rude.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Danny, do you think that because I was talking about taking dope. Do you feel that the world's hard if you don't drink and smoke and overeat because you just see the grim, brutal truth? Yeah.
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm going through just a period of a few weeks where I'm abstaining from cannabis, and it's really quite.
Cannabis?
What's that?
Do you take cannabis?
Yeah, I eat it. I don't smoke it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Does it make a difference then?
I mean, I've used it as part of my cancer protocol.
Oh, right. Of course, I keep forgetting about that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I used it before that as well, and it's quite grim life without it, to be honest.
Yes.
And
yes.
Yeah, sober life, it's grim.
Yeah, because I've been on codeine for the past 30 years, and since I met LA, it's been 30 years. But since I met LA in the past year, I've been taking this particular herb, and my levels have plummeted. So now I'm coming off the codeine because I no longer need it, and I'm finding it really hard.
Which herb is that?
No, codeine, the drug codeine.
No, you said herb. You've been taking a herb.
Oh, sorry, the herb. Yeah, I'm taking a thing called alpha lipoic acid.
Oh, that I've got that as well. Yeah, I'm starting to take that.
Isn't it? Do you take it?
I've only just got it, so I'm going to start.
It's an absolute godsend. I have spent so much pain the past 30 years that I haven't been able to work or do anything. Not that matters.
What's it for? Is it just for pain? Because I'm not in pain. What else does it do?
No, it's for inflammation, basically.
All right. I mean, it's always good to take an anti-inflammatory. Inflammation. Everyone gets inflammation.
Yeah, that's what I.
One of you. Will you send that to me in a message or something, and then I'll have a look at it as well.
Yeah.
Because I won't remember to look it up myself.
Yeah, Danny. I had this terrible RA. Nothing the doctors gave me worked. Started taking this, and this works. Because I used to be on something like 240 milligrams of codeine a day, which is a lot.
Wow.
And I'm coming off. Yeah, I'm coming right off. But it's worked like a dream on me.
Have you ever thought, Danny, that maybe you should go back to that message you had before? Mike brings it up here in the chat. Danny used to have t-shirts that said "Smart people take drugs." Maybe that is the solution, given reality. It's like we need to find some kind of pharmaceutical solution, or to matters. What do you think of that? And what does Cougar Duma think of that? Maybe I think
that David Pearce speaks about it, about engineering. You should have. I think people should have.
I'm a big fan of what he says, to be honest with you.
Yeah. He says, we should manufacture drugs, bespoke drugs for people, that made them feel better. I mean, I think it's absolutely absurd. I've many times been into chemists just for a laugh and gone up to the counter and said, why don't you sell drugs that make people feel better if they're not ill? Why can't you just get a drug that make you feel happy? Why do you have to be depressed and then you can get an antidepressant? It's just so bizarre.
It's an interesting point. Imagine if we took drugs to feel really happy, so that our depression would be just feeling happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, I'm feeling happy. I better reach for the drug that makes me really happy. Yeah.
But most of us.
I've never met a smart person who took drugs. Never. And the people I run with, for them, drugs is like the worst. It's like the enemy. Smart people rely on their brain to function, and when it doesn't function, we really feel we don't have a rudder, and it's not a good feeling. I've done pot a little bit, socially with friends, but even in an environment where I'm not required to function at a high level, man, I just don't like it. I just feel like I'm detached from my own body, and it's not a good feeling to be detached. And I've never known a really smart person, someone who I consider to be smart, who indulged in drugs.
What about DMT? mushrooms, LSD?
No, nothing ever. I
Well,
don't think
then
I've
you're
ever heard
obviously not
someone say
living
to
your life.
me,
There's a
"Oh,
lot of very smart- There's
I
a lot
take
of very smart
DMT."
people that do all those things.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm just giving you my personal experience, okay? Just, if you want to talk me down and say that, then fine. But I was asked, so I'm giving you my personal experience.
That's
I've never
fine.
known
That's like,
a smart person. I would never know a person who I consider to be smart who came to me and said, "Oh yeah, I just had the most amazing insight taking DMT." I've never had that, never, or pot, or even alcohol, or anything else. It's
Well,
just
you see, Cougar Dimo, with respect, Danny's son went to Oxford, you know, that highly renowned place of apparent education, and he did philosophy, right, Danny?
That's right, yeah.
And he's taken psychedelics, and the guy is,
He
he's
did
obviously
his,
a very smart chap.
He did
A
his
lot of his
research on psychedelics and healing. That's what his
okay. So there may be something to that, but again, my personal experience is going to be biased towards people who are in the sciences and the engineering and artificial intelligence and coding and all these kind of networking and network security. These are the people I work with, and because we're working in materialist domains, we just can't afford ever. I mean, it's like the end of your career if you get caught out.
Cougar Dimo, it's interesting you say that, but I've also heard that drugs don't work on certain people. Like, for example, if someone's autistic, they don't really get a hit out of cocaine or even apparently weed doesn't do much for them either. I've heard these things. I don't know whether it's true, but I've heard it depends on the kind of makeup of your brain whether you actually get a benefit out of it. So it may be that these
Yeah,
people,
that's a fair observation.
I want to jump
because
in here. It's not just the brain; it's also the DNA, because your DNA has a lot to do with how chemicals react with each other in your whole body, and that correlates to how they react to your brain chemistry. So, yeah, I do think some things that can bring enlightenment to a specific group of people can cause another group to go crazy and not work as efficiently as they could without the drug.
Yeah. I mean, Cougar Doom, you're probably right. I mean, I've done weed, ecstasy, MDMA. I did crystal meth. I did. I said I did weed. What else did I do? I can't remember what else I did, but that's probably why. Sorry?
Have you done cocaine?
Yes, I've done cocaine, but that didn't do anything for me, and I think that's probably. I don't know why that was, but I did do that a few times. Yeah.
Now, in fairness, because of the circles on which I travel, I probably do rub shoulders with a lot of people that are on the spectrum, as we like to say. And I'm probably on the spectrum too. Somehow, my wife says that I'm autistic, and I don't think that she's joking when she says it. So, for those of us that have a certain set of neurological, alignments, maybe these things are really scary to us, and we just don't have good experiences, and we don't repeat those experiences. And I have not repeated any of my experiences from the past because I just don't like it. It's really a nightmare for me.
Cougar, I think you need to get out a bit more.
Get out how specifically?
No, I'm just kidding.
Get out of your mind.
Okay.
Get out of your
Take
body.
some mushrooms, man.
No. I like my mind. I like being attached to my mind. My mind has saved me many, many times. We're good friends, and we have a.
In all seriousness, I think I personally think Cougar Doom is more right than wrong here. I think I think some drugs are extremely dangerous. You shouldn't do them. If you're going to do anything, I'd say stuff like mushrooms, stuff that's natural, rather than synthetic.
And the people I run with, we're not a casual bunch. We're not even social. We're highly judgmental, and it really is a survival of the fittest. A lot of these people are alphas, hard sigmas, just lone wolves, and with an emphasis on wolf. Okay, and if you can't keep the pace, if you can't keep with the pack, you fall behind. And there really is a performance culture. Now that's why someone like Elon Musk gets into keto. I think he believes it makes him more performant without fucking with his mind. All right. Now that's debatable, but that's his way forward as being neurodivergent to try the keto thing. I think he should
What about
stop.
coffee? What about caffeine, sugar, alcohol? Do you ever do any of those?
Yeah, that's funny because people in my crowd, we exist on caffeine. We survive on
Ah,
caffeine.
so you do take drugs.
I will concede the point, but I don't want to call it a mind altering experience. I mean, I'm not
Of
having
course it is.
euphoric
Of course it's a
episodes.
mind-altering experience. It's just not euphoric, but it's mind-altering. Of course it is.
No, it's not mind altering. It's an accelerant. My mind is my mind. I recognize it when it's working. I also recognize it when it's not. It's like someone. Well, it's like someone left the room, and what the caffeine does is it kicks me to another level, and I perform better, and I like how I perform when I'm performing better. And it doesn't change me. It doesn't. It just makes me do what I do normally
Adderall
better.
does that. Adderall does
Yeah,
that as
that's
well.
like Adderall.
Amphetamines, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Like I say, I don't need these things, so I don't explode them. I haven't gone to a doctor and say prescribe something for me. You know, if I need a cup of coffee, I just pour a cup of coffee, and that's the end of it, right? It's good enough for me. Who takes Adderall? Why did they take Adderall?
To concentrate.
I
To
thought
stay up
Elon
at
Musk.
night all night.
I'm pretty sure Elon Musk was doing some kind of Adderall or something that some
Apparently,
stimulant.
yeah, people with ADHD take it to concentrate, but also apparently students take it to
Yeah.
concentrate for exams.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right,
Like
fair enough.
It's not re-advised, but they do it when they're cramming for exams. They do it. It's a kind of thing they do. I don't
They
know.
stay up
Does
all
anybody
night.
know anybody who's done that? Has it been?
Yeah, my son's done that
Is it
at
beneficial?
university. They're terrible. The whole university thing is just a massive scam.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, I would agree with you. I think that, but nowadays, I wouldn't recommend that most people go to university. You know,
No.
I think university, really and truly, the only people that probably need to go to university are people doing things like medicine,
Yeah.
obviously probably law, but things like engineering and
Even
sciences.
law not. Even law not.
Well, well, you need to. Unfortunately, you still need to have a degree, don't you, to get into the school?
I don't know if you do.
Well, you need to do.
You need to do law school.
You can go to law school, yeah, but you need to do entrance exams and all that. And I think you need to. I think generally you need a degree, don't you?
I think it's pretty obvious if you're following trends that universities are going to revert back to what they were in the 1800s, which is just finishing schools for wealthy young men, where they get,
Yeah.
you know, they basically they pull them away from the young women, or at least protect them if they get into picadillos, and they raise them because the parents are too busy making money to raise their young men and deal with them. So I think the universities are probably going to revert to that because honestly, they're given the rise of AI and its attack on white collar jobs. The idea of going to university to try and get a white collar job is laughable. It's completely hysterical.
The other side to it is education should come down in cost drastically now. It should.
Yeah.
It should. I mean, there's no reason to be spending tens of thousands of pounds to get a degree now. It should be able to be done for hundreds of pounds, perhaps even less.
Well, education as a business, which it clearly is finished. Maybe there'll be.
We need a Ryanair of third level education.
Yeah, and maybe even mostly blue collar, like technical schools used to be, trade schools. Yeah, and the highfalutin university where your degree is in philosophy or communications or something.
Why don't we start defining Gnosis, institution of further education? I think Kugajima, Brother Marcus would be good professors, and maybe Danny can be a dean or something. We'll work on it. It's something to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You write the proposal. I'll give my input.
By the way, Brother Marcus is here. Brother Marcus, brother, welcome. You're on the Fine Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I don't think it's too late. I don't know if it needs fixing. It's if you want community, you can either make community or join communities. There's always pockets of communities, and I consider this a type of community as well.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. We lost Melanie. Thank you, Melanie, for joining us today. We also have the Mind here. The Mind, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I just heard you talking about the drug conversation, and I wanted to just throw in my 2 cents about just drugs. I having different effects on people. Really, that was kind of where I was interested, but I think we kind of moved on a little bit from the drug conversation. I was gonna say that too. Any kind of stimulant, I do consider like cigarettes, caffeine, sugar, like all that is kind of affecting your brain chemistry, and I do think that is considered a drug technically. But that was it. I didn't really have much more. I was more just listening right now. So
Thank you, The Mind. Great to have you here. Haven't seen you for a while, so it's good to have you back. Um, yeah, okay. Well, what about detoxing, Danny, your mind and bringing it back to its organic nature? Is that something you do? Because I know you're into your detoxing and fasting and all that. Is this something you practice? Do you feel better sometimes when you just let go of all your stimulants and whatever, caffeine and sugar, all these things that affect your neurology? Is this something you practice? And do you feel better when you go that way?
I mean, I had practiced it last year after my diagnosis. I went 17 days on a water fast, and that was pretty. It was difficult. It was all right. I felt all right most of the time. Towards the end, I was very tired. But I find it very difficult to get back on that wagon. I've got a very fierce beast part of myself that wants to eat everything it can get its hands on, and I have to try and keep that on a leash. It's very difficult because we live in a world where there's so much temptation, especially in the world of food. It's absolutely diabolical. I call supermarkets the devil's playground. It's so awful what goes on in those places, and all the marketing of all the top what do they call it, excitotoxins. So it's very challenging.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
does anyone here?
Chippy,
I
sorry, go
just
ahead.
wanted to. Does anyone here have any addictions? Because I know I used to. I wouldn't say I was addicted to alcohol, but I definitely drank it for, I would say, like 10 years straight, and that was a lot easier to stop doing. I just decided one day. Well, it was probably like a year. After a year, I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop drinking, and oh my god, hold on. And basically, I stopped. But it's true, food is a lot harder, and like the entertainment, this media, and the technology we have, I think that's a lot harder to stop the addiction of that because it's all around us. And with food, I mean, we got to eat food. It's hard. How are you going to not eat food? And yeah, that's kind of it. Okay, I'm done.
It is very difficult. You're right, and I think it's more difficult now than perhaps ever. Yeah, I mean, it's funny that alcohol thing. I was walking my dog today, and I saw this woman. I don't know what age she was. Maybe about 35, maybe drinking a bottle of wine. Um, and she had another one in her handbag, and she was sitting on the bench, like just swigging out of the bottle, crying. And yeah,
Shame.
it's just a funny one, man. I mean, she was talking about her mum or something to someone on the phone. I could hear as I was walking around. I could kind of hear a conversation, but yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, that alcohol's not gonna make it any better, love, you know. But it is what it is. People people try to cope.
Yeah.
People are trying to cope, you know.
And it's all the fault of the parents.
Kugaduma came in rather bullish today, saying he doesn't give a fuck about anybody saying that type of thing because nature's going to kill you. So buckle up. Kugadima, do you want to tell us something?
I'm going to sleep. So thanks very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you, brother. Sweet dreams. Kugaduma, what is going
What
on
was
in the world of global heating that we should be aware of? Anything new?
well, new. Um, let's see. there's a lot of chatter in the channels of which I run that that the heat is just becoming really dangerous and really scary. I think that we've kind of turned a corner. There was a big surprise in 2023 with the ocean heat content, and I have not really heard a satisfactory explanation, and that's scary. Things somewhat improved in 2024, 2025. They went the opposite direction, and now in 2026, we're about to go off the chart again. So this is ratcheting up really fast, and we're going into dangerous territory. And the people that I listen to, and these are all scientists and science communicators, they're really scared. That's I guess that's all I can say. People who watch this are now gobsmacked. They don't know what to think. And
would you like to kind of quote some of the kind of things they're saying, or maybe paraphrase? If you could look it up, maybe I don't know what communities you're involved in, but yeah, just give us some of the things they're actually saying. Well, what are they actually saying?
Let's see. So primarily, the big event seems to be that ocean heat content is accelerating. We're about to go into a fairly significant El Nino event, which is a ocean event that somewhat defines global weather patterns, in particular the jet stream behavior. And what people are basically saying is, and my wife and I joke about it, people are running out of superlatives. Like, severe, sinister, evil. We are definitely, everyone now has the sense, anyone who's willing to talk plainly anyway, people still sandbag because they're afraid of their, impacting their careers, but people who are willing to speak plainly don't know what to say at this point. And we're watching, it's going to be evil. We're going into something evil, and it's going to be hot. We just exited the hottest winter on record in the United States of America. There was a point at which the state of Alaska was actually hotter than the state of Florida. We had the hottest Christmas on record in the United States. Even with all the cold snaps and the 3, 8, 6 feet of snow, it was still the warmest winter on record. People don't know that. People don't believe that. They have all this anecdotal evidence that it wasn't true. And the meteorologists tell you, look, numbers are numbers. Data is data. And we don't care about your personal feelings. And now, of course, we're going into this massive El Nino that has got everyone scared absolutely spitless. And I guess right now we're just in kind of a holding pattern. I was talking to my son today. He works for an ambulance company, and they're always dealing with emergency management. And they're talking about it among themselves. They're talking about how badly things can go and how they're going to prepare for it, if they can prepare at all. The state says there's no money to get ahead of this, and I was telling him that means that there's going to be portable morgues to throw the bodies in, to keep them frozen. It's just, I don't know. It's just coming unglued at this point. It's just heat, folks. And the knock-on effects. We've had massive storms here in the U.S., especially in the eastern third of the country. Storms that have got people absolutely confused. It goes from record snow in the third of the country, and then 4 days later it's record heat, melts all the snow, causing flooding, and then there's record snow again 3 days after that, and then there's record heat 3 days after that. And people have finally started to notice, and they're saying, okay, wait, something's wrong. It's like, yeah, something's wrong. You finally noticed. Read a textbook. Go to a YouTube channel. We've been talking about this for 20 years. And you're just about to find out. This is the FAFO moment. Fuck around to find out.
Do you listen to Professor Dave?
Yeah.
The YouTuber. Yeah, he's good. He's one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah, his field is chemistry. That's his background.
He's got a good idea about like the whole situation, like.
Kugaduma, JE is in the chat. He's asking you, what you think of the dust clouds causing the red skies in Australia at the moment. Do you know anything about that? I mean, I presume it's just dust from the desert, maybe in the center of Australia, being blown up into the air. I mean, we get dust from the Sahara Desert landing in London. It happens almost every year. So I don't know if it's that much of a big deal, Jay. Maybe you could come on and tell us about it. Anyway, Kugaduma has stepped out for a bit. Maybe he'll be back. There's more seats here, guys, if anybody wants to come on. Link is in the chat. The Mind, is community breaking down? Was it ever that good in the first place? Please, save us and tell us what you think is going on.
Okay, you might hear my dog in the background because I'm washing my little dog. Okay, let me see. Society, yeah, I think it's breaking down. I think it's just a transitional shift because there's like obviously this technology that is trying to be implemented right into society. So I do think that's causing a disruption in traditional, what we would call communities, because before, communities were a lot easier to. There was more cohesion to communities back then. Yeah, and it's all always tied to technology. Technology directly affects people's lifestyles and the cohesion of society. So I did think that's a big part of it. But yeah, that's it. That's all right. I think whoever is willing to go with the technological shift is going to see the benefits of what's coming. And because there is a pressure, there is always going to be this push and pull between cultures, and the culture that doesn't want to engage in this supposed advancement of technology is always going to be looked more primitive and less intelligent and stuff like that.
Okay, Kenny. Yeah, interesting take. So how bad is it going to get before it gets better, The Mind?
Well, I think once everyone merges with the mushroom computer, then everything will be better.
Once everybody merges with it. Time scale? How long's...
Oh, I would hope at least within the next 10 to 15 years.
Okay, thanks, The Mind. Interesting ideas there. Kenny, what is it you want to say?
Yeah, I'd like to share this YouTube video with it's related to the initial topic, the death of the community.
Okay.
That's all right?
Good. Yeah, hopefully, as long as it's not illegal. Go ahead.
That's not illegal. Okay.
Jay says he doesn't want to merge with the singularity.
History.
I would say too bad. It's already happened. Everything already happened, and that's it.
There you go.
Are you ready?
Yes. Can I add it now?
Yeah, it's ready.
There we go.
Warning. This episode includes discussions and depictions of sensitive historical events involving racial violence. The material is presented for educational and documentary purposes to provide context and insight. Viewer discretion is advised. You've been told that Black Americans are being violently victimized by white Americans.
White supremacy.
White supremacy. White supremacist terrorism.
White supremacy.
White supremacy. White supremacy is waging a war against us.
Every major media story about interracial violence of the last 20 years has featured a Black American being harmed by a white American. You know their names: George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, who was shot by the cops accidentally when her boyfriend started shooting at the cops. Trayvon Martin, who was shot by a Hispanic man under disputed circumstances, but close enough. Whenever a Black person is shot by a white person, the media are all over it. Joe Biden does press conferences and invites the victim to the White House. Benjamin Crump shows up on CNN and MSNBC to complain about the inherent victimhood of black existence in America. 20 million people go out in the streets to protest in the middle of June 2020. Joy Reid sets her hair on fire. Here's the statistical reality. White Americans are significantly more likely to be victimized by black Americans than black Americans are to be victimized by white Americans when it comes to violent crime. The stats are not close.
Again, it's not a race issue, this, but I'll talk about that later.
Let's start with a simple fact. Nearly all crime is intra-racial. White on white, black on black, Hispanic on Hispanic. The only group for which that is not true is Asian Americans. But when it comes to black versus white crimes, or white versus black crimes, black Americans are far more likely to be perps than victims. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, citing the National Crime Victimization Survey, in 2019, there were 562,550 interracial crimes concerning blacks and whites. 89,980 of those crimes featured a white perp and a black victim. 472,570 of those crimes featured a black perp and a white victim. In other words, 84% of violent interactions involving black and white people involved black people victimizing white people. That's not a statistical aberration. A common argument that you hear all the time is that, well, maybe the problem is that when white people attack black people, or when black people attack white people, that maybe not all of it is getting reported. Maybe it's a reporting problem. Well, this is why murder is a useful statistic, because murder is always reported. There's an actual dead body. You can't hide behind dumb arguments about white crime being underreported or black crime being overreported when it comes to dead people. Every year, the number of whites killed by blacks exceeds by a factor of about 2 the number of blacks killed by whites. Let's take 2019. According to FBI statistics, there were 3,299 white Americans murdered.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing, in my view, all this shit about race, I mean, it doesn't talk about the real issue, in my view, which is, poor people being pushed into lives of crime, deprived people being put into situations where, they're more likely to go on drugs, etc. I mean, why does it have to come down to the race issue? And I've never understood that. Russ, you're here, brother. I'm going to take this video off, Kenny, because I get what you're saying.
Is it too triggering for you? Because I think it's very relevant, considering the statistical disparity between the races.
It's
That's
in America,
relevant,
right? And the thing is,
but the same happens in London. And the UK.
Again, the reasons for the crime from black community in London is because of the fact they have been historically put into states of deprivation, and there is an intergenerational.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that hard luck story bullshit, man.
It is true. It is true. It is true. Whether you like it or not.
No, it's not.
There has been systemic racism that has caused problems intergenerationally.
There's a lot of white people in poverty-stricken places as well. And
I know. There are a lot of white people causing crime as well. Outside of London, it's white people causing the crime in the white areas. It is because they're from poor areas.
It just came back to you.
I came on and you said that I would be able to play the 7-minute YouTube video, and you've cut it off halfway through because you're triggered by the statistics.
I'm not triggered. I just don't. This is the thing. He's not.
What's relevant to the initial topic of the video?
Kenny. Why is he only looking at one angle of it, i.e., their skin color? Why doesn't he go deeper into this from a kind of sociological position and look at poverty rates? The fact that maybe people are being forced into lives of crime because of systematic unfairness. There's other issues. It's not just someone's skin color.
That's a job for the social workers.
Yes, I know, but maybe if you're making statements, if you're blaming people, Kenny, excuse me. If you're trying to say, if you're painting this picture that black people are naturally more criminalistic than the white people, yeah, you have to. That's a very dangerous thing to say.
These are what the statistics are showing.
Yeah, but we all know. Kenny, with respect, I studied statistics. I studied statistics. I know how statistics can be bent this way and that. Statistics are very useful. Statistics are extremely useful to prop up whatever narrative you want to push. There is a way to spin statistics, Kenny. That's a fact. But the problem is, we're dealing with a situation that it's got multiple issues. Okay, it's not just because of one characteristic of the person.
Right. So let's try and explore those issues, as it says so in the video, by By refusing to look at the video, you're not helping the black community. You're doing them a disservice.
Well, anyway, listen. I might go back to it's still backstage, Kenny. It's still backstage. I haven't said I'm not going to watch the rest of it. I'm just wary. I don't want to get a copyright strike from a man who claims he's not white himself, Ben Shapiro, who maybe is pushing a narrative for some other reason to cause trouble in the society. I don't know why he's doing it. I personally don't like Ben Shapiro. I think he likes to cause trouble. He likes to set people against each other because he's not about bringing people together. He is, in many ways, a segregationist. He likes to separate people, control and divide the narrative, control and divide people for whatever his reasons are. And I don't know what they are, but that's my impression of him. I don't think he's someone to trust.
Ben Shapiro's just a symptom of divisive left-wing politics. He's a symptom.
Roz, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
You know what?
So you there, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Kenny's gone. Kenny, by the way, guys, Kenny left his own cord. I didn't kick him off. Yeah, go ahead.
D&W. Yeah, can you hear me? I'm having some issues with my mic, with my earphones today. Can you just tell me you're hearing me clearly, or is there some interference?
I can hear you, mate. I can hear you.
Yeah, he's a lost cause, that guy. That's why I didn't even react, man. There's no hope for that guy. He has some weird.
I mean, is it insulting what I say? I think people have to appreciate there's other things going on. It may be statistically true. Look, I'm not going to lie. It could be statistically true that black people commit more crime in America. But that's too shallow an appreciation of what is going on. And by the way, I mean per head of population. Obviously, there's much less black people in America, so clearly white people commit more crime. But I think what they're saying is per head of population. That may be statistically
disproportionate.
True. It may be. But the thing is, it may be statistically true, but it doesn't look at other issues, such as poverty, such as intergenerational systemic oppression, racism, and lack of opportunity. Okay, these are all clearly things that cause the current way of being to be as it is. You cannot tell me that a black man who was abused and not given job opportunities in the 70s, who then maybe suffered mental health crises because of this, okay? Maybe it caused him to break up his family because he just became so disillusioned. Maybe he turned into an alcoholic or drug addict, whatever. I mean, maybe it broke him. I mean, it did break some people to be the victim of such things, not to be given opportunities. And maybe that affected the family, okay, his children, their upbringing, and then maybe it affected the next generation. You can see clearly this could happen. So I don't know why people think it's just because people are black. Clearly there are other issues connected to this. And anybody who says anything otherwise, I believe is, look, at best you're myopic, at worst you're being disingenuous with a malevolent agenda. Sorry, Ross, go ahead.
With this guy is he comes from a very sort of malicious sort of angle. If he was to genuinely say, or from a criminological perspective or sociological, why are these things happening? We could have that conversation. I'm not sensitive to anything. I believe in freedom of speech. The problem the problem I have with this is he wants to play this. He wants to when he comes in with that line of thing, is simply to do one thing, is to create division, right? Because what will end up happening is I will school this guy and show him that whites, and this is the thing, it then becomes black versus white, and that's not what we need right now. But I can easily point out to him that white people are disproportionately committing a lot of quote unquote white collar crimes. So why is he only spinning one narrative? So and again, I'm not picking on any community here, but the Pakistani community was disproportionately committing a lot of grooming cases against white British girls. So why doesn't he talk about that? So he always, what I'm saying, the problem I have with this guy is he's not genuine about his concern. He's spinning a far-right racist narrative. He comes on here with Confederate flags. He gaslights people, and that's why he's a lost cause, this guy.
Kenny, you make some good points there, and you also made a good point about white-collar crime. And Kenny, dare I say this, okay? I've looked at crime and I've looked at criminology. I've looked at criminal law, okay, and I've come to the conclusion that, you know, a lot of things, yes, we can all say are criminal, okay, are terrible, and it's great that they are, set as crimes in law, okay, and they are taken into consideration in terms of the legal, control of society. But some things are not criminal that could be deemed immoral, okay? Now, you're picking on black people because they're causing, ruckus perhaps in your local area. Maybe at night there's some black teenagers. I don't know what it is you got your bee in your bonnet about. But what about white people running the shop who are doing things that are immoral, okay? That are doing things like loopholes, using tax loopholes to get money offshore, okay? It's not illegal. It's completely legal. But is that not causing more damage to society than perhaps the little roadmen running around, doing their thing? I know none of it is good, but why do you just focus obsession? Like, you have this obsession about black people, Kenny. That is a legitimate question. I want to hear why, because I don't quite understand it myself. I would say, as a society, the bigger problem is the elites not paying their way, not paying back into the system. Because if they paid back into the system, it would raise everybody's living standards, and you wouldn't have this poverty trap that some families are in. We'd have a better education system, better health system, and that includes mental health, so that, perhaps there would be less insanity on the streets, less crime, okay? And all these things you're worried about and complaining about wouldn't be happening. What do you think of that, Ross?
Yeah, I think that was really good to say. And also, see, this is the thing. I don't want to go down this line of reasoning because it creates hatred, it creates malice, it creates tension between communities. But he fails to see that his own demographic, like, for example, if you go around Europe, white British tourists are disproportionately committing all of the antisocial crimes. If you don't believe me, go look at the statistics, Kenny. Don't take my word for it, right? School shootings disproportionately carried out by whites. So what is your point? Like, do you really want to play this game of hyper focusing on communities, because every community has its pathologies, right? So don't act like yours is angelic, my friend. That's all I want to say. I don't even like to talk like this. I don't even like to talk about this because it's so horrible and divisive, and it creates all these tensions. Like, the whole point of the show, D&W, which I always praise you for, is you brought everyone together to discuss stuff, and it's really interesting. But he's just so low vibration frequency. You know what I mean? Like, he just always manages to try and bring it down to just stupid things, man, like this.
He did come on at the beginning of the show and say he's not anti-immigration. He just wants to.
There's nothing wrong with being anti-immigration, but I would say, because anti-immigration, there's a lot of valid arguments for, not liking too much immigration in your country, and I'm all for those topics. But when you come in here and start flying Confederate flags and all this other shit, man, it's almost like, imagine you had a guy coming here with
Russ, you seem to have a good handle on this, and I would say, even though you've said you're black, you don't show bias. You're somebody who I believe is very level-headed, and you give what I believe is an all-round perspective on things. You do look deeper than what I believe Kenny is doing here. Okay, now look, Russ, we can both agree that at the moment knife crime is a problem in London. That is in young black guys are more likely to be committing it, but also statistically you're more likely to be a black person, and it's a lot higher. You're more likely to be on the receiving end of the knife crime if you're a black person as well, and I think it's statistically extremely high. Like, it's like you're not. I don't know what it is, but it's probably something like 95%. It's likely to be a black person being stabbed. That is a guess, but I would say it's probably as high as that. So clearly, although Kenny is worried about this, this is actually an issue where young black guys have been stabbing each other, and it's not necessarily something he has to be worried about. If he's worried about statistics, Why is he worried about this? Because statistically, he's extremely unlikely to be stabbed. Do you get what my point is here? No, but my point, but Russ, as a black guy, you know, I want to hear your perspective on that. And I mean, I've been saying it's about poverty, lack of opportunities, and it's probably intergenerational. Yeah, it's a kind of things got a bit messy in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, and there's still kind of some healing going on in society and in some families that were affected. But why do you think, for example, some young black guys are getting into trouble in London in particular, and in cities where, you know, they have the higher proportion of black people? I mean, I've said before that in the 50s, 60s, it was Cockneys doing it, white Cockneys. But, you know, what do you think is the reason, bro? Go ahead.
Just for a quick clarification, I'm not fully black. I do have part, I would say, Kenyan ancestry. So there is part African ancestry there. But I'm mixed. It's more of an accurate thing. But I won't go into what it is because I don't want to reveal too much. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. And again, there is a problem within the black community in terms of this particular issue. I honestly feel like it's down to certain subcultures that exist within the black community. So what do I mean by that? Which is, so now I'm sure you're aware because you're from London. Well, you're from London, you're from the UK, but you know about drill music, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah. It's kind of came up in the grime. I like came up in grime, and they
because grime wasn't that bad. Because in my time when I was growing up, we had grime, so we had guys like Kano, and like if somebody got stabbed in my time, it was like your head would turn like, what? That's crazy. And there was only certain areas where there were known to be like shootings and stuff, but not like on this epidemic that it is now. So I would say like there's certain subcultures that glorify this type of low vibrational behavior, low frequency behavior of, you know, like gang culture and ultra violent rap, which is known as drill. It's not just exclusive to the UK, it's in the US as well, in places like Chicago. So I would put it down to there's certain subcultures that for some reason are influencing a lot of people in the black community to behave and to glorify a certain lifestyle. And that's why they're sort of getting involved in all this nonsense. That's my take on it. I could be wrong. But that's what I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, I remember growing up when I used to listen to Eminem, yeah? And I know he's a white dude, but obviously the genre was deemed black. But, you know, some of the lyrics got me kind of... He used to have a line, gangster map turned me into a maniac. And, you know, sometimes I think, yeah, it kind of did in a way for me as well sometimes. You know, you get a bit carried away with some of the lyrics, and some of them were a little bit antisocial. And maybe a young mind perhaps isn't the best to appreciate that sometimes, because you take it literally. You don't see it as kind of being ironic or satirical sometimes, because maybe you're not. So this is the problem with art in general, though. What I'm saying is, when you put something out there, and this is a huge problem, you may not necessarily be wanting to cause harm, but it can cause harm. You know what I mean? Because the receiver can interpret in all manner of ways. It all depends on their neurochemistry, their level of thinking about matters, their level of experience. But again, that is, I would say, down to the individual, but also maybe down to our education system and how we teach, like, for example, media education, you know, and appreciation of things, you know. Maybe there should be a study in schools on how to interpret, you know, art and music. Maybe that should be done from a younger age, so we don't literally take things as, you know, gospel, and take things as maybe we don't get too carried away, is what I'm saying. You know, we look at the deeper meaning behind it. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've lost you, Ross.
Yeah.
I lost.
So I would say, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's down to these very prevalent subcultures that, for some reason, seem to be winning over the hearts and minds of the black youth in those affected areas.
Are you
And
going to go as
unfortunately,
far to? Are you going to go?
yeah.
I want to ask you this, Ross. Do you think? Because I heard this conspiracy before, and I've heard it said by some black people, and that is there are forces. I don't know where they're from or who they are, but there are forces that go in and try to, let's just say, they're conspiring to affect black communities, but also maybe the community at large for some reason or other, by getting involved in music they know is predominantly listened to by young black guys.
I can't really. I don't even know about that, to be honest.
But
It's the
you've
first
heard
time
that
I've heard.
theory before, right? You have you not heard that, like, there's been forces outside of like the black community that have kind of co-opted the music industry and got into it and like tried to direct it with an invisible hand for
Oh
nefarious
yeah, I've heard
reasons.
stuff like that. To be honest, I don't know too much about that and how true that can be. Um, One thing I will say though is another issue is the rates of single motherhoods in the black community, in the diaspora. Because it's very interesting. I mean, if you go to the United States and look at the statistics, I would advise Kelly to as well. I mean, black is not a monolith, right? Because if you look at Nigerians who immigrate to the United States of America, they do really well academically. But again, I'm not calling out the African Americans, but if you compare them to the African American, in terms of academic achievement, it's like quite a stark difference. So
Yeah.
that's why I said these are subcultures that become very prevalent because Nigerians are still black, and also black is not a monolith. So how comes Nigerians are doing really well in terms of academic achievement, but African
That's a
Americans
very
are
good
not?
point. That's a very good
Because
point.
there's a
Now,
big, yeah.
I've also heard that in the UK, mental health outcomes are actually bad in first generation, second generation immigrants. So what I mean by that is when someone comes here, they have children, their mental health outcomes can be poorer than their parents, and it can go down to the next generation. And I think some of that is because when people migrate to another country, they're so busy working, right, that maybe they're not thinking that they have this like dream, as it were, of buying a house, climbing up the ladder in society, whatever it is. So then they throw out a kid, and the parents are so busy working their arse off that perhaps they're not able to invest enough time emotionally, to their children. And that's why you get these bad mental health outcomes in the next generation. And sometimes that next generation doesn't have any support because, the family is smaller. There's not as much of an extended family as if the parents had stayed in their original native country. So that's another problem here, is that when people migrate, sometimes the parents are so busy working that the children in that family, the nuclear family, don't get as much support as perhaps they need. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point as well.
And I think I think that's why it's unfair to compare and contrast them to the white English kids, for example, because the white English kids come from a community that's been settled there for maybe hundreds, thousands of years, whatever. And basically they've got their aunts and uncles, cousins all around. They've got the people that their aunts and uncles know. There's a bigger network to help those people, So some of these immigrants' children don't have that. And sometimes the parents don't even speak English. They're not au fait with the cultural norms. And there's other stuff going on. Like you've got to be a bit street smart in London to kind of help your kids to understand what the hell they're going through. But if you come from another country, you might not necessarily be down with what's going on and the way shit goes, because it can be kind of crazy. You know what I mean? In London, in schools and shit. So I think that's probably why these bad mental health outcomes happen. And again, that might play into this problem that we're seeing, where there is crime, there is poverty, there is poor mental health. And again, it's not to put all the blame on the people perpetrating it. I feel is very harmful. There's greater forces than they themselves at play here.
Yeah, like I said, I'm willing to talk about anything. I'm very even when I told LA earlier, I don't know if you caught it, but I said don't race bait him. So I don't favoritize per se, but I just I just feel like if people are going to talk about certain topics, it should be done with good intent, like as uh, as if it's a sort of like investigative investigation, rather than
Yeah,
just
yeah.
hyper focusing on statistics and spinning a narrative. And we know where Mr. Kenny's narrative comes from. But yeah, sorry to stay on topic. Yeah, I think mental health is also it can be a cultural taboo in different cultures. I mean, here in Britain, we have so many different cultures, um, and I'm sure in some cultures, like mental health itself is a taboo, and not many people are willing to open up about if they do suspect they do have some mental health issues, because it might sort of be like a cultural taboo. I'm talking about immigrants who've come over. Maybe the first born generation are different because they'll probably identify as more British. But yeah, that could be an issue as well. Like just the fact of
Okay.
there being
Does
cultural
LA?
taboos.
I need some more voices here. Kenny, LA, do you want to come on here, have an adult conversation about this? LA, do you want to come on? Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the chat. Kenny is saying, so black people don't have any agency over their actions. How infantilizing. Yeah, oh, come on. You know, you are being patronizing with that comment, Kenny. You're being disingenuous. You know things affect people outside of themselves. To say otherwise is an act of, as I said, disingenuous nature, or at worst, as I say, at best it's being stupid, at worst disingenuous and malevolently so. I mean, clearly things outside of ourselves affect how we turn out psychologically, how we turn out in terms of opportunity, etc. Clearly, it's not all down to us as individuals. We live in a society. Clearly, what other people do to us, say to us, matters. Clearly, that forms our identity, forms our psychology. Clearly, Kenny, no man is an island. That's just a fact. LA, are you coming on? The Mind, you've been very quiet. What have you got to say? Guys, I'm just going to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to get a drink, so I'll be right back.
All right, what do I have to say? I do think it's interesting when we start talking about race and culture,
yeah,
because I feel like that has been. Hold on, can you hear me? Hello?
yeah. You're loud and clear. Yeah, the Mind. Can you hear me? Yeah, you're loud and clear, friend.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man.
I was saying the idea of race and culture. I think that has been kind of skewed a little bit because I mean, okay, we talk about the black culture, right? Uh, and then I was hearing you say like you're half Nigerian and you're half uh whatever else you're saying you are. Like, I guess.
No, no,
Uh,
no, no, not Nigerian. So I have Kenyan ancestry in me. So I
yeah,
have
yeah,
half,
Kenyan.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm not half. I'm mixed, basically.
Mixed. It's like what is American black? What would that be? The
I
ancestry.
don't know. That I would just say that's Black American or African American, right? Because Black Americans originate from Africa, right? But nowadays they go by the term Black American. So I don't know. You'd have to ask them because they have a totally different culture.
Yeah, I mean,
To
this is the thing. You're absolutely right, Ross. And I watched a video once about the difference between Black Britons and Black Americans, and it was quite interesting to hear the different experiences and perspectives on Black identity. And the thing is, I think sometimes we conflate the two too much. They're not the same. And also, and as I said, we also have a tendency, and I've said this, Ross, I don't know if you agree with me here, but we kind of, it's kind of dehumanizing sometimes the way we throw all black people into this Venn diagram where they're black. Black people are a diverse people. Africa has more diversity in terms of genetic material than anywhere else in the world. If you remove Africans from from the places outside of Africa. So to me, it's problematic, this idea that, all blacks are the same. And I think we do play into that a lot, Russ. Would you agree with me there? We do when we talk in this polarizing manner. And that's why I don't like to look at the race issue. I like to look beneath that and see what is causing it. So why is it people are being pushed towards crime? Is it because of poverty? Is it because of mental health problems? Is it because of some kind of unfairness in society? What is going on? And I don't think we do enough of that. We like to look up the chain of causation and blame the individual, blame things about them, like skin color, something superficial, rather than what is causing it, what's behind the scenes, pulling the levers, making this happen.
Yeah, I mean, you said it rightly. I mean, there's black is not a monolith, white is not a monolith. I mean, within that term white, like, so you're like, when people say like oh, oh, white people, like, even that is a bit of a stupid statement, because within quote unquote, because I was reading up on one of the cases, because remember that guy D Prophet was on, and he was talking about the Naturalization Act of 1790 or something, where the Americans where American immigration policy was based on quote unquote white Europeans. But do you know what? Funnily enough, I was doing my research, and this Japanese guy who attempted to naturalize, and he was at first declined by the American state. He actually argued, well, my skin color is white. And he goes, I'm familiar with American culture, so why am I not? You know what I mean? So, like, for example, like the word white, it doesn't really mean anything, because if you say to me, okay, white European, but European culture is so varied. You definitely know this, D&W, as because you're here in Britain. So British culture, Western European culture is so different to Eastern European. It's like North and South, completely different customs, completely different languages.
Yeah, but organisms also, like even different animals, they do tend to group together based off of similarities, whether that be certain, body features or skin color. Like literally, certain sheep will be together. I've seen videos where the black dogs will be together, and then there'll be one white dog, and they will just kind of like exclude it because it's different. Like that's a real thing that happens on a
Yeah, but
subconscious psychological level. We do tend to exclude that which is abnormal or different or unknown.
yeah, but that's not just confined to ethnicity, though. Like, that's called tribalism, right? And tribalism, like, exists in
So,
so many different spheres of life.
well,
Like, for
no, that's
example,
not called tribalism. That's called us versus them mentality. That's called a groupthink mentality. Tribalism is a whole other thing, which you're trying to equate those negative connotations to, which I disagree with.
no, you don't know what you're talking about, mate. You just made up a term like it's this or them. I'm telling you, tribalism. So you can literally get two people that are the same ethnicity, but they support different football teams. Yeah, and I'm talking specifically about British subculture, football hooliganism, and they will see each other as enemies.
Yeah, I
So
call that a mob
just
mentality.
so so no
I call
no
it a mob
no. I don't
mentality, a
care what
gang
you call it. It's
mentality.
called tribalism. I'm giving it the right term.
Well,
You can call it
no,
whatever you want to call
that's
it.
not the right term.
So
Sorry, you're wrong.
so
You're wrong.
just because you have your own sort of version, I don't care. We're just having a general discussion on this.
Yeah, when
So
I'm
just
saying I
because,
disagree with what you're saying, that's all I'm saying.
yeah, so you can disagree. You're free to disagree, but I'm
Okay,
telling
well then
you,
continue. I disagree with the terminology.
stop getting
Kenny,
triggered.
come on if you want. Kenny, come back on and play a little bit more of the video if you want. But I'm not going to say I'm going to watch all of it.
Yeah.
But we know, Kenny. You have a lot of work to do in terms of thinking, and I'm not afraid of it, Kenny. I'm not afraid of it. So if you want to play it. But I mean, I question why you bow down to Ben Shapiro of all people. But go ahead. Anybody else want to come on?
Yeah,
Life Abolitionism.
D&W.
Yeah.
What happened to everybody on the panel? Because I had some issues. I remember Fox was on here and everybody else, but
I know. I don't know what happened. They all disappeared, one by one.
yeah, interesting. Yeah. So what was I saying to
LA
you?
says,
Yeah, go on.
as LA says, black people, as because he is black, says he says we were taken. He's speaking about himself here. We were taken from several parts of Africa. We are a mixed ethnicity, but we have formed a new ethnicity within the United States. Okay, there you go. Kenny, what do you want to go ahead then?
Okay, I'm going to share it again, right?
Okay, I would like to say, I think
you ready?
I think it's.
Are you ready? Thank you.
Okay, I'll finish talking about it anywhere.
We can't hear it, Kenny. Can anybody hear that?
According to FBI statistics, there were 3,299 white Americans murdered that year. 2,594 of them, 79%, were killed by white perpetrators. 566, 17%, were killed by black perpetrators. Now, 2,906 black Americans were murdered that same year. 2,574 of them, 89%, were killed by black perpetrators. 246, 8% were killed by white perpetrators. Compare those two numbers. 566 white Americans were killed by black Americans. Only 246 black Americans were killed by white Americans. Now, let's adjust for population size, because it turns out there are a lot more white people in America than black people. So, generally, you'd expect to see, if all the other factors were equal, a lot more white on black crime than the opposite. There are about 235 million white Americans. There are about 47 million black Americans. This means that 1 out of every million white Americans killed a black person. By contrast, 12 out of every million black Americans killed a white person. The disparity between the stats is perfectly obvious. The reason that crime is currently wildly under-policed in major democratic areas is because acknowledge reality.
Pause it. You see, Ben Shapiro plays whatever card he wants to play, you know, at a time to suit his own narrative. I mean, I've heard him saying before that Jewish people aren't white, so has he factored that into this equation? I mean, how do we know those white people are actually white from his perspective? I mean, he said before, you can look this up, he said Jewish people are not white. So how do we know all those people are white, Kenny? I don't think he has the full story here. But also, Kenny, come on. He hasn't said anything about poverty levels, any of this. He's so superficial, Kenny. This is ridiculous stuff. It's very childish.
We're only 4 minutes.
I know, but look, he has. Go ahead.
There's 3.5 minutes left.
Go on then.
We can go to issues of the social work and the poverty later. I'm happy to do that with you. But there's only 3.5 minutes left.
Why don't you stick around after?
Will not acknowledge reality.
Yeah, don't run away.
Way to pretend that the criminal justice system is discriminatory than to acknowledge the obvious truth: disproportionate crime among black populations. But ignoring that problem doesn't make it go away. It makes the problem worse, and the people who generally suffer are not white Americans, they are black Americans. According to Alan Beck of the Bureau of Justice Statistics, quote, relative to their share of the U.S. population, 60%, white people were underrepresented among offenders in non-fatal violent crimes overall, 52%. They accounted for 45% of offenders involved in aggravated assault and 31% of offenders involved in robbery. Black people were overrepresented among offenders in non-fatal violent crimes overall, 29%. Relative to their share of the U.S. population, 13%. Half of all offenders involved in robbery, 51%. A third involved in aggravated assault, 34%. More than a fifth involved in simple assault, 23%. And rape or sexual assault, 22%, were black. According to Pew Research Center, black men are the most likely to go to prison. There were 2,272 inmates per 100,000 black men in 2018, compared with 392 inmates per 100,000 white men. In 2018, black Americans represented 33% of the sentenced prison population, nearly triple their 12 to 13% share of the U.S. adult population. Whites accounted for 30% of prisoners, about half their share of the adult population. According to another study printed in the journal Science Advances, quote, lifetime risk of imprisonment for black males rose from more than 1 in 5, about 20% in 1986, to nearly 1 in 2, about 49.6% in 2004, before falling to roughly 1 in 6, 16.2% in 2016. Even though the current numbers are way lower than the prior numbers, it's...
I mean, in America, sometimes they imprison people for things they don't imprison people for here, such as smoking pot. I mean, you do know that, Kenny. I mean, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of those black people in prison for things that, they wouldn't go to prison for here, and one has to wonder, we don't know the ins and outs of this. Like, what are these cops like? Are these cops being racist when they're arresting people? Are they more lenient towards white people? I mean, I've heard that's a thing. There is in-group bias. Maybe white people let white people off more than they let black people off. Have they looked into that? Has any of that been analyzed, Kenny? Again, these are things that have to be looked into if you're going to make sweeping generalizations.
Can I get in just anyway. Very quickly? Okay, let's finish.
No. All right, go ahead very quickly, you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's funny because, here in Britain, when the whole grooming gangs thing came out and everybody was like, oh, it's the Pakistanis and, oh, they were coming out with all this stuff. But how comes when Lucy Letby, a white English girl, was literally murdering babies, from what I heard, nobody, there was no real public outcry from those so-called people who were concerned about quote-unquote white British children. So I would agree with you. When it comes to certain issues, there is an in-group bias because people like Kenny, they don't seem to see that his own demographic commits heinous crimes as well.
I always call out my own demographic when they commit crime. Always. And by the way,
I've never heard you though.
The Lucy Letby case has been re-examined because apparently the Mail on Sunday columnist Peter Hitchens, the famous Christopher Hitchens' brother, he's been campaigning for her to be released. He believes that she's innocent.
So why was she convicted by a jury and a judge?
I don't know if I've looked at the whole case, but he's saying it's because of the management in the NHS using her as a scapegoat, apparently.
Well, we'll leave to see awareness of that. So, yeah.
Okay, so there's 1 minute, 40 seconds of this left. Are we going?
Yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Right.
Still way higher than ever recorded among white men. So, why is this happening? Why disproportionate crime in the black community? The single most obvious factor correlating with violent crime is lack of fathers in the home. According to the Institute for Family Studies, only 37% of black children are living in a home headed by their biological parents. 72% of black fathers have had a child out of wedlock. Studies show the number of fathers in a neighborhood can actually help alleviate the problem of lack of fathers directly in the home. There's a network effect, a neighborhood effect, but it's rare to find a black neighborhood with a lot of present fathers. As a study from Harvard, Stanford, and the U.S. Census Bureau found, just 4.2% of black kids currently grow up in areas with a poverty rate below 10% and more than half of black fathers present. That compares to 63% of white kids. Now, there are those who will argue that it's white racism that's causing the absence of black fathers. That's a weird argument given the fact that in 1960, when white racism was really a serious American problem, less than a quarter of black children were born to unwed mothers. Today, that number is like 72%. So as racism in the United States plummeted, the rate of single motherhood in the black community went up. Blaming racism for the rise in single motherhood makes no sense statistically speaking. Differential crime rates don't have anything to do with inborn racial differences. This isn't actually about race. It has to do with behavior. When you incentivize father absence, crime goes up. When you fail to police crime, crime goes up. When you make excuses for black on white violence, or pretend that the real problem of violent crime in America is white on black, crime goes up, particularly among the populations who are being ignored, black Americans.
There we are.
Yeah, so like I said, Kenny, you never ever post things about the white community and their pathologies. So that's what I was trying to say. You always target certain communities, just like the white right wingers like to do. So I would take you more seriously if you actually showed some, if you didn't show so much bias in your narrative.
As if white crime statistics were disproportionate to our percentage of the population, I can rest assure you I would be shining a torch on my own community. But Ben Shapiro just confirmed what I said.
But again, Kenny, you have not addressed
the problem is single mothers.
The underlying causes.
Single mothers. You're not shouting over me. It's not going to stop me talking. You can cut me off the show, and I'll never fucking come back on. If that's what you want, fine. If you didn't want to hear the truth, fine.
He said the single mothers are.
Did he leave?
Problem. He left.
Did he leave? See, this is what I mean.
I
Shock and awe tactics.
I didn't kick him off.
Yeah, I know you didn't. So this is what I mean. As soon as I start to engage him, and this other guy, he's another little covert, little funny guy as well. Because you start when I started talking about like why he's not a monolith, he got triggered. The mind guy. See, this is what I mean. There's a lot of these guys in the closet. That's why I call them covert white nationalists, because they secretly have this little peddle agenda, like to peddle this agenda, man. But it is what it is.
Guys, link is in the chat. Do come on. I'm not here to trigger anybody, make anybody angry. We're just here.
But you see, D&W, yeah. The problem I have with this guy is, as soon as I wanted to let him finish, and I was going to come back to him, he said my demographic doesn't have disproportionality. He listens to this show, so even before he came back on and played that video, he was listening to our conversation. I gave examples of his demographic and where they're overrepresented disproportionately. Keyword disproportionately in white collar crime, school shootings, etc., etc. So he definitely heard that. But the problem with this guy is he doesn't. He's a far right, basically neo-Nazi type. So they are blind to certain information, and they like to hyper focus on other pieces of information. That's why I don't have any respect or integrity for what he says, because he doesn't have none himself to even stick around and let me give a proper argument.
Okay, we have Chickpea. Chickpea, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. What would you like to say today about community, the death of community? The death of community. Is it too late to fix it now?
Oh gosh, no, I think it's too late actually. Actually, I did say what I thought also. I think our architecture's got a lot to do with it as well.
Say that again?
I think our architecture has a lot to do with it. Living in tower blocks. When you live in a tower block, you don't communicate with your neighbours. It's well documented fact.
I've heard this before. Yeah.
It was lovely to see you. Sorry.
Very nice to see you too, Chickpea.
Yeah, Chickpea, great to have you on here.
Thank you, David.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'll have you know, Chickpea, my cat is sitting on me as we speak. So yeah, he's part of the show too.
Where is he?
He's just on my lap. He's literally yeah. He's lounging. Yeah.
Yeah, my ginger Tom's fast asleep.
Yeah.
Things.
There's a bit of feedback noise. Where's that coming from? Can you hear it?
I think it must be LA. LA. Sorry, not LA. Absurd. Sorry. Absurd.
Yeah.
AKA JE. You're on the Fine Gnosis show. What would you like to say about the death of community? Is it too late to fix what has broken, or has anything even broken, or is what was broken worth fixing in the first place? Should we just build a new way forward that is bigger, better than whatever it was that was before? Because what was before wasn't good enough.
Hey everyone, can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah, you got a lot of horrible background noise.
You got a weird kind of like hoovering noise or something. I don't know what it is.
Is it better now?
No, it's still there.
Still there?
Yeah.
Oh no. Damn it. Alright, let me leave and come back.
No, that's better. That's better.
No, it's got. Oh shit.
He's come
back. It's doing W. I'm having a lovely, lovely super day today.
Are you?
I said, are you?
I was and I wasn't. You know me. My mood goes up and down. As in, like, not my mood. I don't know if it's my mood, but my thoughts go up and down. You know, throughout the course of the day. I mean, it's hard not to be triggered by reality, isn't it? You know. So sometimes I'll have a gloomy thought. Other times I'll be brought back to some kind of base level. What is my general nature? Melancholic, perhaps, to some degree, yeah. But based on thoughts rather than brain chemistry. I think that's the weird thing, because people say sometimes I sound chirpy. I don't know if that comes across on the live stream. It used to come across more when I did this channel.
Yeah, you do. It's really weird.
People used to be surprised that I spoke about negative things, you know.
Yeah, well, I've said that to you. Yeah,
mm,
it's like something can't work you out.
yeah.
Like he's in a bad mood or what? Because you know me, I like people in a bad mood.
You like to be in a bad mood, yeah. You like to wallow.
Yeah.
You are a like a depressive hippo, wallowing in a pit of despair. You know.
Do you
Yeah.
know what though? Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel, but Brits are always seen as like we're always seen as like cynics, and I think it's true. You know,
Yeah, that's why I
I've
like
been.
it here.
Yeah, we're quite a cynical bunch, to be fair,
Yeah.
compared to others. Yeah.
Mind you, the Dutch are even worse where I come from. The Dutch are apparently the biggest moaners in the world. They're also the happiest. It's weird because I think moaning is good for you to moan. I think it gets rid of our
Right.
negative emotions.
Better out than in, as they say. Yeah.
Sorry?
Jay, you're here now. Go ahead.
Is it better?
It's a little bit better. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that community is in many ways it's slowly dying. I feel like compared to previous generations, we don't have strong social bonds like we used to. And you can clearly see it in the fact that there's a loneliness epidemic amongst both men and women. You know, like just in general, there's a uh, a general sense that people are struggling to find actual genuine connections with other people, whether it be friends, family, romantic relationships, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are struggling. And I know,
Yes, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, and I think, yes, even though the internet has allowed for, excuse me, certain other communities to exist, like ours that wouldn't have existed without it. Um, I still feel like, in general, most people are still a lot more lonely now compared to before the internet. So yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I think it's the internet, TV. It's just getting. The TV was the beginning, and now we're coming up to the end game. I believe. 'Cause it wasn't
Yeah.
like this in the 50s and 60s. It wasn't.
Jay, I actually agree. Like, because earlier on in the chat when I was on, I said pretty much what you said. I agree 100%. It's kind of funny because over the years, especially the last 5 years, like I used to be quite tight knit with people. I had a sort of larger friend circle, and slowly we've all just drifted apart. And it happened. And the funny thing is, it happened in stages. So first we stopped meeting up as often. Then we just used to come online and play Call of Duty or whatever bullshit. And then it just became a WhatsApp group chat, and then the WhatsApp group chat became quiet, and then people started leaving. And then it's like, before you know it, you haven't spoken to someone in like 1 or 2 years. It's crazy. Like, yeah.
It's not too bad where I live. We still, I live in a small block, and we do still chat to each other and things, and moan at each other. But yeah, well, I like moany people. I appreciate that. I like to hear people moan. I find it nice. So I come.
And another thing too is that people just don't get out and I guess do things and meet up with people anymore. You know, everything is everything's online now, or even not even online. They just don't even socialize online. Even they're just better off essentially.
Yeah, or glued to a screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just don't see that like turning around anytime soon, because we just every passing year we just keep becoming more and more reliant on technology. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, it's getting worse. Yeah, because I can remember a time it wasn't like this. I do remember when I was a little girl, neighbours used to talk to each other, and people used to go in each other's flats for a cup of tea in the middle of the day and all this sort of stuff. Because there wasn't a TV there to keep people amused. And so you had to go and talk to your neighbours to have something to thingy you.
Yeah.
And I think it's more prevalent in highly sort of condensed urban areas like cities, because wherever I meet people that come from the rural areas, they're almost like complete, like they're very social, but like
All right.
um and I've noticed that it seems to be a kind of like a bit of a
Yeah.
correlation between people who live in rural areas are hyper social, and then when you get to the big cities full of millions of people, like everybody's just like, just leave me the fuck alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't want to talk. Yeah,
Yeah. No.
it's a strange phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like we're being socially engineered to, I guess, like become lonely. I guess.
That's a good point.
Or
I
easy
like
to
that. Socially
control.
engineered. Yeah, yeah,
Makes us easy to control.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because the more like lonely and divided we are, like the less likely we are to come together and like fight the system. You know.
Yeah, we won't. You see. Yeah. It's all down to
Exactly. And we just had a guy on here spouting his little far right crap, Kenny. Um,
Yeah.
you know, and it's just interesting because they really think that they're doing the right thing, and but this is the problem. So, like you said, we're already being divided, and then we got idiots like him causing further division. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What hope is there,
Yeah.
bro? Sometimes I think about it. Yeah,
You, Rob, don't mind me asking.
yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
How old are you? Ra,
Yeah. Hello.
how old are you?
I would say I'm in my mid 30s.
All right. Oh, I'm in my 70s. But you just, yeah. Curious how old you were.
Yeah, so I'm getting closer to 40, I would say. Close to maturity, you know.
Yes. Got a long time yet. Maturity's
Oh,
lovely.
yeah. It has its perks. Definitely has its perks, but
Yeah, loads.
yeah, but it's also a lot of memories as well, you know. Sometimes not always a good thing. Yeah.
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 So
Yeah,
it's
no,
past
I've
3. Sorry.
What is worth
yeah,
saving from the old ways in community?
commu-
What's worth saving?
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I would say people actually meeting up and actually doing things as a community, like actually having activities and um actually like getting together and like doing activities together and hanging out. I guess it's pretty basic, but yeah, like that, like people underestimate like um how much getting out and socializing with a group of people, how much it improves your mental and physical health.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
yeah. I would even say, yeah, although this isn't exactly getting out, but I would say props to D&W, because this is a good space for people to come to, even if it is virtually, and because you're better off talking to somebody in some sense than talking to nobody in no sense. You know what I mean? That's what I
Yeah.
think. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think D&W, maybe you should make a thing out of it, a little business. Open up several of them. Start charging.
Well, if people want to help, they can send me something using the link under the video. It's up to them. But what was I going to say? Oh, Witchy Bishy's here. She says, age is just a number. Some get 80 years, some die in their youth. Witchy Bishy, we would appreciate you coming on here today, darling. We need another female voice. Can't have it all on Chickpea's shoulders, you know.
Yeah.
Never guess
Yeah,
what I've been watching. You never guess what I've been watching. The Man That Fell from the Sky today.
No, I don't think I even
That's
heard
that
of it.
David Bowie film from 1976. I'm watching films that are 50 years old.
Wow.
Yes, Very good.
Do you know
Actually, it's a
what?
very good film.
Speaking of that, yeah, I actually went to the cinemas earlier on this year and I rewatched the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended
Yeah,
edition. That was
yeah.
fucking enchanting. I'll tell you that
Good.
much.
I watched
Oh
that.
my
Did you go?
goodness.
Did you? How long did it take to watch that? Did you go a few days in a row, or like? Was it on
Yeah,
between
so
films?
it was a bit of a bummer because they only showed each movie. So there's three movies. They only showed them twice within a week and a half period. So what I did was I watched the first two, and then there was a 3 day gap for Return of the King, and it was amazing, man. I went by myself as well. Um,
Cool.
yeah, and yeah, it was amazing, man, to see that on the big screen. And yeah, the extended editions, because I feel like even the media has gone to shit a bit as well. Like, there's no creativity left. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I started back
Okay,
on regular. Oh,
guys, Witchy Bishy has graced us with her presence. Witchy Bishy, great to have you here. We are talking about community, whether it's dying, whether it's dead. What do you think? What would you like to say on the matter?
So I have a couple of short stories to tell about yesterday and tomorrow as to what I think about community. So yesterday, my partner and I drove 2 hours to his son's new trailer, and he helped install some plumbing, the sewer and water to this trailer that he just moved into his friend's property. And we're not quite done. We'll have to go back again. But in the time we were there, and his son is, I would think, I don't know, he's 25. So that's what, Gen Z? So all of his buddies showed up. He needed tools. They went to their homes and brought back tools. They made sure we had food and drink because the water wasn't running. I mean, it was total community. All of his buddies, like, he's parking this trailer next to his buddy's trailer on his buddy's property, and they all work together to take care of each other. Like, it was amazing. That's Gen Z. My daughter is also 25, and today she moved, and we went to help her move because we have a truck and trailer, and her friends showed up and helped move her things, and we're trying to help her set them up in the new house even. So I don't know what you guys are watching on the interwebs, or if you know people in Gen Z, but our children in Gen Z have community. They have built communities.
I feel like that's an outlier, though. I mean, I'm happy to hear about it, but I feel like they're an outlier. I feel like most Gen Zs, and the studies are out there. Like most Gen Zs very lonely compared to their counterparts from previous generations. So the research is out there.
Well, I think that part of it is they have a lot more free time. You talk about, like, people say that people work more now than they used to, but people also used to work at home. People didn't rent. They owned their homes, which require maintenance. They had elderly family they took care of. Like, people have always working, and we have more leisure time now to complain about being lonely. And they also, a lot of people, and not just the younger generations, my generation's really bad about getting sucked into the social media as their only outlet. And I think, COVID probably played a part in that, but I think it was coming down the pike anyway. And
Yeah.
but I mean, honestly, most of the Gen Z I know, and me and my friends who are breeders have Gen Z kids. They have community. I know maybe it's not coming through the media, but what I'm seeing, knowing Gen Zs and knowing my kids and their friends and my friends and their kids, they're helping each other because they don't have a choice. They've got to have a roommate, or they can't even afford a fucking apartment.
Yeah. I mean,
And
but
by the way, my daughter moved into a house that her best friend and one of her best friends and her best friend's boyfriend are buying, and she's renting a room from them for a couple of years because it helps her and it helps them to make their mortgage payment as they first get started.
That's nice.
oh, nice.
That's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Gen Z, a lot of
Yeah.
them are doing that. they're going in and they're getting their friends saying, look, I want to buy this house, but I can't afford the whole mortgage. Do you want to rent a room for a couple years for less than your apartment?
That's nice. Yeah, that's really that's smart.
Yeah, they should do more of that here. Yeah.
But again, yeah, I feel like you have good kids, and it's good to hear those sort of stories. But again, I feel like those are outlier stories. I feel like most of Gen Z seems to be struggling with that. It seems.
Yeah, I hate to use the word most. There are a lot who are struggling, and there are a lot who aren't with community. When we use the word most, it's like we're trying to imply that there's a trend that can't be turned around. And I just don't like the use of the word most. If you say a lot of Gen Z are having a hard time coping with it, I'm with you. But when you throw in most, statistics are done based on surveys. And if we're going to say most people don't fucking bother with surveys.
I mean, oh, we lost Ross, but no, I mean, again, I'm just going. I mean, yeah, I'm going off of the studies, but I'm also going off of personal experience as well too. But it does seem like a trend that's not that doesn't want to be reversed anytime soon. So I don't know. It's looking really dicey at the moment, and I say that too as a Gen Z myself.
I think the people that I know that are my age, I guess I'm technically Generation X, but I'm in that little period they're calling Xennials. And what I'm seeing is my generation are lonely because your generation isn't afraid to meet people online. My generation thinks that's like there's like shame in that. And so I think I see my generation is they're all divorced and lonely and unhappy.
Interesting, because usually they tend to say that Gen Z is the loneliest generation, and that the other generations before them aren't as lonely and have community and stuff. So it's interesting to hear that you say that you think your generation is actually lonelier than Gen Z.
Well, that's just from my personal experience. I'm widowed twice. Most of my peers are divorced. My partner's divorced twice. Like most of my peers that I went to school with are at least divorced once, if not more. And a lot of these kids, people, LA talks about like parents thinking their kids owe them something and stuff. And a lot of their kids don't even like associate with them much. They call when they need something and we go running, but then the rest of the time they don't have time for us.
Yeah, that's true. That actually tracks. Actually, I think that has a lot of truth to it.
Mommy, do you feel? Mommy?
But yeah, I don't like to be pessimistic and stuff, but just going off of how the world is going, I just don't see this trend turning around anytime soon because people are becoming more and more reliant on social media and even AI as a substitute for actual human relationships. But then that also brings another question, right? Like if and people have actually like talked about this as an actual thing, right? If people actually feel more of a kinship and relationship and community with AI, does that actually count as a new form of community, or would you still view that person as being lonely?
I don't know. Most of the people I know who are involved with AI are my age or older. The young kids I know, my kids and their friends find it repulsive. The only person I know who's really into the AI, they call him Hippie Auditor or Wandering Hippie here on YouTube, and he's in his 60s, and he just and Bama Gump, who's also in his 60s, and they are on the AI every day. They talk to the AI every day. They do all their stuff with the AI.
No, I bring that
It
up
was
because
interesting. Yeah, no, I was saying it was interesting because I think Denizen was on here yesterday and I missed him his segment when he said he brought up an interesting point, which was, well, AI
What was
is.
that? I didn't hear you. Might be me.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so Denizen was on last night and he was talking about how AIs can literally map out personalities that you like almost like based on an algorithm, and they'd probably be really good at that. Maybe in a crazy kind of way, better than actual humans are. So it's
Well,
interesting you
because they
said
don't
that.
have their own, they don't have their own desires to change them from emulating exactly what you want them to be. That makes total sense.
Right, and
Yeah,
that
but
that's
I don't know how trippy that would be, because sometimes you need the yin and the yang. So even though you, like, I'm sure everybody here has had friends where you have disagreements, but then you reconcile afterwards, and that's part of the process, right? But what I find trippy is if you're talking to quote unquote like perfectly attuned algorithmic AIs, and there's no negativity, like, won't that be a bit trippy? Because like there's no clash, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just
yeah.
a thought experiment.
I don't
Yeah.
think even the good stuff will feel good if you don't have the bad. So I think that if you were to
Yeah, in
live
that sense, I
like
agree
that
with you. Yeah.
perfect copacetic reality, it would get boring. You would feel probably even more lonely because
Or will you start to resent the AI for being such a goody two shoes?
well, it would just feel like hanging out with yourself all the time, which
Yeah.
I mean, that's where loneliness lies the hardest, is when you're stuck hanging out just with yourself, right?
Yeah.
And that's
Hey, we got some
right,
new
that
guys here. Fatima, welcome back. Fatima, Pristine Son, welcome back.
How are you doing? So, what we're discussing now?
Guys, I just want to say tomorrow night, right? If I can do a stream tomorrow, I'm not sure, but the next stream, we are going to do one on off-grid living sometime later in the week. But the next stream we do, I think we need to go back to basics here on this channel sometimes, and that is we need to talk about something that might matter, and it might be of immense importance, and that is life after death, near-death experiences, soul trap theory, reincarnation, soul trap, these kind of things. So we'll do a show on that, what you will do after you die if you wake up in an alternative reality. It's just something to maybe talk about and think about in the meantime. Sorry, no, it's something to think about. As I said, we will do a stream on it. I hope,
I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
Oh, Chick would love that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Bit of change of pace. It's good. It's good. I like W. So, but what were we talking
No, I was
about?
just
The next
we were
stream
talking
might
about
be tomorrow. It depends on my schedule and what I can. Because
okay.
you know, it depends on when I get home and stuff. So if I can do it, I'll do it. All right.
well, we were talking about how like AI would affect community going forward, and I was just saying that I was just asking the question that if as the trend seems to be going, that a lot of people are actually like resorting to AI companions as a way to replace human companions, would you still consider those people to be lonely?
Well, we were actually talking about this last night, right, D&W, about like AI robot, the girlfriends and as companions, right? We were talking about then how it can like, and how in the future, probably in 20 years, because look what AI is doing now, we can have like synthetic humans that feel real and act real, and like it'll be essentially like very, very interesting like time period, because we would have like these drones, right, that just do your every whim for a man, obviously, for a man who obviously like, I don't know, wants to feel like dominant now, and he'll just get that, right? But at the same time, like I see that as inevitable, because I see AI like power just inevitable. So like, because I do like, you know, sympathize with like you know, anti-tech stuff sometimes, but like the way that I see it, I'm also a very pragmatic person. So I'm like, well, time only goes one way, and that's forward. That's towards the future. You can't go back in time for anything. So we just have to be tactical about how we use AI. Because to me, AI to me is only a tool. Like it's like it. You will like, the only reason why it would ever like ruin your life or your community is that if you let it ruin your life and your community. But it can be like a source of like information, data, collecting. How can you predict, like, you know, how the community is gonna be, right? Though some people call that's kind of a bit too, like, you know, I guess like logical, but like it could be a use for some things, right? Like a community of like people who need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's well.
Hmm?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that. Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting because um, as we were saying, as we was saying, right? She was saying that that might become boring because the AI is basically gonna be like you talking to yourself, since you're the one who programmed the AI to, I guess, be for what you want it to be. You know, so is that actually a proper connection? If is you're basically it basically comes like you're basically connecting with yourself through the AI. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
part of the good feeling we get when other people do what we like is that we know they sacrificed something they wanted to do what you want to do instead. And you'd never get that feeling with the AI because, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it could always like replicate it in some way, and I think that we live in such a debased time period that I don't think that the majority of humans would care if it's fake or not. They just want something, right? They want something. It's the same way I view like religious belief, right? It could be fake for all they know, but they still follow it because they just need something to be stable. And I think AI is going to be akin to a religion because, sure, the interactions between you and the AI and robot and or android or human are going to be fake, but at least you have the illusion of something being there. That's how I see like religious matters. In terms of organized religion, of course, like conventional religion. So that's how I kind of like interpret it, from like an anthropological lens. Yeah.
That's true because, like, even this show, I was saying before, Fatima, to these lot, this show kind of acts as a sort of synthetic, artificial platform where we can all talk to each other, but
Yeah. Right.
we're not actually quote unquote naturally interacting with each other. But it still serves a purpose. That's why we come back here, right? Because we're getting some. Yeah, we're all getting something from conversing and interacting. So it's interesting because this is kind of like a metaphor for that in a way. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's a good point. And also, like, we all get mad, happy, and sad in this show, right? Like, our reactions are real. You can hear it. You can't see our faces, but you can hear like the emotion in our voices. So this fake synthetic virtual reality does have effect on us. So like, even though it may not be real itself, the actions or the effects of it on us are very real because at least we're here. At least we experience those real feelings, right?
Yeah.
Ram, are you there?
I mean, Ross.
What? Grump.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put instructions for those tablets on the YouTube channel side.
Lovely. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
They do work.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. But also, like, I don't even know what loneliness is anymore because I don't think anyone's truly alone. And I mean that because I think if you have a language, I think you have experienced at least someone in your life, and in some weird way, like their words influence your words. So like you learn something, and like whenever you say certain words, right, you will have experiences and flashbacks or remembrances of things that happened with those words and those phrases, and you will automatically think about the other person. Like, so in reality, you're not really alone. You might be alone physically, but in terms of like a conceptual and like linguistic framework, you're not truly alone because you had to learn words from other people. You had to experience those words from other people. And I think that, I don't think that the mind is just structured by itself. Anyone watching it, no, the mind needs other people, like the human thought people to be structured.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But there is that saying, in it, born alone, not to sound like a human, but
yeah, of course, yeah.
And I think
the cat.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hello, kitty.
Kitty.
Oh, it just gave a kiss, isn't it? One wink means it's blowing a kiss.
Yeah.
That's cat language, isn't it? Yeah.
And I used to
Yeah,
have a dog. I used to have a dog named a buddy. Yeah, he was very old when he died. He was
nice one.
14 years old when he died. 14. That's one. Yeah, man. He was a fighter. Unfortunately, we had to place him down because he was just too old and his heart got enlarged. So yeah,
Sorry to hear that, man.
yeah,
That's the sad thing about pets, man. I'm not gonna lie. These days, yeah, I feel like I shed more tears for pets
oh
than
yeah,
for humans.
hell yeah,
I
No,
yeah.
I'm being honest, man. I'm being honest.
Oh, it's good.
Like,
Yeah, no,
yeah, like
yeah.
I'm quite a stoic guy, but if oh man, like when it comes to pets and that, man, even like my friend's dog and shit, man, like when it passed away, I was just broken.
Oh
Like, what
yeah,
the fuck, bro?
yeah.
Yeah,
Friend.
because
Yeah.
every time I used to go to his house, like if I was in a bad mood, the dog would come and sit on my lap, and the dog was there. When it passed away, I was just yeah. I don't know
Yeah.
why, but with animals, I tend to be more emotional. With humans, I'm very sort of
Hell
very
yeah.
stoic with humans. But yeah,
No, it's true. Like
shit, yeah.
whenever your pet dies or like your animal, a companion dies, it's almost like a piece of you goes with them, right? Yeah, because you have like the memories with them. You know, you have like experience.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's real, very
yeah,
real. Yeah.
it's true.
Oh. Yeah. Um. So would you guys actually consider having an AI companion over an actual human in the future?
No way.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I would be open to the idea.
No, I won't.
Even you, oh, Chick, you as well?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you wouldn't.
No.
Probably
The
not.
question, the absurd. I have a question for you. Is it technically cheating on your wife, or if you have an AI companion?
Who knows? Wait,
I mean, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, let's ask a female. Witchy, Witchy or Chickpea? I'll answer that, please.
It's literally programmed by a dude, so you'd be dating a dude.
yeah, you would.
Guys program it's literally code programmed into a robot, and a man programs that stuff. Most I mean, there could be women out there that are making these programs, but it's most likely
women make those
what if it's a female coder? Then okay, so what if it's would you consider that cheating though?
No. I just think it's stupid. It can't replace a human. You're basically just making out with nothing, like literally nothing. Like it's literally code, and that's all it is.
Yeah, it's scary. I wouldn't do it.
It's called having an AI side chick.
Don't you worry about your
No, but here's the
family.
thing. One of my biggest fears, though, is the fact that they will make AI robots just to make like humans, like repopulate the earth with like artificial wombs, and these AIs, like they have the options to not like feel pain anymore, so like they can just breed out fucking kids every other 9 months, right? If like the man wants to, like with fucking artificial the womb implants, which is just fucking horrifying.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
As an AN, I am an antinatalist, and like I can't believe I see other like I see other trans women, right? Like myself, they advocate for fucking womb transplants. Like, why would you want that? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why anyone wants to be a parent or a mom? That's just my opinion, though. It just doesn't make any sense.
Transplant? What the fuck is that? What do you mean?
Like an artificial womb transplant. They will place like a synthetic womb inside your body. Yeah, so you can have kids. Yeah.
What? Like to men? Like men want a womb? Oh my god, that's
Before you
insane.
move on, can I answer the cheating question?
Yeah, Witchy. Let's hear Witchy's perspective.
So I've been widowed twice, and I'm in a long-term committed relationship. We'll have 9 years on Wednesday. Yes, April Fool's is our anniversary. So
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. We'll have 9 years on
Happy
Wednesday.
anniversary.
If he were spending all of his time and getting all of his good feels, even if it was from an AI, I would feel cheated.
Wow. Okay.
Like it's the same thing with porn. It's the same thing with porn. I think
you know, if you watch porn together, if you're in a couple, that's fine. But if he's not interacting with her, or she's not interacting with him in order to watch porn, I think of that as cheating too, because the affections are being given elsewhere.
I see what you mean. But what if the scales were tipped the other way? What if he was majority with you, but he just had an AI side chick, as I call it, just like a side piece, like
Yeah.
you know.
Well, we're swingers, so I wouldn't have a problem with it if it was something that was all inclusive that we did together, or that wasn't taking away from what I need from my partner.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, so you have to still stay as the main focus, and then it's all
Well, I
good.
don't know about the main focus. I'm my main focus, and he's his main focus. I need my needs met.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Well,
yeah. So he could still be doing that, but let's say he played around with the AI on the side, like just as like supplementary. You know what I
I don't
mean?
think
Would you
it's
have an issue with
cheating.
that?
I don't
whoa,
think it's
supplementary.
cheating
Wow.
unless you're cheating someone out of something. Like, the idea to cheat someone is to take something away from them. So I don't think
Okay.
anything is cheating unless it takes away from the other person.
I think we need more women like you in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because some women out there, they consider, you know, if you look at a woman with admiration, then you've cheated with your eyes. You know, there's different spectrums for different people, and it gets a bit crazy. Yeah,
It's
because some
that
women
weird
can be.
Western thing that we have trained our generations, the last several generations, in this weird Western idea of one person is your everything and one person is going to only love you. That's not how the fucking world works.
Yeah, no, not really. The world is very, very messy.
I don't know. For me, it's easy to just love one person. Like, why? How would you even have the time to love anyone else? Like, where's the time for that? And why would you even want to? Like, for me, it's quite easy. It's not hard
You'll
at
be
all.
surprised. Yeah.
When you fall in love with someone, you immediately lose interest for everyone else. I mean, that should be basic. Like, if you haven't experienced that, then you probably have not been in love. I would say.
Yeah, but love is not permanent, so it fades away. I don't know how long you've been in a relationship for. Yeah.
Nothing is truly the permanent in life. Yeah, like
Yeah, because
like
yeah, go ahead, Fatma.
like no, like for example, like I can tell you like a personal anecdote of like my own grandfather and my father. Like my grandfather, like, you know, we all know the story of like, oh, it was love at first sight, and like he got married like 5 times, and he had like 9 kids with like 5 different women. Yeah, like so they.
Yeah, the person
well,
who
men
said
are
that
different. I'm not talking about men.
The person who said you've never experienced true love if you don't feel that way. How long have you been with your partner?
Well, you're talking to me. I'm not with anyone. I'm just saying that, like, I've experienced.
How many long-term relationships have you had?
I'm not interested in men, so I'm not talking about men. I'm talking about like women because I like
women or men.
I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about like being in relationships. I'm just talking about when you're interested in someone, when you have feelings for someone. I find, for me personally, I lose interest in everyone else. I have no interest in other people. Only that one person, and it's very easy for me. I'm not talking about being in a relationship.
You don't have friends or family that meet some of your needs rather than your partner?
No.
So you focus on just that one person, and now they bear the full responsibility of all of your needs.
D&W, what the hell is going on?
They don't.
I think it's the end of the show. Is that the end of the show?
Is this the end of the show, DW?
They don't have to meet your needs. Like, I'm just talking about literally liking someone and like being attracted to them and having feelings for them. They don't even have to be in a relationship with you. Most of the women I've been attracted to are not attracted to me. So I'm not talking about being in a relationship. I'm just talking about liking someone and being attracted to someone. They don't have to do anything for me. I can still love them even if they hate me. It doesn't matter. Like, it's about liking who someone is, and like I find that like you lose interest in other people.
That sounds more obsessive than in love. Like, that sounds
like codependency.
Love is
and
obsession.
obsessive
A lot of
behavior
people
when
are
it's love.
a lot of people in relationships are obsessed with each other. A lot of people in relationships are obsessed with each other.
I think that obsession is dangerous. I think that codependency is dangerous. And I think that love has nothing to do with that feeling of wanting to own something.
That's not about owning. It's just about not being interested in other people naturally. Naturally, you shouldn't be interested in other people. It's not about that. It's just like it's easy not to cheat, is what I'm saying. It's you're basically saying you're promoting that it's easy. You're a man. It's not relevant. I'm not interested in men. You're basically promoting that it's okay to be interested in other people while you're in a relationship. I mean, that's what you're saying. And you're a straight man.
100%.
Human beings are not meant to really be monogamous. I mean, it's only in modern day civilizations that these social contracts were drawn up for one, whereas if you go back through human histories, a lot of tribes and that were actually polyamorous. Human beings, I don't think we're even meant to be monogamous. That's why this whole cheating bullshit exists in the first place.
I can see why a man would want that to be the case, but I'm
because I mean, I understand you personally might not feel like that, but I've actually known many, like, they basically love one man, but they just have a huge sexual appetite for different men. And that's how they.
Statistics
show
that just as many women cheat as men. So trying to say that men are the only ones who aren't monogamous is BS. Just as many women cheat as men.
And not only that, I've known women who literally have, like I just said.
They may not be in love with the man that they're with. They may be cheating, but it's probably because they're not in love with the guy that they're with.
Yeah, that's
it's a guy.
Kind of fantasy of in love, because I've had 2 husbands. I've had nothing but long-term relationships.
Oh, here comes the song again.
Being
sounds like smooth jazz.
Hey, happy times, guys! Yay!
What's he finish?
Yeah. Continue.
That idea of being in love comes from fantasy, from fiction. It's not reality. The fact of the matter is, people have needs that have to be met. Every human being has needs that have to be met. And if we try to expect one human being to meet all of our social needs, you are going to burn them out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and also, Pristine Sun, do you really think love lasts forever? It's an infatuation. It fades away like anything else.
I never said it lasts forever. I'm just saying that, like, I just don't have interest in other people when I think I like someone. Like, it's really simple. It's not hard. I just don't have interest in other people. I find it very easy to just be interested in one person. And if I was in a relationship with that person, I definitely wouldn't have the time for anyone else, and I wouldn't give a shit about anyone else. Like, of course you have friends and family, of course. I'm not saying isolate yourself and don't have friends and family. That's not what I'm saying at all. And don't get your needs met from other people. I'm just saying that, like, I don't, like, have interest in other people. Like, I'm not going to go out and cheat. I'm not going to go out and try and get with someone else. If I have someone, then I don't need anyone else sexually. Like, if you're already getting your needs met by one person, then why the hell would you need to go out and try and find that from someone else and then hurt them in the process? You know, that's just kind of seems like just fucking retarded. It's like, if you've already got someone, you're going to put that at risk. You're going to put that relationship at risk.
You don't understand human nature, I would say, to a certain degree, because
so I do understand human nature. That is my nature.
So how long have you? Can I ask? How long have you been in a relationship for? Like, what's the maximum amount of time?
Truth be told, can really anyone like understand like human nature truly? I don't think anyone can like.
Not ultimately, but I mean in this sense, because I was basically saying that are human beings meant to be monogamous? Because that's what this whole cheating epidemic bullshit is about. People have drawn up artificial social contracts, like, oh, you have to love and like be fully attracted to one person for the rest of your life. But like, I don't know if Witchy agrees with me, but it's not really natural, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
okay, let me ask you this: if you're like, have you ever been in a situation, right, where you're interested in a woman, and then have you ever been jealous? Like, has a guy come into the picture, and how have you felt naturally? Like, what is your natural response to a man coming into the picture? Because you're just talking about fucking other women. You're not talking, excuse me, sorry. But yeah, you're not talking about, like, what if she was doing that to you? What if she was sleeping around with men? Like, how would that make you feel? Or you're totally fine with it, even if you're not included, even if she doesn't want to include you, or she was sleeping with other women. How would that make you feel?
So first of all, when I get into relationships, I'm very clear when I've communicated in the past about what I want and then what the woman I'm with wants, to answer that part of the question. But what I'm trying to say is it's not about solely sex, because even now, I've been married for some years. I meet women, yeah, and I can just tell. I have this intuition, like I could be with this woman, like because there's some chemistry there, and that doesn't mean that I hate my wife or anything, but that's just how it is. Like I don't know how to explain. I don't know how many relationships you've had or how old you are and all these other factors, but I meet women on a daily, and it's not even like I'm putting myself out there, but I know that there's a great chemistry, and I think, do you know what? Yeah, if I wasn't married, yeah, I could be with this woman, that because in that sense. So not because of sex.
So just
No, not because
you
of
asked about
not
jealousy.
My
not
point
because
is
of
that
sex.
yeah, witchy go, but I think jealousy is natural, and that's all I'll say.
Oh, well, you
Jealousy
asked
is
about
natural.
jealousy. You asked about jealousy, right? So
Yeah.
my partner and I, and my late husband also, when he was alive, we're swingers. I don't know if you know what that means.
Yes,
so we were at the
I know what that
grocery
means.
store just now. We were at the grocery store just now on our way home, and this woman came up to my partner and asked him to reach something on a high shelf for her because she, like me, is short and he's very tall. And he helped her, and she kind of flirted a little. It didn't bother me. I was actually like, when we walked away, I was like, "Ooh, she was flirting with you." Like, it didn't bother me at all. It made me very happy for him because it feels good when people flirt with us.
What?
Interesting.
I've never heard a straight woman say that in my entire existence. But you're a
Yeah,
swinger,
but you
right?
haven't met all women though.
I mean, you don't have to tell me how much money you have. I'm just asking in general, are you wealthy?
No, I mean lower middle class. I'm not wealthy. I've
Okay.
never been wealthy. Most of the people in the swinger community that we associate with are rather wealthy. I would agree with you that does tend to be the vast majority of people in that subset.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but naturally, I'm like disgusted by that whole concept of swingers and swinger parties. It's like
That's the
literally
beauty of humanity. That's the beauty of humanity, is we're all so fucking different. Like, that's what's great. Like, I think that's great for you, and I recognize that for some people it is that way. What somebody said, I think it was Roz, who said a minute ago, is that he's married, and when you get into the relationship, you set the rules together, and that's what matters. If you've made a rule with your partner and they break it intentionally, knowing it will hurt you, it doesn't matter if it's sexual or it has to do with relationships. When you do something that your partner has asked you not to, you're going to hurt them. And that's where the thing has to be, is it has to be the boundaries, and boundaries have to be clear between both parties.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of the biggest issue with a lot of relationships is that people just assume that they know what their partner wants and that their partner knows what they want, and then a lot of feelings get hurt because people don't properly outline and I guess clarify exactly what they're looking for and what the rules of engagement are within the relationship.
That's what I tell my kids. I tell my kids it's not about finding a perfect person. It's about setting boundaries, making decisions about what you need from one another, and actually communicating. If you can't communicate with another person, you should not be in a relationship with them.
Yeah.
True.
Like, if you can't talk about sex, you shouldn't be having it.
Yep.
Yeah, if you can't talk about how you're gonna spend, I guess, money and whatnot, then yeah, you shouldn't be in it. Yeah, all of
Well,
that.
just everything, and you should be able to talk about that before you commit. Like, I see young people still to this day. Like, when I was younger, I get it, guess it makes sense because we didn't have as much information at our fingertips. But I see young people today
jump into relationships really quickly and they don't even know each other. And then when you ask, well, is that your boyfriend? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Yeah, they call it situationships nowadays. Yeah.
Oh shit! Those are a common.
And basically what that means is I can't talk to my partner, so that shouldn't be your partner.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree.
Well,
Yeah.
I personally don't know how to fit in this conversation because, believe it or not, I actually have never been inside a relationship or like dating ever before, and like I don't feel ashamed of that because, like in my life, I've always had to like prioritize like survival and trying to figure out if I can actually if I know who I am. You know, like I'm always like because like I had a pretty like rough time with like a lot of like institutions like the mental health industry. I've had a lot of issues with that, and like I guess what I'm trying to say is that I was always distracted with like suffering from like those things and like trying to gain like a knowledge of who I am first before I can even go outside and like go outside of like my comfort zone and try to find someone else that I could be with. But me being an anti-natalist, reproduction's off the table. I will never be with someone that wants to reproduce. And
I commend you, Fatima. I commend you because most people feel the same way you do about not knowing themselves, and they still go out there and get into relationships where they hurt people because they aren't ready yet. I commend you. You are a very, very strong soul to
thank
put
you so
yourself
much.
first
Yeah,
that way.
of course,
I agree with that.
Of course, and also like my I guess my taste in people. I only want people who are like me. You know, I only want to date other trans girls, and that's it. And because they can't, because I find them attractive personally, and they can't reproduce. So it's like the best of both worlds, I guess you can say. Yeah, and that's all. Yeah.
Hey man, that's up to you, man. You know.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Is cool.
Good day, y'all.
We got a Joe Cool.
Joe Cool, Sama. How you doing, man?
Good to see you guys. How you doing?
You know what the Sama means inside the Japanese? It means like friend or cool or master. Yeah, the Sama.
The Sama.
Joe Sama. Yeah.
Oh, Sama. Oh yeah, like that term, that title, isn't it? Sama.
Sama. Joe Sama.
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know what, JC? You came in at the right time because we're talking about different types of relationships, and JC,
bro.
So I think Christine was saying her personally, she can't understand how if she's in love with somebody, how other people can be still interested in others while being with one person. So what's your take on that?
If I understand you right, if once you fall in love, she's wondering how you can fall in love and be attracted to another person.
Yeah, or more than another person. Could be multiple, depending on the view.
Okay. Normally that shouldn't happen. If I'm in love with someone, I wouldn't be giving another female the type of time where I would fall for her. So already you make a mistake if you spend that type of time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, but it's just human nature. I don't think you can really change that about human nature. People are just like hardwired to, I guess, constantly seek out new partners and new experiences. You know, so like it's very difficult to find one person that's going to be absolutely committed to you, for life. You know, I feel like that's like you have to be a very lucky person to find that sort of person because those people are very rare to find. Most people.
Well, not everyone can just get who they want though. Like I can't get who I want. Like I'm usually attracted to straight women who have no interest in me, or like they might be interested in the attention for a bit, but further than that, no. So it's like I can't even if I wanted to cheat, if I even managed to land someone who I was interested in and who was interested in me, I wouldn't probably be able to get someone else anyway. So it's like, I don't know, I guess you guys are just super attractive where you can just kind of get whoever you want. That's kind of what it sounds like.
I think you're saying that the reason that people fall for multiple people is because you're not really with the one that you wanted. You settled anyway. When you see properties in another person, then
they're liable. I think you're saying if I had the person I wanted to begin with, then I wouldn't stray. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Oh, I'm just saying that, like, usually people who want me, I'm not interested in, and I'm interested in people who are not interested
If
in
you
me.
found that perfect chick,
Joe,
would you stray?
her position was that when she finds herself attracted to someone, whether it's reciprocated or not, but when she finds herself attracted to someone, she has no interest in anyone else.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. Yeah.
I think that's what happens to me. I've never cheated, and I've never had desire to when I'm into a
But
chick.
doesn't that wear off, Joe? Because like and in the time that I've known you, I've had one partner that I'm with, and in the time that I've known you, I can name 4
that I've been with.
and those are just the ones I know about. And I
There's
don't know.
that laugh. Hell yeah.
This last one I was with for about 4 years, man.
Felix the cat laugh. Oh, sorry.
And I never cheated. I never cheated on any chick. And
I can vouch for you, Joe, that
I
you
like
never
the
cheated
cat.
on any of them, but eventually it wears out. So one of
Yeah,
you
but
starts
Joe,
looking
come on,
for
man.
something else.
You're a hetero guy like me, yeah.
Right,
Joe,
right,
you're a hetero guy like me. Are you telling me, you're with your woman for 4 years? Are you telling me in your day-to-day life you don't just in interactions, innocent interactions, you come across a woman, you're not even putting yourself out there to her, but in the back of your mind, you're like on the intuition level, you're like, you know what, yeah, I could actually be with this woman if it came to it because the chemistry's there. You know what I mean? It's not like you want to get laid for the night, but it's like you telling me as a hetero man you've never had those experiences? Because I'll be shocked if you ever.
I think in the forefront, you say in the back of my mind, in the forefront of my mind, I'm thinking this chick is crazy, gorgeous, or shit like that. But I've never even been tempted. I've never even gotten close. And I think I told you
But
this
you're
is a
still
true
attracted
story.
to her, Joe. Even though you know it would hurt your partner, and that's what stops you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's part of human nature to be like that. Whether you act on it or not is different. But I'm saying,
I think
like, it
so,
may not.
especially for a guy. As long as new chicks come in, a guy will always be interested, I think.
Yeah.
Anything,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure ordinary dude, but the other dudes I have talked to and seen as friends and family, yeah, they were interested in other women as soon as they came into the picture. Like, I'm not the average man, as I guess you can say, because I'm not. But like, yeah, that I can vouch
Nikki,
for. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm stop doxing you. Witchy, when I was with your
I was teasing you about
I
that, Joe.
know,
You know you can
I
call me
know. It was
Nikki
funny. I
anywhere
thought it
you
was
see
funny
me.
too. You see, I remember it. I thought it was funny. But when I was with your girl, the girl who I just broke up with, I had met her, I don't know, 2-3 times at an Airbnb. Apparently, I took her out. I went to Denver and took a bunch of people out. She was one of them. I didn't even notice her, and I thought she was gorgeous. I saw her years before when I was with another girl, and I was like, me and that girl was like, she's gorgeous. But I was in a relationship, and when I was in a relationship with your sister, I was literally cousin. Okay, I didn't know what you call it, cousin. That's right. Thank you. I literally took her out and didn't even remember. She was like, me and you sat in the car and smoked weed. I didn't even notice it. And she's beautiful. I ended up with her for years. But when I was in a relationship, I didn't even notice her. I did not.
Interesting. Well,
I was actually going to bring that up, Joe. I was
You was
actually going to
what?
bring that up because you mentioned it before, and I was going to bring up, well, I know you still see other beautiful women, but I know you
All the
through
time.
experience that your most recent ex was someone you had seen multiple times, but you weren't available, so you didn't even look at her that way.
Yes, and I think she's gorgeous. When I first saw her, she was gorgeous. I still think
And
she's gorgeous.
here's the thing: physical attraction is not the only metric. Because sometimes, as a man, hetero man here, I'm speaking.
You're breaking up, Rod. You're breaking up.
And that was well said before you broke up too. You was on a roll there.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not always about physical attraction as the only metric, JC, because sometimes it's about a woman's femininity, like just certain things she does.
100%.
So sometimes I'll see a woman and it's not like, oh my God, she's drop dead gorgeous, but it's like, you know what, bro? I'm actually digging this girl, like the way she carries herself. And it's an intuition thing. It's not like, oh, I want to cheat, but it's like in the back of my head, yeah, my subconscious is like, you know what though, you'd actually be a good match for her, you know, and then that's it. So I'm just saying, like, as a
I'm
man,
in
like that,
agreement. Yeah, you preaching to
yeah,
the
yeah,
choir. The one I was with, Nikki's cousin, when we were
yeah.
together, I think she was like, if she wasn't crazy, man, I'd marry that chump. She was just perfect to me, and it was part of that
Yeah,
femininity shit, right? She was a woman. It was
exactly.
great,
Yeah.
bro.
Roz, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Oh, Marcus, don't do this contrarian shit,
Brother
man. You've been
Marcus,
after me
what's up,
for a
brother
long time.
Marcus? How do you do?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. No, I'm joking, man. Go ahead, go ahead.
Senor Marcus.
It is a rhetorical question. So it's kind of like the Socratic method, but I think it'll help illustrate the point that I'm trying to make. You have a human, like you're appealing to human nature because of your intuition. And if it comes to a different contextual situation where I have a different intuition, we're both humans, yeah.
Yeah.
So we both invoke different intuitions. And would you still appeal to human nature if we differentiate based on those intuitions?
Yeah, because human nature is not limited to one aspect, you know, and
Of
I don't
course.
think it's, yeah. So it can be
So I guess
very wide.
yeah. So when it comes to Christine, she would have a different thing so when you say, oh, but it's human nature, well, it's not to her nature, right? And it's not to my nature.
Very good.
Not to me either.
Yeah.
But we're
Not
all
to me.
human. We're all sharing this human experience, but
Yeah.
our nature has a spectrum of experience.
Good distinction there. Yeah.
Like, absolutely. And guess what? I don't even think that there's like a self. Like, as I told all of you, I think a few nights ago, I don't even think there's a self. After reading certain people recently, I love to read. I'm like, hey, I don't
Yeah,
really.
I'm with you on that. We had that converted last time. I was telling JC about the non-self thing in Buddhism, innit, which is quite interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's found in a lot of like global intellectual traditions. Like, I think brother Marcus appreciate that I'm reading David Hume right now, and David Hume says that there is no self. It's just a collection of experiences, sensations. It's just a bundle of senses in self.
And identification with those, isn't it? It's the mind's identification with those things as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think that there's like a stable self at all anymore. Like, I used to be agnostic on the question. I wasn't so sure I was like offensive, but now I can firmly believe that, you know, there is no such thing as, at least in my own epistemology, in my own judgment, I don't think that there's a strong evidence for me that can believe in like a self. Yeah.
Yeah, I
He
mean, like,
just gave evidence
life,
when he
I'll say
said that everybody was inclined toward a certain direction. Isn't that an indicator of self?
No, it's not. No, it's just, no, it's not, because it's not an absolute indicator. It's just my indicator of like a type of measurement. It's almost like a ruler. A ruler is an absolute. A ruler,
but
is
it's yours, though. It's yours, so it's
no,
points
it's
to
not.
an individual.
No,
No,
it's not. It's not.
Right.
It's not, because anyone
So
can have rulers. Yeah, anyone can
yeah,
have.
so the argument would be your mind, your consciousness, your body, none of them are yours, because you, number one, you have no control of it. Number two, they're constantly changing, and
Well, I would
there's
disagree.
no,
You
there's no,
clearly have
there's,
control over it because I intentionally change it. I intentionally mold myself as
No,
I
no,
grow older in the
no.
direction I
so
want to go.
can you stop yourself from aging? Can you stop your organs from failing? You can't stop those things. So it's
Because I
beyond
can't
you.
do everything means I can't do some things. That logic doesn't hold.
JC, it wasn't because I chose this, because the empirical evidence, the outside evidence outside of my brain follows it, and I'm like, okay, I can't really in my own brain logically follow something that I believe to be true, because there is strong evidence from outside of my brain that doesn't belong to me entirely, that, like, damn, this could be real. It's almost like a correspondence of information outside of my head. Yeah.
So Fatima,
What?
the car that I drive has zero control of how I use it. Does that mean that the car doesn't exist?
The car does
In
exist.
concept, no. In concept, in ultimate reality, no, it doesn't, because the car is made up of multiple components. So,
Yeah.
for example, no, let me finish. So, for example, if I was to, let's say your car is four tires, an engine, and etc., etc. Now, if you part by component, if you start to take things away, then it's no longer a car. So when you say car, your car is, you're describing the phenomena of an object that has all those components, and when it functions, it's a car, right? But suppose I was to strip your car down and take away all the components, then what happened to the car? The car is an amalgamation of all the components. Because if I broke your car down into pieces and took it and said, "Where is your car?" What would your answer be?
You made my point completely, Raz. Thank you.
So the
You
car is
said
not a self.
the car is
So
not
there's no one
Let her
part of the
explain
car.
why she thinks you made her
It's
point.
not about a self. You made my point. The car is an amalgamation of everything that becomes this concept. We are an amalgamation of all of our experience that becomes this concept of self. And our concept of self is just as real as that concept of car.
Which is an illusion, because when it's broken down,
Well,
it
it's
no
all
longer
an
Yes,
exists.
I
illusion in
can.
my
Yes.
belief.
No. No. And it's
So
kind of
you
a
just proved my point.
it's kind
Yeah,
of a
I just
category
proved
for
it to you.
error. Yeah,
It's an
because
illusion.
they all
It's
form
an
of self,
illusion.
but they all form of self, but they don't come from a stable original source. You have to bring in other external pieces to make the car and ourselves. So no, there is no stable.
Wait. I'm not sure I'm understanding. A car is made up of, well, you can break it down. All of us are made up of the same building blocks, atoms, carbon, or whatever our smallest building blocks are.
Experience the
If you
senses.
if you take it that far back, so we all, if you arrange atoms in a certain form, we call that a cat. If you arrange them in a certain way, we call that a car.
Yeah, but just
And
because you call it doesn't mean it is. That's just the identification. That's where
Yeah,
you're
this
going wrong. Is
is true.
you're misconstruing your self-identification with phenomena as it being something it's not.
no, I'm
Yeah.
not
Do you understand?
confused. I'm not confused. I understand that the cars is just like me. I'm a amalgamation of things. I'm
Yes,
put
you are.
together, and I'm and let's say, I don't know, I paint. It doesn't make me a painter more than a painter.
But
So just because it's a car, it's just an identifier, something we call it. I realize it's more, and the same thing with people. I don't know
well,
if that means that it doesn't exist because it can be disassembled, or I should not call it a
No,
thing when it's
I
assembled in a
think
certain way.
I think you're taking it the wrong way. I never said it doesn't exist. I said in ultimate reality there is no car, because the
yeah,
car is just the sum total of different components working together. If you break any of those in chain, then there's no longer a car. Do you understand? Just like a
So
fire.
there are no
Um,
planets or anything. We can't name anything.
no. We can for convention's sake, but we're talking about philosophy, ultimate reality.
ultimate reality,
When
ultimate
he
sense
said,
experience.
yeah, because
Yes.
look, it's like a fire, right? The fire triangle: fuel, heat, oxygen. Yeah.
Right.
So what happens to if the fire is truly something in and of itself, a fire? Yeah. What happens to the fire when you blow it out? That's your answer. And that's what the Buddha explained in his teaching, what he calls nirvana. Not that I'm a Buddhist, but because
Yeah.
he was trying to teach people this because they couldn't understand it. And he goes,
I
well,
understand,
what
and I talk
will
about
it?
this with other cats. I understand. I still am having trouble though.
So the
Making that.
fire is, so the best way to describe it is the fire, like anything else in reality, is it's basically the best way to describe it is phenomena. Yeah, it's a
Phenomenon,
phenomenon.
exactly.
Yeah,
Plumbing,
but that
exactly. Plumbing.
yeah.
Sorry.
Now, what happens when you blow the fire out? Does it go north? Does it go south? It doesn't. It just ceases to exist. So all
Yeah.
phenomena
Are
exist
you
is
sure?
present by conditions.
I
Yes,
don't
we are
think
sure.
ceasing. I don't think ceasing to exist is a thing.
What?
I
Are
don't
you
think
sure?
cease. Yeah.
So what
What
happens to the
happens when you
fire when
blow a
you
fire?
extinguish?
What
When you
happens to
blow a
the fire
fire
when you
out,
blow it
right?
out?
The
Yeah.
heat
But
dissipate, the
poof, done.
carbon atoms, the air, it all disappears. It
Yeah.
doesn't. It's not in the right formula to form a fire, but it doesn't
So therefore,
exist. The oxygen still exists.
No,
Yeah.
it does not. The fire is a distinct thing that's built out of other things. If we take away
But
just one formula of the fire, it's not going to be a fire anymore.
I
There
just
is
said that, but
yes,
the
no,
particles
no,
that
no.
made the fire still exist. Yes.
Yes, but the fire is no longer there. That's what you're not getting.
I
You're.
understand that. I'm saying it's not there.
No, bro.
And
Bro,
I'm
so
gonna
that's what
bring
I'm
it over
saying to
to
you. So
me.
just
Go
like
ahead.
the car, so just like when you break up the car, the components still exist. Yes. But what I'm saying to you is the car in its totality does not exist. It's there's a word for it's an epiphenomenon. Like even when it comes to consciousness,
Here, let me speed
there's a
up a little
view.
bit so you can
Yeah,
understand that I understand at least what you're saying.
yeah.
I don't exist as the Joe I know. I am not claiming that, but my pieces, wherever they go, they still exist. And if we're doing the Eastern philosophy thing,
also found in the West too. With
I,
I
things
don't know. You
I,
guys have
Yeah.
just totally played into the beliefs that I have that everybody says is crazy about the oneness and the egg.
not
Because
really. No, I don't. No, we don't.
because
Oh,
it's all part
No,
of the whole and returns to the whole and
no,
itself
that's a
no
false
longer
analogy.
exists.
We are just explaining the concept of self and experience, not of all of reality. I'm still metaphysically ignorant what reality is, what ultimate reality.
Joe,
yeah,
Joe, you know your arm. You know your arm, your right arm.
yes, yes,
Suppose a predator came, bit it off. I know it's a bit visceral example. Suppose you
yeah,
say to me, "This is my arm. This is Joe Cool's arm."
yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
so you would say this belongs to myself. Now, suppose a predator comes, a carnivore, grabs hold of your arm, snaps it off, eats it. What happened to your arm?
It's gone. It's in
If
the
it
predator's belly.
No, but go on. Go. You know the scientific thing. So no, but you said it belongs to you. It's yours. So that's just proof that it doesn't belong to you
I'm
because
telling
once.
you that.
So what? Once your arm is in the
That
predator's mouth, it's no longer your arm because
No, it's
now
me.
it's going to be digested as proteins, and then it
okay.
becomes
Here, let
part of
me.
the predator. So are you know? So what I'm trying to say to you is, your problem is you're self-identifying with things that
You're
are not you.
identifying me like that. I am not. I am saying that Joe Cool is just a name, a phenomenon, you call it or whatever. It existed before any of this. I inhabit a meat bag. Don't mean I'm the meat bag. I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
I
but
never
like,
said you are the meat bag.
But I'm saying, so if I lose an arm, if I die, if this body is destroyed, I'm not going to think Joe Cool never existed. Whatever I am is apparently endless, timeless, and bigger than that.
Nobody said you never existed.
no one said you
But
never
I thought you
existed.
believed that I tied myself to my arm or my body, and I thought that's what I
no,
am.
but
No, it's
no,
not what
I'm
I
giving you
believe.
an example. I'm giving you an example.
Okay.
So things are more phenomenological. They don't really have a core there's no core essence like people who talk about souls and stuff. Well, from my
Yes,
point of view, I don't agree with the soul thing because
those are
I agree
interesting.
with the not self because if these things only exist because the mind self-identifies with them. But if you
Yeah.
were to look in ultimate reality, it's just phenomena rising and passing away. That's what the Buddha said, and
Does
I
the
agree with
mind
that part of his
exist?
teachings.
Does the mind
Yes.
only when you're alive? It's only an amalgamation of sense and experiences. Only when you're alive it
I don't
exists.
see how y'all could be so sure of that. I'm thinking right now about a blue apple. Where
Okay.
does that exist? In my
The
head? In my
f-
heart? Where
no,
does it
no.
exist?
We can find the color blue outside of your head. My phone is blue
No,
and I
no,
have
no. The vision that I have in my head, as far as I know, I don't think it is no blue apples. But where does this blue apple that I see in my head, where does it exist? It does
you,
exist. I'm telling you, I'm envisioning it now, but where does it exist?
where did you just made it? It can exist
That's
anywhere.
your mental projection, though. That's part of
Is,
your
It's
is,
conscious
mental
awareness. That's
project.
a mental projection.
Your
is
mental
there a
project. I can have the
physical
same thing too,
locality?
and you're just using words such as blue.
You went out, pimp.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Whoever was talking just went out.
So you
Fatima.
can.
Fatima.
Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, Fatima. Fatima. All right, you're back, man. We can hear you.
Okay, so what did you hear? Like so far? Okay, so I was
We didn't
saying
hear
that.
nothing you said.
Okay, so Joe Cool, like blue apple. The words blue and apple don't belong to anyone. They
Agreed.
belong to everyone. So you're using words that you learn from other people from a
We agree, but that's how we communicate. Are you taking points from me because I'm using words to communicate?
No, but I am describing descriptively that your words do not belong to you. They belong to everyone. The language belongs to
I
everyone.
wouldn't argue that, but the blue apple that I am envisioning, a dragon, call it what you will, it's a word from someone else. Physically, is it real? Does it have a location? Even if it's just a thought in my head, does it have a physical location?
Does it have a physical location?
Yeah.
We could make one, I'm not sure, but as I said, you're using the words blue and apple words.
I'm not sure that's relevant. Though my point is that what I'm envisioning
Okay,
has a
Joe,
non-local location. It exists somewhere outside of these physical things, leading to things do exist when these things pass away.
To me, only the words exist, because blue and apple can be used for anything. The meaning of a word, it's not in its essence. It's in its use. You can use the word blue and apple.
Yeah, so it exists purely for utility, but blue and apple are complete nonsense in ultimate reality. They're just language that we've agreed upon, but in ultimate reality, they have no ultimate meaning.
Yeah,
you understand?
The games, yeah.
It's like if you went up to a non-English speaker and said blue apple, he would look at you like you're retarded.
Well, I understand the words fail. We just need a certain word to communicate a thing to others. It doesn't mean
I'm saying
but the words blue apple only have any meaning to English speakers or those who understand it.
Exactly.
Just like if I went up to my cat right now and said blue apple, if I went up to my cat and said blue apple, he wouldn't react.
No, because I understand that. However, if there's a blue apple on the table, is it there? No matter if we have a language barrier or not, it's there, correct?
But here's the thing, Joe.
Is it there before you move on, guys? Is it there on that table?
Yes, but here's the thing.
In what sense, though? In what sense?
I am talking about physically. There's a blue apple on my table. I am talking to my cat and someone who speaks Farsi. We have no communication skills together. He is saying meow meow. The other guy is saying hitu fasu, and I am saying blue apple. We are just using different words, but the apple itself is on the table.
Here's the thing.
So to answer your question, the blue apple is not there, but there is a phenomena there. Do you understand? Because
this is my point. Yes.
No. So no, but that's what I'm saying. So there's phenomenon there. So that phenomenon is not permanent. Yeah, it's subject to change. When you say that, there's a blue apple on the table, if somebody was to come and eat half of it, would it then, or if it was to start decaying and rotting, and then in a month's time it turned into some liquid thing, what happened to the blue apple, Joe? Because it never really existed. It was an illusion.
That it wasn't there. I was just trying to get you guys to understand that I must use a word to communicate. I get the part that it's once it.
Okay, Joe.
Go ahead.
But Joe,
can I say one thing? Wait. So in this philosophy, we use So there's two types of things in when it comes to Theravada Buddhism. There's ultimate reality, which means that none of these things exist. But in conventional reality, like for example, if I say to you, Joe, meet me in New York at 10:05 tomorrow, conventionally those things are absolute and true in terms of convention, but in ultimate reality, they're not. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
We agree so far.
Yeah,
you're telling us that we already agree on that part. So far, yes.
Look, for example, the United States. Can I say one more thing? The United States of America. That is a convention agreed upon to all the inhabitants, such as yourself, Americans. But I'm sure the Native Americans and the people before that would have called it something else. Same thing where I live, Great Britain. The Romans call it Britannorum. Yeah. Yes. Before that, Queen Boudica and the Celtics, they called it something else. So the word Great Britain is true in a conventional reality, but in ultimate reality is false because many people have called it different things.
Please give me a break here. Please. You've explained the same thing to me 9 times. I understand.
Okay, I'm just making sure. That's it.
Yeah, because it just seems to me that you don't really grasp it, like it's kind of,
I don't know how to explain to you that I understand what you're saying, that the United States is a word made by other people. It's just a landmass. Other people would have called it thing. That's obvious. That's 101. You wouldn't have to convince me on that. I understand that. All right, I was trying to use these terms to say that the United States, since that's what we're using, it hasn't always been there, right? At some point, it was part of Pangea. At some point, it was part of a lava or a rock or something like that. I was trying to take it there with me. Even if you remove America, is just a word, the rock and all of that shit, it looks like me, whatever I am in actual reality, I think you called it, still exists. And I can take on in this case the physical flesh of so and so and control my thoughts, but at some point Joe may be okay, let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer, but I'll ask anyway. Both of you obviously think that when this world is over, lights out.
Yes.
There is no more me.
No.
Wait, see, again, language is very divisive, and I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to play with you, Joe, but when you say, you see, this is the problem with words and language, it's very divisive.
I
You
know the
literally said,
problem exists. Don't please, you're going to
no,
explain
no,
to me
no,
again. I know.
no, I'm not explaining that. I'm telling you something else. Just listen to what I'm saying. You said this world is over. When you said, now, this is the problem. So are you saying that
I
when,
just mean I get shot in the head.
okay, so that's different because this world is over could literally mean an asteroid crashes into
Okay,
this
now you
Earth
mean what
and
I mean?
all
Shot in
life.
the head, asteroid, any of that would have worked. I mean, me, or whatever. My words will be inadequate here. I hate that you're hanging on them, but when
But wait, just because I die doesn't mean this world is over. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's very
that's what I'm
complex.
asking. Not the world. Are you over when you die? Nothing.
I
You're
don't
whatever.
know. I don't know. I would think there's a high possibility, but I cannot know for sure.
I cannot know for sure either, but I would say I'm leaning towards I don't exist after death. I don't know though. I'm agnostic on life after death. I don't know.
That's why I would agree with that. Yeah.
Not there's no way it's provable or unprovable.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah.
as far as leaving evidentiary trails, I would say that the ability for some people to learn, and that word isn't the proper word, but to learn like heart or some things like that, it seems like they're more advanced than others. You could be the same two cats in the same location, brothers in the ghetto or some same friends and everything, and one guy will have a desire, a heart, and all of these things where he just wants to do better, help people, and all of these things. It seems like what they call he's an old soul. He's been around. He's learned a bunch of lessons. Some of them have carried on into this lifetime, which is why he seems to be an advanced pupil when it comes to peace, understanding, discernment, and those things, because he's been around. I think that's a small amount of evidence. I also think that non-locale shit is part of evidence, that your thoughts and all of that shit have no physical location. I think that's evidence that a different location exists. What is his name? Did you give Grant her medicine? Hold on, that's my kid texting me. Give me a minute.
No,
it's all right.
By the way, I'm not an atheist, so I am open to some things. But
I'm not either.
The cynical part of my mind does tend to think as I get older that maybe there is nothing. But again, I'm not an atheist, so I'm open.
I'm not
to
an
it.
atheist either. Yeah,
That's why I want to drink the shaman's elixir, to find out.
Yeah, like I neither affirm or deny the existence of God because I don't even know what God means.
Oh no! The God thing, yeah, fuck that guy. If he exists, he's a villain. Fuck that guy. But in terms of afterlife and does consciousness reanimate somewhere else, I'm open to that, but not the God thing. Hell no. If he exists, he's the biggest, vilest character in all of fucking fiction, man.
Yeah,
Creating this shit.
There's strong evidence leaning towards that. If there is a certain type of God, that it would be very cruel or just be done for making a world.
What did Epicurus say? I love what Epicurus said about that. Actually,
he says that is God all knowing, but he can't stop evil, something like that. Yeah.
I love that. That's how I feel. Yeah.
And also one of the weakest arguments to affirm God is the argument from fucking a design, what type of world dude, this world is so fucked. This world is fucked. Like, and there's animals that have to eat each other. There's fucking parasites in our bodies that we can get. There's cannibalism out there in the world. We're literally ruled by
Sorry, I'm
fucking...
not laughing as a psychopath, but I'm just laughing at dismay. I'm not being a yeah.
I know, of
Go
course,
ahead.
of course. And you
Yeah.
because it's so absurd to say that like a intelligent creator architect made this fucking planet, and of course made this species as like his highest creation. Like, that makes zero sense to me. Zero sense.
Exactly. It's like a cosmic joke in and of itself, isn't it?
Yeah, so the argument for like a design is like one of the weakest arguments from God for God, like to affirm.
But
Like, yeah,
yeah, the argument of a demiurge is interesting because now we're talking about a being who may not be all omniscient and all powerful,
yeah,
but maybe
corrupt.
he has some skills, but he's a bit of a cunt. So then that could
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like I swear, the only God I could believe in is like an evil one, because that's the world we live in, bro. That's the type of world we live in.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean,
only...
literally. Do you remember Fatima on one of the other streams? Yeah, I used a bit of strong language about the child grapers and all that shit,
Of
and
course, and you're
people,
right. It's a horrible thing.
people got like really they got like really animated, and I was like, well, isn't that just a testament as to how bad the thing would be if you were to witness it? I just use language as a descriptor, and people get irate. So imagine like if you were to witness all the kids who went through that shit, well, your head would just fucking explode on the spot. You'd be like done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course you would be done. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like it's just crazy. Like there are things that do exist. I mean, no. Like the words exist for our own use. What the fuck? That's racist. That was the gollywog.
Who? What's that?
Oh, I just saw like
some troll came on called Sarah, and they changed their picture to something. It doesn't matter.
Oh shit! D&W, are you okay, bro? You sound like you went to another dimension, bro. Where the fuck are you?
Yes, D&W.
I just the trolls. It's just relentless.
Yeah, it's annoying. Like
D&W he's been doing some astral projection and shit, bro.
I think I have, yeah. Remote viewing of Kenny's living room. What's going on there?
Wait, guys, I have a question.
Are we, that's what I was about to say. Are we sure that that's not Kenny doing that?
We don't know.
We're sure.
We don't know.
Guys, I have a question. What were you talking about?
We don't know. We don't care. That's
So we actually explored the topic of why is there disproportionate crime in the black community, but we did it from a sociological. Me and D&W were talking about it, and then Kenny came on, and obviously he did his normal shit. He started playing Ben Shapiro, fucking right-wing propaganda. Yeah, you know how it is.
Dude, he cited Ben Shapiro as like a legitimate source. That is sad. He is sad.
Yeah.
Like, I hate him, but I also feel bad for him because he's just so dumb. Like, honestly.
But you know what the funny thing is? Yeah, he always hyperfixates on like just specific topics, and it's like, bro, we're here to find Gnosis. Like, why do you talk about such a low vibration shit? I don't understand what's wrong with that.
Subhuman like garbage. Like, why would you talk about?
Yeah, it's the gong to say we've gone on too long, really. I think.
Okay.
But I mean, it was an interesting one.
Yeah,
it was an interesting one.
So
I don't know. Does anybody want to say some closing remarks? Will we go around?
Yeah, let's go around.
Absurd, you are the first one, and we're going clockwise. So, would you like to give your closing remarks?
I just want to say thanks again for providing this platform for us to share our thoughts, and I hope everyone has a good night.
Okay.
Thank you, man. You're always appreciated here, brother. Always come back, man.
Yeah, we got a bit of JE in the house. Ross, do you want to go next, mate?
Yeah, I just want to say, man, it's been a wonderful night once again. On the Finding Gnosis show. We always urge people in the chat, come on, don't be shy. Just say what you feel. Nobody's going to judge you. And guys, everybody on the panel, it's been an absolute pleasure. So have a good night, man. See you tomorrow if you're on tomorrow.
Yeah, nice one. Brother Marcus next. Do you want to give your By the way, guys, you're welcome to stay backstage and chat. It's no problem. Brother Marcus, do you want to say something in closing?
Yeah, thank you for providing this space and for the community that you've fostered. I appreciate it all. So
Thank you, Brother
yeah,
Marcus, and thank you for being obviously integral part of it as well. One of the granddaddies here. You know, it's great that you're helping us with your book smart knowledge and takes on matters. We appreciate you. Joe School, do you want to give your closing remarks, mate?
Is he there? Hello?
No, he's
Joe
muted.
Cool.
I don't think he's there. I think he's muted himself. Yeah.
He did say he had to pop out somewhere. So we go, Timo, do you want to go? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe Cool. He's back. Yeah.
I was gonna say I totally forgot about you guys. I gave my mom a medication and was hanging out watching the Columbo or something. I totally forgot I was on the panel.
Wow, I haven't. That brings me back. Fucking hell, Columbo. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she's old. What could I tell you?
Yeah. What's his catchphrase again when he's shaking his guitar and he's looking at someone? Just one other thing. Just one other thing.
Just one more question. Just one more question. Yeah. I'm seeing
and then
everyone.
he sticks it.
Yeah.
It was a great show. Obviously, it used to be on like when I was a kid. Like I think they used to play it on a Saturday. Like obviously it's it was before my time, but they used to repeat it on like I don't know what channel it was on. That's a classic, you know.
Yeah, I saw them all on repeat and stuff too, but
and then at the end he always ends up with a room full of people, doesn't he? And he points at the
and he I could think of all the ways that he solved crimes and tricked people. He's brilliant. Shoot, there was something else I wanted to ask you guys while I had you. Let me see if it comes back.
Well, it is the closing remarks, Joe Cool.
Oh, is it? Okay, all right. Yeah. Well, good. All right. It was great. I'm gonna fucking come up with some questions that you guys can help me formulate because I'm always trying to run shit over in my head that I've heard or I'm trying to figure out.
One jokey thing for you. I know you've got many women to play with. You're a bit of a. But when you're having a wank tonight, you can ask yourself, is it really my hand?
Wait. As long as we're doing this, I'll ask. Yeah. Could it possibly be someone else's hand? I'll do that. Spice it up.
Yeah. Well, if you sit on it, you won't know either way. You won't feel like it'll go numb. So.
Plot twist, he's had his wank already. Maybe he had a wank.
Right, I might have did it already.
That's what he was doing. Okay.
That's what it's so long.
Yeah.
I'll use the left hand. It'll feel like a stranger is helping out. I'll use my left hand. All right, you guys, views. I'll catch you tomorrow, man.
Take care, Joe. Great to have you here, as always, brother.
See you later, man. I love you, man.
Take care, bro.
Pristine, are you there? Pristine, are you there, darling? You're muted at the moment. I don't know if she's there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm
here. Do you
here.
want to give your closing remarks for tonight?
Yeah, have a good night, everyone. That's about it. I don't have anything else to say. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Pristine. Witchy Bishy, it's down to you now, darling.
Well, as the resident meat-eating breeder who is apparently, I found out, never been in love, thanks for having me.
Okay, Witchy. There still is time to go vegan, Witchy. We haven't given up,
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks to everybody who joined in, and thanks to everybody who can support the show and did so. The link is below the video if you want to help out. But yeah, appreciate you. We'll be back soon. Put your thinking cap on because we're doing one for Chickpea. She loves the soul trap stuff.
I didn't get a closing remark.
So we're gonna. Oh, sorry, Fatima. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I love this show. I love the audience. And buenas noches. That means good night in Spanish. Yep.
Buenas noches.
Okay. Take care to Sea Lust in the chat. And she says she loves Joe Cool's laugh. We all do. Take care, Mike Dunnigan, Jay, Cougar Duma, Nibbles, all of you in the chat. Fatty, nice to have you here. My God, Kenny Given, Mr. Controversial Troll himself. He made it what it is, I suppose, in many ways. He's part of the onward journey. helps us to sharpen our rhetoric. We need to do it out there in this world, crazy world of ours.
Yes, we do.
Fatty says, night, guys. She says, really enjoy listening to you all. So that's nice. All right, guys. Okay. We'll leave it there, and we'll be back tomorrow talking about, or tomorrow, I think it will be tomorrow. Fingers crossed if I get back on time. Talking about perhaps soul trap, reincarnation, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, that kind of thing. Asking what you'd do if there is another realm and you get a choice to walk towards the light, that kind of thing. Going back to basics. Woo-woo, weirdy spirituality, anything goes. Bring your thoughts, your perspectives, and your experiences of psychosis.
DW, just a quick one. Just a future topic. Can we do one about the nature of God? Is he a villain or is he a hero? Just a suggestion.
Oh my goodness.
That would be fireworks. Because we have a lot of.
We'll do. I'll tell you what. We'll even do it this week. We'll even do it this week. You know. By the way, guys. Maybe I should make the stream ready for tomorrow. The title, get it ready. We're all set on that one. And as I've got it ready, maybe share it somewhere before we go live, so we get some people who might come. If you know any groups or anything to share it in, do that. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Take care. Good night.
Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. No big answers handed down, no fixed truth to pass around. But something shifted, something did, something opened, something lived. Not a path that's set in stone, not a voice that speaks alone. Just a space where thoughts can meet, just a place to take a seat. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Hold your mind, don't drift too far. You don't always need to know what's true. You don't always need to see it all. Just stay with what moves in you. Take what you need, leave the rest. Keep what landed in your chest. Stay well, stay sharp, stay aware of what is going on to the best of your ability. Breathe in deep and close your eyes. There's something moving everywhere. Take what you need. Be on your way. We'll speak again some other day. And if we never speak again, don't worry, don't you fret. We roll on in spirit always. We roll on in